All right. So, last week we had some interesting things happen. Jiren was about to. We opened with Jiren about to propose to Davine when it was found out that Davine was non consensually, but legally nonetheless, legally married to Malcolm. I am sure. Um, in Jiren's race, we found out that marriage is a life partner kind of deal, and there's no backing out, so he tossed the ring into Snarf's melting pot. Snarf said a bit, and Davine got pretty angry. They marched out, and they managed to get it annulled. We then went on a mission where we met Krellin, the last surviving Star Child. He gave us quite a bit of background into what's happened to his race and the origins of ours. And he said he would help by helping us find a way to track the Void, as well as possibly if he can point us in the direction of any tech that may be left from them. We then went back and had a nice training day with the Spartans, Towns, and Pequod. And then everyone filed out and went to an retro games convention where an episode of the podcast happened and some minor theft and assault happened as well. And I believe that's everything, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and this week, Lazuli came up with an idea to take all the girls out and have a break the tension in the apartment by bringing all the girls out to Hunk's beach house for a weekend away from the boys. There to get Saris out, give her some rest and relaxation, because there's not much safer of a place than with 4 of the strongest beings in existence protecting her.
Yep, so girls' weekend, but before it's Friday, early in the day here. But before you guys go out, Pequod wants to watch Colonel Combat. So the fam is going to go watch Colonel Combat. In the meantime, the morning's kicked off. Julius has cooked breakfast. Everybody's out and about doing their own thing. You're down here. Julius's Escalade body is here. It's covered in a tarp. And there's also a white tarp over here next to it, which the 4 of you anyway don't know what that is. And if you look up at the mobile suit, you see Jennifer at the feet, sticking electronical devices in between the armor plating. Zap has both legs done and the crotch. All the way up to the crotch. Done, complete. Jennifer looks up at Zap as you see Scar. You know Scar's in the power loader, moving around, moving ceramic plating, big sheets of metal. And Jennifer looks up to Zap with Zanzibar's help, lifting things, and says, "Swotor time!" And Zap, well, if the electrical readouts are in the green for both legs, darling, then yeah, we could take a break. Otherwise, keep working, darling. You see him comes down here. He's using his soldering iron or his welder. He's got the mask on. Scar, hop to it down there. More ceramic plating over here. Yes, sir. Scar comes over here, and you see Sasha with her mouth agape watching Zap actually be used.
He's in his element. That's incredible.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Well, I'm thoroughly impressed. Oh my. With him, it's like me with a pistol. That's incredible. You're doing good, Zap.
Thanks, Ash. How you doing down there?
Doing good, just admiring the magnificent work you've put in.
Oh, she's coming along just fine with Jennifer's brains and my know-how and Scar's muscle and load lifter certification. We'll have this done.
Of course. I know you will. The efficiency's impressive.
Towns comes over, lifts the tarp off the escalator. What is this?
Oh, it's the... He walks over and looks around just to make sure Pequod isn't around. It's the body of an Escalade.
Oh, nice. He covers it back up. You, for Pequod, right?
Yeah, we're gonna try to get all the parts instead of, the car itself. It's cheaper that way.
Yeah, and, well, uh, good luck keeping her away from it, Julius.
Thank you, sir, for putting your confidence in me.
Oh, I have confidence, but I also know that if she wants in here, there is not a force on heaven nor hell that can stop her.
Might be able to work something up. You see Towns scratching the chin of his helmet. A stealth field generator. What's over here?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that I don't know.
He lifts the tarp off, and you might not know what this is. He doesn't, but you hear Zap. Oh, that's an axle for the Escalade.
Oh, where did you get that?
Zap, I don't know. We was just here this morning. Jennifer, yeah, we got down here kind of late. Julius's breakfast was a little too good. Needed seconds. Scar was down here when it was delivered. Scar is just marching around in his load lifter.
Scar,
Yes, as it comes over here,
do you know where the axle came from?
you hear Zap. All right, Jennifer, in the green. Jennifer, both legs and the crotch are in the green. And Zap, we're done for the day. As he's coming down his lift thing, as Jennifer jumps off, wipes some sweat off her brow and her tank top, and her wife beater, and Scar is going to get out of the load lifter. That's an Escalade body, Ash.
Yes, and the thing next to it is an axle. They said you were here when it was delivered.
Yes, it's from Snarf. It's a top of the line Escalade axle. He got it from Tommy. He said consider it your wedding gift.
Oh.
Then I'll have to thank him when I get upstairs.
It's very heavy, but I can lift. As he lifts it over his head and starts pumping it in the air. Lift it.
Right, just be careful.
It cost over 1 million credits as he gently sets it down.
Wow, yeah, then I'll definitely have to thank him.
Ash, Jennifer comes up. Would you be interested in playing SWTOR as Sasha? Ha! It comes over.
Probably not. I don't have the time to dedicate to an MMO.
As Zap's feet hit the ground. And he comes over.
That's amazing. It's like a switch gets hit.
Jennifer looks at Julius and you. As long as I guide him down here every morning, as you can see, we're getting a lot done as Zanzibar marches off to go upstairs.
Does he really just switch into just serious stable mode the moment he starts near that?
He's pointing at the axle, laughing at it. And Jennifer, comes over here near Julius, looking at Zap. Yeah, once he's off the mobile suit, he's back to his old giggling self.
Very interesting.
Incredible.
Axel, as Scar is still pointing at.
Yes, Axel.
A very important part for the car. I'm going upstairs. See you later, Ash.
Okay. Remember that there isn't an Axel down here if Pequod asks.
You got it. I'll tell her to come down later.
No!
Scar goes up the elevator. Talons, yeah, we'll need to get some type of stealth field box thing that can camo this. And Sasha, I'm sure we can get our hands on something like that.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
sure.
that's right.
Of course,
Well,
if
yeah.
Pequod walks into it, Julius.
Well, that's a whole other can of worms, but... Jesus.
Talons types on his wrist computer. I'll ask Agent O, see what we can do, but we're not going to be able to make it to Colonel Combat today. And Jennifer, we're going to see Colonel Combat?
Yeah, Colonel Combat.
Yeah, we're going to see Colonel Combat. Wish we weren't.
Jennifer, I can't wait. As Towns, I am really glad I got a mission and I don't have to come. Walks
Yeah.
over.
If only I was so lucky as to not have to relive that film.
Sasha, I'm really glad he's my boyfriend because I get to come, go with him, and watch him handle plastic explosives. It's quite attractive, really. Towns, yeah, we're going to blow up some Davine monument they found in the Pegasi system. They're calling it Easter Davine Island.
Oh, gods. What is wrong
Well,
with him?
there you go. Yeah, please blow those up immediately.
Zap looks at the picture and just starts laughing.
Yeah. Oh, gods. Yeah, it'll be better once those are no longer in existence.
Sasha, it's a 10-mile long, 6-mile wide island just filled with these statues. This is just the pictures the drones sent back. Apparently, people come here and worship.
Let's
Oh,
not tell Davine about that one.
yeah, let's keep this under the dome. You know?
Towns, yeah, no, I had no intentions of bringing it up to Davine.
Good. Good.
No intentions whatsoever. Davine, as Zap goes upstairs.
Oh boy. Well, let's get ready. The quicker we can be through with that movie, the better.
Towns, yeah, gotta have Sasha back for the beach trip, so we won't be too long, but we're gonna unfortunately miss the movie as they start walking upstairs. Jennifer, so Julius, I hear you did all the fighting in this movie.
Well, not all of it technically. You know, there were some fights where it was just dating and Denaria, that kind of thing. But a lot of the fighting, yeah.
General Lorelai will probably want to come if you're shirtless in the majority of the movie as she's inspecting the axle.
I am.
She is.
You know, I'll compile a list of electronic components and parts I need for the electrical systems of this Escalade. It should be easy compared to working on that thing. She points back to the Toggy stuff.
Get them to me, I'll go down to logistics and get them for you.
No problem. This is a nice axle. She comes over here, lifts the tar.
It is.
Very expensive.
Yeah. I really do gotta thank him. Do you-
Good luck finding him.
Oh, you don't know where he is?
Nope. Haven't seen him.
Well, next time I see him, I gotta thank him.
Look at this. She puts her book bag down on the ground and pulls out a gigantic book that says ODM gear and hands it to you. It's heavy.
All right. Written by Snarf, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he's making me study it. I have to build one. A working one.
Oh, okay. Like some kind of final test or something like that.
I guess. Your mother's gear. Here, I'll take that back. She takes it from you, puts it in the book bag, is very complex.
Yeah, I would have guessed with how she zips around and everything. I didn't think it was simple to make.
Revolutionary, really. She puts her backpack on and comes here. Snarf's a genius.
Yeah, he is.
Come on, let's go upstairs as she swotortai before the movie goes up the elevator.
Well, let's go hang out with the wives before we have to lose them for a few days.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, down here, Suletta, Davine, and Lasley are making their way to a ring store. Lasley leading the way. Come on, Davine, this... Oh, great, there's Lazy Eye, as Tommy Wiseau is standing outside the building.
Oh,
Suletta following.
what is he doing here?
Suletta, he owns this jewelry shop.
Ah, why didn't I guess that?
He'll probably give you a nice discount. What are you planning to buy here exactly?
Just two simple bands. Just to, do something with. If I ever see him again.
Lasley, well, he took a week of sick leave last week. And he took another week. This is only Friday, so he should technically be back Monday. He only has so many weeks of sick leave. When you're a ranking officer as they walk up here, you can't just take off to take off. So you have to ask for it well ahead of time.
Yes, I'd better see him soon.
You'll see him as Tommy sees you guys. Oh, David, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Tommy. Just looking to get some jewelry.
Oh, welcome to Tommy's Jewelry Store.
Yes, it looks like a very nice establishment.
I buy this place to keep an eye on competition. Points up here. That's absolute best steak and potatoes.
Ah, yes, the one that you made my son throw the football through.
Yes, he is a good boy. He helped me very much. So I give him body of Escalade for Pequod.
Right, yes, that greatly appreciate.
Davin, what are you looking for here today? Here, I'll make this man leave. He'll go on break. He my new employee. Tommy shoos him off. Come on in, all of you. I will treat you to anything you like.
She'll walk into the store. I was just looking for 2 wedding bands, engagement bands.
Tommy, absolutely. Hang on, let me turn on TV. And an ad playing Colonel by chance appeared.
Take a chance with a colonel. As it shows Malcolm like walking in the desert, and as he pulls up his sleeves, Colonel, by chance.
Leslie points her finger as if she's holding a gun. You see a small key energy forming on her fingertip. Davine sees it. Suletta grabs her finger and puts her arm up against the side as the ad stops playing. Tommy watching the ad. Malcolm, my perfume?
Yes, also cologne. It wasn't good. Smelled like wet dog a lot of the time, but he made it.
Why would he make perfume? And cologne?
Because he thought I enjoyed perfume and cologne, so he tried to make one that would top all of the other brands of it.
Suletta, it would appear EarthGov is finishing up the job. As Leslie, yeah, cost a mime his life for God's sakes.
That poor mime.
Tommy, mime, you'll say?
Yes, a mime. A part of the MWF, he would kick Malcolm's ass a lot. Eventually, she looks over at Leslie and like, should I tell him?
Leslie nods.
And he got airlocked.
Tommy, oh, what a shame. I like mimes. I thought about being mime many years ago, but decided to change my mind. Now, Devin, what do you need? You need rings, you say? What you say? You want bracelet, jewelry, necklace? What do you want?
I need 2 rings, preferably matching. For engagement. I need to ask Jiren something.
Oh, understandable. And do you know the commander's size?
It's a mystery to us all, isn't that right, Leslie?
Leslie, go with just men's XL, whatever the equivalent is in jewelry measurements. If it doesn't fit, we can come back and get it refitted or have Snarf refit. And Tommy, yes, Snarf, very good man. And he looks at Davine. I don't know. Snarf, never heard of him. Anyway, Davine, I have something for you. These rings right here. I actually owned jewelry store 500 years ago in a place called Nebraska. So I won't screw this up. How about these? They are gold wedding band.
Gold wedding bands. Simple. Easy. How expensive are they?
For you, they are free.
Really?
Yes, just take them. Here, he puts both of them in a little closing box. There you go. You take them, you raise very good boy. He helped me out very much. Without Julius, I don't know what I would do.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. That means so much. I don't know how I could ever repay you.
Oh, you can repay me by maybe playing role in the room. Maybe not sex movie role, something like there. If you've read the script, there's character of mother-in-law. She is supposed to be older lady. You don't look old, but I think it would be a good role for you.
Well, if that's all I have to do, then I don't mind.
Of course, yeah, and it's not many lines, Davine. You will have a wonderful time.
Yes, I'm sure I will on your movie set.
Yeah, there will be nobody getting hurt or molested or anything like that. We are going to make a real movie.
Thank you, Tommy. I will definitely be on the set of the room.
Good. And the other reason I give you these for free, I don't know how to work register machine. So anyway, if you don't mind, close the doors on your way out. I have to go up to restaurant now. They will lock behind you automatically. See you later, Dave.
Goodbye.
Leslie, what the fuck?
He doesn't know how to work the register?
Suletta, just look at him.
That man owns Cadillac, and he doesn't know how to work a register.
Yeah, and he put Saint Guillotine in charge of Cadillac, Davey.
Good point.
He owns Coke. We're pretty sure he owns Pepsi at this point.
What doesn't he own?
He owns a comic shop.
Oh, right, the comic shop. Aren't we supposed to do something with that?
Suletta speaks up, still waiting on the call from the young men that work there.
Got it, got it. Well, I just got 2 engagement rings for free.
Leslie shrugs. You raised a good boy, so you worked for them.
Well, you also raised a good boy. I can never take the credit for that.
Leslie comes out here looking around the corner. I just helped straighten him out a little. He needed a little straightening out. Jesus, Julius did a number. Still a gigantic hole through the window. So let her leave it to Juliet.
Yep, that's my boy.
All the way, Leslie's gonna walk up closer. Look, the football landed in Lorelai's spaghetti, I guess, and went through the table, through the...
Well, that's what happens when you limit break and throw a football through a window, I suppose.
Suletta crosses her arms and is looking the way Tommy went. He walked off up an elevator and, just staring. Leslie, come on, let's go. And Suletta, just looking at the elevator.
What's wrong?
That man's hiding something. And I can't read minds like Nicole or Lorelai. I have to make physical contact, but strange man. As she walks this way. Let's go back to the apartment. Come on, David.
Yes, yes.
You make your way back to the apartment. Here you are, Davine, Suletta, Leslie. You guys have come up the elevator. You see Towns and Sasha walking ahead of you because they're going off. Towns puts his hand up for a high five from Davine. They're back here. Sorry.
Davine will walk up and give him a high five.
Now, as Davine's hand connects with Town, she's close enough, if she's right next to him, or right in front of him, whatever you want to say. She's close enough to see his eyes are shaking and looking this direction. And if she turns and looks at Sasha, her eyes are doing the same, looking this direction.
Davine turns around to look in the direction Towns is.
And Davine sees all of these photos lining the stairs.
Oh, shit.
And if she looks in Sasha's direction as Leslie comes up and, what's wrong? And Suletta comes up, oh my god. And she sees, and you see Towns grab Sasha and see ya, Davine, and they stealth out and disappear.
Damn it, Weebly.
Push their way through Suletta and Leslie, and you guys are up here, right here, and you see them standing there looking in horror.
What's going on?
What's happened? Oh no. We have to get these down now.
Yeah, yeah.
Leslie's going to run up this direction and start pulling some of them down as
Same
Suletta just walks into the kitchen.
He's just gonna join Leslie and Davine will go on to Ash's side.
We're gonna say Davine's super quick. He's tearing a few down. Julia's tearing a few down. Leslie just reaches out, fires small Kai blast, disintegrating.
Must go faster. Must go faster.
Leslie, who the hell set these up?
Take a guess.
The high schoolers, probably?
You'll be able to get that down. And meanwhile, Julius, on your wrist computer, General Lorelei appeared.
He takes the call in audio only. Hi, yes, ma'am?
Is there something wrong with your wrist computer?
No, ma'am. I was just preoccupied with something. Can I help you?
Are you in the shower?
No, ma'am. I need to get ready before I can call see you face to face.
Ah, is Ash around?
He is a bit preoccupied at the moment. I can take a message?
No. You will report down to JSOC now.
Yes, ma'am.
And bring your mother, too, if your mother is around. Commander Jiren's back, Julius. Bring her down here.
Oh. Yes, of course, ma'am. We'll be right down.
Leslie comes over here, destroys these two. Ash, I think Lorelai wants you in JSOC. Davine, I heard Jiren's down at JSOC.
Really? She tears the last one down and tears it apart.
Yeah, so you guys go ahead down there. I'll finish up as she raises her hands to the Lorelai photos. I'll finish up here.
Pulls her in for a hug. Thank you.
You're welcome. As Mercurius comes and starts cleaning.
Just check around and see if there's any more.
Yeah, I'm on it. Don't worry.
Thank you. You're gonna have to have a talk with the children.
Mercurius tearing this one.
Ah,
You just see Leslie bang, 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 one at a time, blowing them off the wall.
let's go.
You can make your way down. There you are. You go down one of the elevators in the armory, and you're right here, ready to go.
All right, so we have to report to Lorelai.
Lorelai comes out of the office, sensing your arrival. Hello, boys. Davine,
Ma'am?
I need your help. Come up here.
Okay.
We're going to see Colonel Combat soon, aren't we?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, for better or for worse.
Well, for the remainder of the weekend, you'll be training Crimson Squad. Commander Jiren's back. He'll be out very soon with all of his backlogged paperwork. That being said, backlogged paperwork means he can't train Crimson Squad. So, since you're not going on this beach trip I've heard about, what better do you have to do?
Nothing, man.
Nothing.
Should be fun.
Have some fun. You can take them down Earthside, let them spread their wings. Enjoy your time. I take Hunk. Have Hunk get to know. It's over at this point for Hunk. They're locked, Icy and this Spartan. You understand. When a spellcaster like her or I pick their mate, there's a reason beyond physical attraction.
Okay.
Of course, ma'am. We'll try to get Hunk onto the trip.
Good. I would prefer to see him not have a heart attack when he has to walk her down the aisle. At some point.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Good. Very good. As Jiren, this door here opens. Right here, and Jiren comes walking out with 2 stacks of gigantic gigantic paper stacks with both of his arm, pressed against his.
Davine looks over at him, takes a step forward. Oh, good time.
Ah! You see him get shocked for a second, turn around with all the paperwork.
She's smiling the sweetest smile she ever has at him. Takes a couple steps forward and reaches to him.
Hello, Mrs. Chance.
The smile immediately drops as she spins around and sends a back kick into his gut.
Oh, the paperwork goes flying. You see all these guys. There's a mix. You've never really asked what the guys of the gas mask are, so we'll leave it ambiguous for now. I'll get rid of that drawing. But all these 4 dudes run out, seeing Jiren laid out on the ground. Go ahead.
I am not Mrs. Chance anymore, dear. She bends over and offers a hand out to help him up.
He looks at her, shocked, and, okay. He puts his hand out. Technically, you are Mrs. Chance, though.
She takes the hand, picks him up a bit, gets in close to his face. I understand that in your culture, there is no such thing as divorce or annulment or getting rid of a marriage, yes?
Yes.
Well, since other races are more flawed than yours, I suppose the word might be, when it comes to romantic situations, we do have those things. I can legally annul or divorce Malcolm, and even if I couldn't, it didn't really matter since he is dead.
Right. I was doing my research on this thing you call divorce. Yeah. Or annulment.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, a more important question. I did annul everything, just so you know. A more important question. Why the fuck have you been ghosting me for the past 2 weeks? Dude?
General Lorelei starts snickering next to you as Jared. Well, I didn't know how to react exactly. Strange feelings, you under that I've never felt before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 2 weeks of sick leave, yes?
Yeah, well, not entirely. I'm back early. They called me back. My paperwork was stacking up, so, and I wasn't actually sick, you know.
Yes, of course, because the race doesn't get sick. She helps him up all the way. And what were you doing during these almost 2 weeks?
You are quite intimidating.
I can be when I want to. What were you doing?
I was on Earth, training, meditating, trying to, find a way to fix the situation, and speaking with your engineer Snarf. He was that I was doing research. He was explaining to me that divorces and nullification. He told me I was very hard-headed because it took about 13, 12 days, something like that, 11 days. But now I understand. He showed me a court case trial, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, all this stuff.
Right.
And see, he anyway, did you see that I destroyed the last ring I bought you? I don't know if you saw.
Yes, I did see that.
Well, so that ring was very expensive. Not that money matters, but it was my life saving. Thankfully, Snarf loaned me some money, and I got the same exact ring. And I give you my word, I will pay him back. I have tons. You've seen my apartment. I have storage units back on Earth. I will piece out my collection and pay him back.
Oh, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that.
Well, he said it was his smelting pot. And he could have caught it, he said. So, here you go. Will you marry me?
Yes, I will marry you.
Oh my.
He's gonna grab Davine and give her a big kiss.
She is going to kiss him back and then take a step back and hand him the ring that she got him.
I put this on my which finger? He's looking at his.
Left hand.
He slides it on this finger, but he puts it on his index.
No, this one. And
Yeah.
she'll take the ring off and put it on the right one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So this ring he'll put on to her, and now we don't need the token. I have a lot of work to do this weekend. I won't be able to make it to Colonel Combat, you understand.
I do understand, dear. One last thing. I'm quite sorry about this one, but I need to get it out of my system. She rears back and hits him in the stomach again.
And what few pieces of paper he had picked up before the hit came out go flying again, and he and spins and falls.
She helps him up again. That one was for never even sending me a good night message.
Jared, well, I didn't have the greatest of reception where I was sometime.
Oh, I understand that. Still.
Well, as long as it's out of your system and you're feeling better, you can hit me as much as you like.
I am feeling quite better.
Good. He looks over Davine's shoulder, and thank you two for taking care of my Spartans while I'm gone. And one more weekend, and I'll have a treat for you, Ash, for all your help.
No thanks necessary. Happy to help. The kids
Oh,
are good
good.
kids.
Colonel Combat, I hear, is on the agenda, Julia.
Yes, Colonel Combat, sir.
You sure you don't want help with the paperwork?
No, negative. I've got it under control. As he looks at Davine, gives her a kiss on the cheek. I'll be responding to messages now.
Thank you very much, dear.
I must be going. Have a good day.
Goodbye.
He disappears into the back holding his gun.
Well, that was, quite the sequence of events. Congratulations!
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ash.
General Lorelei looking at Davine. That was a good hit. So tell me, how many scenes are you shirtless in this movie, Julius? Just out of pure curiosity.
Enough to keep you interested in the movie, man.
Good! Excellent! I'll be up in a little while and we'll run off to the movie.
Yeah, he's probably shirtless for damn near a third of the movie.
Going to be a fun weekend for the girls. They're going to Hunks Beach House.
Yes, we are. You should join us if you ever have the chance.
I might be able to swing down Sunday, the final day. I may be able to swing down. I have duties to attend to tonight, and tomorrow I'm doing something with my husband. But, yes, I'll swing down Sunday, most likely.
She nods. That sounds like a plan.
We're letting Saris go?
Yes, ma'am. I don't see why not. I mean, I see Lazuli, Suletta, Davine, Sasha. You know, it's just some of the strongest beings in existence all being concentrated there. Frankly, I'd love it if Vamp would try it, because we'd be rid of a problem.
It would fix all of our problems, Ash, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure she'll have a good time. Get her out of the apartment. Have fun. One other thing before I go back into my office. Next time you people decide to go to a gaming convention or out in public, could we please try to not hit delegates from Mars?
Yes, ma'am. I'll
Yes.
ask my wife about that.
That's good. Miss Bernstein was in a coma for the past week and a half. She finally awoke today.
Goddamn.
All because she lightly flirted with Julius Troy.
General Lorelei, you taught her how to fight?
Yes, ma'am.
No, it shows. Putting another woman in a coma takes a lot of blunt force trauma.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Well, it answers one question that may have been raised, ma'am.
That is.
She certainly has the killer instinct to go on missions.
Oh, that was never in question. She does. She's her father's daughter. If we could only get the enemy to flirt with Julius, you could probably single-handedly defeat them.
Just take
Well-
his shirt off on the missions.
Yeah, most of the BB Corps are women.
That is true. Give it a try sometime. General Lorelei laughs and disappears into her office.
Speaking of the beach house trip, if anything does happen, I know it's all these strong people, but if anything happens, please can you promise to call me, Davine?
If Saris does get hurt or anything like that, I'll give you a call.
Thank you, well, it's easy to put on a strong face for the General, but I am worried.
Well, I understand that. Don't worry. You got all of us.
And I trust you all. Oh.
I understand, Ash.
Well, let's go back up to the girls. Hi.
You will make your way back upstairs. You come out in the elevator in the main portion of the armory. As you see Leslie looking around the apartment, I think we got them all, Mercurius and I.
Thank
Oh,
you.
thank God.
You see Mercurius holding a stack of like 80 of them. Leslie, there were tons of them all over the place upstairs.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
Incinerate them.
They were in your bedroom.
What? How did they get access? Aren't those bio-locked?
I don't know. Leslie shakes her head. I have no idea.
Well, we'll have to have a discussion with them about that. Especially because, well, I don't want my wife to have to see that either.
Scar's going to come out right behind you. Hey, Davy.
Oh, hello, Scott.
Leslie, perfect timing. And Snarf fixed your gear for you. He serviced it. It's ready to go. Do you want it in the gym, or are you taking it on the beach trip?
I should take it on the beach trip, just in case. You never know.
I'll carry it in the gym for you.
Scar
Hey, Ash. Leslie just groans and goes into the kitchen.
is gonna pick one of them. Why are these hung up all over the apartment?
Zap put them up.
Don't let him do that in the future.
I think they add to the decor.
You can think that, but they are a picture that is many, many years old and probably nearly buried of a very scary woman who would probably not be all too pleased about this, and he's gonna crumple it up, hanging everywhere.
Okay, I'll keep my eye on him.
Thank you. I'd rather not see you or him get, and he's gonna snap, erased from existence over it.
This gear is heavy as he slams the box down. Oops.
Alright, just there.
Davy picks up the box. I could put it in the gym. Think Snarf for me when you see him next, please.
Scar, sure. Is it okay if we leave for the weekend, Ash?
I don't see why not. Where are you going?
Zap, Snarf, and I are going back to Sword Base to get most of my personal belongings. Then we're going to meet Zap's extended family.
Oh,
I
that's
see.
nice.
Yeah, I see no reason to say no. Have a good time and give my regards to the people, to the Spartans at Sword Base.
Will do. Sword Base was a live-in base, so most of my stuff, my credit cards, are still there. By the way, Julius, here you go. He hands Julius his credit card.
I thought you
How do
canceled
you-
that.
I did. How do you keep on getting my credit cards?
Who do you think does the laundry?
Good point.
At least the men's laundry.
You need a wallet.
Scar, well, it's at Sword Base. I only used it to buy these computers up here. So we can play SWOTOR.
Oh,
Oh, how expensive were those?
Very cheap, actually, since SWOTOR is so old. Only about 800 credit.
Okay, that's fair.
all right. That's fair.
Zap said we had to play on computers from the time period.
Fair enough. Hope you enjoy playing that.
It will be fun. I'll take this, Davine. As Scar takes it into the gym, sets it down, comes out here. We're not coming to the movies either. We need to get things ready. We will probably be gone by the time you get back.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. Just
Ah,
have fun, you guys. Okay.
yes, sir. By the way, your wife is smoking in the private bedrooms in the armory. As Scar goes to play SWOT.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go deal with that.
Yeah.
All right.
He's going to deal with that. Where are you going? Ash and Davine, where are you guys?
Well, I'm going to go hang out with my wife until it's time for her to leave.
I am going to hold my granddaughter for a little while.
Oh, you also have news.
Oh, yes. Yes, I should probably tell everyone that.
Walk in, kiss Saris, and sit down.
She is getting ready for the beach trip as everybody is eating some light snacks before the movie. She kisses you back, Davy.
Davine picks up little Lazuli, and she messes with her hair a bit. Huh. Good hair. I wonder who did it for you. She looks around. Well, good news. She shows the ring. I'm engaged to Commander Jaren.
Congratulations, Davine. Everybody claps. Hunk's the one that says it, though. You proposed to him?
No, actually, he Snarf helped him get some money, and he got another ring for me.
Nice. Hunk gives you a thumbs up, Commander Integra. I knew he'd come back.
Yes, after the 2 weeks. Yes.
You kind of had to propose after the physical assault.
Yes, I did. Kick
Huh.
him and punch him.
Hunk, yeah, Leslie almost broke my arm the day she proposed to me.
Yes. Sounds like her.
Leslie, yeah, it was a fun time. Best day of my life, Davey. Best day.
That's good. That's good. This is certainly up there on my days.
I can't say no when they're crying like babies. As Julius, you're free to go.
Julius is gonna walk past everyone playing the game.
You notice Jennifer leveling a character, Sonny leveling a character, Zap in a PvP match by himself, and Scar leveling a character.
He's gonna go up to the door. And he's gonna knock.
You definitely, like when you were right here, you could smell because nobody's been smoking. Icy gave up, and Commander Integra takes her smoke break since there's children in the house out where the ship is on the upstairs. So you smell the smell, and you hear, "Oh,
Hello?
Julius!"
Hi! What you doing?
You hear some water running, and then the door opens as Pequod's fixing her hair.
He sniffs a couple times. Wow, smells like cigarettes in there.
Yeah, Scar's been smoking. He gave me them. I mean, he smokes in here.
Yeah. He looks over at Scar, but he isn't smoke. I can see the smoke.
He was just in here before he went out to level his sentinel.
Right.
There
Wait.
we go. She comes all the way out of the little private bathroom she was hiding in.
Where did you get the cigarettes, darling?
I don't have any. Scar smokes them. It just smells like that in here. I was going to the restroom, Julie.
Scar, was she smoking in here?
She's been doing it the past week and a half. You see Pequod come out the door. That's the last time I buy you anything. And Scar, no,
Alright. He holds her hand. Why are you smoking?
if you run your hands down her side, you definitely feel a pronounced bulge in her pocket, alluding to a pack of cigarettes.
Alright. He reaches in and takes the cigarettes out. Why are you smoking, dear?
Come on in.
He comes in.
Well, smoking is, she pulls out the pack, terrible for you. But it's an appetite suppressant, believe it or not.
An appetite suppressant? Like, you don't eat as much?
Exactly.
Didn't we... You don't have to not eat for me, dear. I would rather you eat to your heart's content than not eat as much.
I mean, these are kind of nasty. She's holding the pack. I smoked back in high school, believe it or not.
Oh, you had a rebellious phase?
I think my whole life was a rebellious phase up until about a year of dating you. But yeah, she comes over here. Then I met somebody who was more rebellious.
Hey, it takes one to know one, I suppose.
I'll throw these away and pitches them in a trash can.
Thank you, baby.
I
Yeah.
just took them from Commander Integra.
He pushes back some of her hair. Well, at least he didn't lie and say something like, Ash got them for me, then. That wouldn't have been very believable at all, and I would worry about your deception abilities.
Well, considering the fact I'm paying for Zap's private server, I thought Zap and Scar would have my back on this, but apparently they don't.
Well, I'm sort of glad they didn't. You don't need to smoke just to not eat for me. I want you to be happy. And it didn't even sound like you very much enjoyed smoking them.
No, not really. Do you want to see something?
Sure.
Well, Snarf's a cool guy. Now, I
Okay.
didn't come into his room. He left the door open, and I just kind of peeked in while I was in here smoking. Look at this. She nudges the door open, and you can see a picture of David on his wall. And Pequod, look at that.
Stares at the picture. Alright, let's... And he grabs the doorknob and closes the door to the point where it was closed before. And he takes out the little rag that he has and wipes down the doorknob, wiping it down.
Pequod, we should totally tell your mom as she comes over here.
I don't know.
She opens Scar and Zap's private room. You see gigantic set of bunk beds, one bunk bed. And then of course there's this.
Yeah,
And you see a bunch of other women too, from models, magazines, all over the ceiling, but this one's the pride and joy. Right up on the ceiling.
yeah. Did you know that they were all over the stairs and all over the upstairs?
She looks at you with wide eyes. Please tell me you took them down.
Yeah, Laz, or Mom, Davine, Macarius, all of us, we got them.
Good. No, I didn't know they were all over the place. I've been back here ever since I got done with breakfast.
I see. Yeah.
Somebody had to help them set up their private server.
Oh, God. Well, at least they're having fun.
Got 7 going mid. And you hear Jennifer, I thought this was a private server. There's only 4 of us play. 5 up here, south, Jennifer. Come inside the box, sonny. As they all just start laughing at it.
Well,
Pequod
Zap's
closes the door.
definitely having fun.
Pequod, you know how we could really have fun? Opens Snarf's door back up, grabs the picture of Davy.
No, let's leave it.
Oh, come on, Julian.
Yeah, let's leave it. That's his personal item. I don't want him to not trust us because we went through his room.
He's not around.
I know, but still.
Fine. She hangs the picture back up. It's some type of drawing Malcolm had commissioned of Davine, I think.
Yeah, that's one of the pinups.
Well, I mean, at least she's not nude. It's just a beautiful shot of her face.
Yeah, it's definitely the most tasteful one that there was.
She grabs your hand. Let's go get things squared away before Colonel Combat.
He picks her up and walks her down into the kitchen.
You come out here. As you're carrying her. Colonel Combat in less than an hour, and Scar, we're not coming. We have things to do. She, oh, okay. As you walk down this way.
Yeah, they're going to Sword Base and then to visit Zap's extended family.
Pequod, I'm almost jealous. I want to meet Zap's.
Honestly, so do I.
You come into the kitchen. Go ahead, Zap, Davy, and everybody. Ash, Davy, and everybody. I called you Zap. That's an insult.
And I think we're gonna celebrate your engagement with Colonel Combat.
Pequod, congratulations!
Oh, thank you, daughter. She stands up and hugs her. It was... Well, I felt like it took some finagling out of him, kicking him in the stomach.
Ceres, how hard did you kick him?
About as hard as I can.
The only reason he didn't completely drop from it is because he was carrying something at the time.
Leslie starts laughing.
And then once I punched him in the stomach, that's when he fell to the ground.
Commander Integra. Ha! Beat him good, did you, Davy?
Like I always knew I could, Integra.
He'll never ghost you again.
Hopefully not. Otherwise I might just have to kill him.
Yeah,
You see, Ceres, wait a minute. Excuse me. Ash with a Maximum magazine?
can we not talk about that garbage?
Rolly. Oh no. He's looking at the picture.
That's Colonel Thunder. So, you ever heard of a movie called Tropic Thunder?
Everybody shakes their head. Saris, wow, you look crossfaded.
Well, that's because I am.
Did you put on that weight, or is that a fat suit?
It's a fat suit and a bald cap.
Oh,
So, I was originally, he based it off some satire from the late 20th century, early 21st century, called Tropic Thunder. It's about actors getting dropped, who are playing soldiers, getting dropped into a real war zone. I'm playing, I believe it's one of the producers, and I was originally supposed to be one of the actors, but I physically couldn't because this was just a few days after the ending of Platoon. Chance's Platoon was filmed.
you see, Rolly. Yeah, that'll be one Malcolm movie I'm not coming to see.
I might join you with that because I don't want to relive that one.
You and me for the same reasons. That was despicable. As Commander Integra, what in God's name? Pulls up a picture of it.
Oh god, so that's
There I am, Rolly. You see me in the background?
yeah, so that's Snarf's character acting with Malcolm's character acting as if Malcolm just got his wrists blown off. You can see that it was just an illusion. You can see the outline of his hand still.
Pequod cackling. You're hanging off the helicopter, and Rolly. Yeah,
Oh, you look cool.
Rolly, I pulled my back.
It's fair. Yeah. They got to look really good, actually, in that movie. Snarf got to look like a badass from memory, but... Oh, gods.
Leslie, what in the hell is he doing?
I don't know.
Shooting, I
Hmm.
think.
He's shooting from the hip, I guess.
With a weapon not designed for that.
Hunk, yeah, that's a good way to blow off your hand or somebody's body parts. Look at him.
Likely your friend's body parts.
Assuming Malcolm had friends, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember much of the filming of Colonel Thunder. At least, I remember the movie because I had to watch it, but the filming I don't remember because, well, I was drinking alcohol, and because Malcolm decided, no, you can't pretend to drink alcohol. You have to actually drink it because your character is. While Eloquin had me on copious amounts of morphine for the literal deathly injuries I was still recovering from.
Rolly, yeah, he was crossfaded. Do you even remember the ending of the movie, Ash? As he pulls up this picture in EarthGov Productions still.
No.
Rolly looks at Julius. Julius, do you remember the ending of the movie?
Are we talking about the credits, really?
Yeah. Saris, what's this all about?
Oh
Yes.
man, have you guys ever wanted to see Ash dance while drunk and high at the same time?
Saris's hand hits the table. Yes and yes.
Well, do we got the movie for you?
Hunk, I need to stop down at by SIS in a little bit here. I'll see if they have the movie.
Can we put a bit of distance between that and Colonel Combat? Because I'd rather not, well, watch myself be humiliatingly intoxicated 2 movies in a row.
Rolly pulls up the picture. So, pretty much, that Snarf ended up playing a great role, actually. He did a good job. Didn't you give him acting lessons, Ash? Because Malcolm wanted you to play this role originally?
I did. I think I have footage, audio of that conversation. There we are. Ash, I need you. I need you to play this role. Please. Malcolm, I can't walk right now because you filled me full of bullets. I'm sorry. There's got to be something that Eloquin can do. No, she's done everything she can. You know, I'd probably be able to act better if we went to Gateway to get healthcare. No. No, don't make me resort to spackle. That's your only option. And at this point, I'd legitimately rather die than act in that role. Fine. At least it's not Scar. And that's where it cuts.
Leslie, Julius, who did you play in this stupid ass movie?
So in the movie, there's this guy named Matthew McConaughey. He plays a lot of scenes with Ash's character. I played that guy.
And how crossfaded was Ash on a scale 1 to 10?
Enough that at one point I was sitting down and he started dancing in front of me
Sarah starts cackling.
while Scar just stepped like from side to side, and he's gonna do what Scar was doing, like this, for the majority of it.
So, 17.
Yeah, about a 17.
Leslie nods her head as Rolly, yeah, it was an interesting movie. Malcolm hired some actual director because he wasn't happy with how Chance's platoon turned out. And the guy actually died. He stepped on a mine and blew up. And then everything went to hell.
Sounds about right.
As per usual, as he gets up out of his seat, walks out and, hi, Captain, and walks this way. And Icy and our Spartan are here. Hunk gets up. That's enough! Comes out here. He's carrying her. Puts his hand right between their faces, plural. She has legs and feet. She can walk. Set her down. And the Spartan sets her down and moves back like 6
Come on, Hunk. It's alright.
Hunk pats her on the head, and Icy, Armory, Davine, Julius, and Ash, now.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Hunk does the ICU hand motions to the Spartan and goes back into the kitchen, sitting down. Icy, I need him in here. And she waves him in. He comes in. And Rolly's standing next to him. And she, okay, tell them. They'll believe you. And Banksy, so, we were down at Tommy's restaurant eating before the movie, and I went to use the restroom, and you know your engineer?
Yes, no.
Yeah, he's washing dishes in Tommy's kitchen. I know I'm new around here, and I don't know everybody yet, but I know that guy, because there's not a lot of kobolds around Gateway.
Huh.
I see. So, we have two options. I can read his mind and figure out what's going on, or we can do what General Lorelei said. We should always let people try to explain themselves before peering in to their minds without their knowledge. You guys are from the Majestic. Rolly, oh, gotta go! And runs up this. SWTOR is calling! Disappearing. Icy watches him run away. Go down and figure out what's going on. And if you can't, then I'll read his mind and we'll just get to the bottom of it. And when you come back, we'll go to Colonel Kong.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Thank
Washing
you.
dishes as he picks her up and takes her far away from Hunk. Pequod, who's washing dishes? Comes out.
Snarf.
Pequod, oh.
Maybe it's money?
He did help Jaren buy that other ring.
And Tommy does pay really, really, really well.
That is very true.
Pequod, yeah, he didn't take the. She comes up to you, Julius. He didn't take the what were they called? Malcolm money package from the movies and stuff. So, he's not loaded like Scar is.
Right. Yeah, we'll have to go talk to him.
Pequod, he bought a ring. Looking
He
at
helped-
Davide.
Yes, he helped Jaren buy the ring. This ring.
Pequod, oh. Well, go get him back. If he needs a raise, I'm sure Icy will give him one.
Hopefully, yeah, we'll go talk to him.
All right, I'll be here. We'll have everything squared away and the ship ready to go when you get back.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna give her a little salute.
Before you are able to get out of the room, she looks at Ash. I hear your mobile suit's coming along like crazy. Jennifer was telling me this morning. I'm gonna go down and take a look.
Maybe not
Uh,
now.
Hey, you know what? Ash, Davine, you think you can handle going down to Snarf?
Icy and her Spartan come out. What's going on?
I was thinking of just having a little inside date with Pequod. Just us two.
No, you're going to fix the snarf thing.
I see.
You can think in your mind to her if you want.
He's gonna think she wants to see the mobile suit.
You see Icy's eyebrow raise for a sec. Pequod, I need help picking out a dress for the movie. And Pequod, oh, now you want my help dressing you now that you have a boyfriend instead of just wearing basketball shorts and military gear looking like a tomboy. Sure, come on. Get out of his arms and we'll go upstairs. And they go upstairs.
I think I've heard.
The Spartan's gonna turn to you before you leave and whisper into your ear, Ash, he's washing dishes at Tommy.
I know. I'm headed down to see what's going on.
But he's an engineer. You hear him like,
Yeah. I mean, if it's about money, then do you know how much they get paid for working there?
yeah, it kind of makes me sick to my stomach, sir.
Agreed. But, I mean, I can't say that there's not a level of temptation there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. The Spartan shrugs, goes into the kitchen door, and Hunk, come sit down. Right where I can keep an eye on you. He sits down. You're free to go down to Tori. Here you are.
Tommy!
Ash! You see Tommy with a new smoothie maker. He's putting a bunch of different fruits into the smoothie maker. What are you doing down here? What you boys need today?
I'm actually looking for Snarf.
Oh! Here, Ash, try smoothie. Davian, Julius, come here, try smoothie.
What's that?
Okay.
I can taste it, but we are here on business.
Ash, you need to learn to mix business and pleasure, my friend. You need to learn these things.
We're on a limited time schedule. The girls are going to be leaving for their weekend out soon, so we need to be relatively quick.
Yes, of course. Here, Davian, you try first as you see Tommy looking over his shoulder. Back this direction. Try it, Davian. This is bananas, strawberry, a little bit of milk. I'm thinking of opening a smoothie shop. Crushed ice, kiwis. Give it a taste.
Okay. Yes. She's gonna take a little sip. It tastes superb, Tommy.
Good. Have a good day. Goodbye. And he points to the door.
Under orders from our captain, can't really leave yet, Tommy.
The lazy eye looks right at you. Who did you say you were looking for, Ash? He leans into the bar. Here, Julius, try smoothie. He gives
Snarf.
Julius. Never heard of it.
Tommy, you've been told on. We know he's here.
Oh.
Are you gonna call Icy a liar?
No. Let me consult guest list. Hang on. He comes over here.
Guest list.
Ash, I'm very good boss. He's looking at his wrist computer, trying to hide it from you. I try to accommodate all my employees. All the time. Sometimes, he comes over here, I not do well. Snarf, come work for me. He said, keep it on this thing called the down low. Don't know what that means. But anyway, he gave me a list of people who can come see him when he washing dishes. And, here, let me look at the list. I see somebody named Banksy, somebody named Hunk, and he lists off everybody's name except Davey.
Oh.
Okay, I'll take you back there. Davian, you stay here. Tommy need your opinion on mixing some more smoothies, and you make it quick. But I'll let you boys back there. Davian, you understand. I
Yes.
care about my employees. I cannot let you back there.
I understand, Tommy.
Very good. Now, Davian, here's some fruit. Put it in new smoothie maker. Make your favorite smoothie, and we'll see if it's good enough for Tommy's taste buds. You two boys, come back here with me.
Okay.
Very nice restaurant. And you see, no girls allowed.
Yes.
Who
Quite.
made that sign?
Somebody named Scarfrey Tooth. I think he live in an apartment.
Yes. Yes.
He come
Yes.
hang it up for Snarf.
Okay then.
Now, I don't know if he knows you're coming. Do not upset him.
I have no intentions of doing so.
Okay, I go keep Davine busy.
Okay.
Hey,
It's right back here. Just open door.
Gonna knock.
Tommy comes up to Davine. What fruit did you put in this, Davine?
I put a bit of kiwi, strawberry, and blueberries.
He's gonna mix it up, and while it's mixing and his lazy eye is watching it mix, Davine looks at Tommy. If Davine's looking at Tommy, she feels like his eye gets lazier throughout the day. It was lazy when she bought the ring, but now it seems even lazier. And the door opens for you guys, and you can go in, and you see Snarf jamming out on some music, washing some dishes, headphones on.
Walk up. Hey, Snuff.
He turns around. Uh-oh!
Uh-oh.
Takes his headset off. What are you two doing here? You think you own the place?
No, we're on orders. See what's
Orders?
going on. I see.
Oh. You want something to eat? Go ask Tom.
We're just here to talk to you.
Sure. He wipes off his hands. What's up?
Well, Icy wants to know what's going on while you're working here. And I wouldn't lie, I'm very curious myself.
Oh. You see he's got tons and tons of stacks of dishes. He's loading them into dishwashing machines and hand washing some. He sits down. Long story.
We've got some time, go ahead.
Need some money.
Right. We heard about that.
Did you get your axle?
Yes, thank you so much, Snarf.
You're
That
welcome.
means a lot.
Consider that a very early wedding gift.
Thank you.
It's top of the line one. Same one that goes in the kind of Escalade she wants. So it was good. Tommy's a fair guy.
Good man. You need money, if you don't mind my asking, is everything okay? Are you in debt to someone, or...
Oh,
Trouble.
debt? No. Not really. Here, I got you something too, Ash.
Okay.
It doesn't look special, like an axle for an Escalade. It'll look weird, but... And you see him, he has to go into another room and drag this because he's small. He's dragging this gigantic duffel bag out. You want to take a guess what's in here?
I have no idea.
This, he steps over here, is the best food in the world, in my opinion.
Really?
Alaskan king crabs. Caught from the wild. And Ash, you feel magic coming off the box.
Oh my. What's the magic with it?
So, Lorelei can do something called Arcane Time Lock. She said you two would be familiar with it.
Yes?
Right? Yeah.
So, she time locked the contents. So, your wedding day, these will be as fresh as they were when whoever trolled them out of the ocean in Alaska trolled them out. And there's enough here for, as he's pushing it up, everybody. But you can't open, if you open it, you'll break the seal. So, you don't even have to store it somewhere cold. It's permafrosted, thanks to Lorelei.
Okay. Thank you, Snuff. Thank you. I don't know what to say.
You're welcome. They're pretty expensive, hard to come by. I haven't had one in years, but I worked at a place in Alaska, small mechanic shop, before I started working for EarthGov, and we would eat those every day. It was 15, 20 years ago, long before Malcolm.
It's fair. Well, when we break them out, you're going to have some too.
Sure. Here you go. I'm glad you came. You can carry it. Now I gotta get back to my dishes. I'll see you later.
Icy's also wanting us to know when you'll be back.
I'm here. I'm just not at the apartment. I'll be back. We're going out for the weekend, but...
Okay. Seriously, is everything alright?
Mostly comes over here. Needs some extra side cat.
Right, okay.
you don't mind my asking why?
If you really want to get into it, we can get into it.
Please, I don't mind. I want to know. I'm worried about you. You're a very good friend. I mean, it's not like we've been through hell together or anything.
Well, I mean, I think we probably get overpaid. Me, Jennifer, Lorelai, and the captain are great. I wish Icy was our captain from day one, but that wasn't how it played out. Anyway, we're overpaid. Me and Jennifer, for sure. But most of my actual salary, types on his wrist computer, goes to my sister.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of sickle cell disease in humans?
Vaguely, I've not researched on it, but I've heard of it.
So sickle cell disease in kobolds goes right to our brains. And when you get it, it's basically terminal. Now, my sister, she's the only sibling I have. My niece has it, her daughter. And it's... You know what I'm saying. It's a mean way to say it, but it's a money pit. It's basically just being kept alive at this point. But my sister can't let her go. It's her only child, so... And it's very expensive. Absurdly expensive. So most of my actual income goes to her. And if I just need some side cash so I can retire.
Of course. I'm so sorry. If I'd known, I would have done my damnedest to make sure you were even more overpaid. I'm sorry, Snuff.
It is what it is. Can't do anything about it. But I'm looking to retire here in the next month. Get the hell out of here as quick as possible. So some side cash put aside. I blew a lot of it on. I helped some people out with some stuff. And yeah. Plus the axle costs money, and those cost money. But that's not the point. I wanted you guys to have these wedding gifts. Because if I'm gone, can't really give you wedding gifts by the time the wedding day rolls around.
Well, even if you want to get away from us that quick, eh?
He's looking right at Julius, then looks at you. Yeah, it's time to leave.
Is it because of someone in particular, Snarf?
Why would you think that?
Because there's a
I'm
name.
just asking.
To be fair, there's a name missing from your guest list.
Oh. Well, yeah. Davine and... Yeah. I understand my place in the world now. After she bit my head off a few weeks ago. So, I made amends. I helped Jiren with some money for a ring. And, if I just, I'm only doing like 3-4 hour shifts here. Tommy overpays like crazy. And I can get the hell out of Dodge in maybe 2.5, 3 weeks.
You know,
If I didn't feel overpaid, I would just ask for a raise. But we are overpaid, so...
You don't... You know, I think you may be... I'm not gonna say overreacting, but you may be taking things said in a moment of frustration and anger to heart. We all say things we don't mean, Snuff.
That's true. He comes over here, starts washing dishes. That is true, but it was a good wake-up call for me. I understand my place here, and, time to go somewhere else.
What do you think your place is, Snarf?
To teach Jennifer. I won't leave until Jennifer can build Davine's gear. It's overcomplicated. But it's important to her, so I will not leave until Davine's gear, the Carter and all that kind of thing, is, she can maintain it. She has to build one. It has to work up to Davine's standards. Stress test, tolerance test. But she's a genius. He points to his temple. God forbid we still had her sister around. She was lost to the world. He's looking at you, pointing at you. If you had those two together in the armory, forget about it.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have you. You think your place in the world is teaching, I don't really agree with that. I think your place in the world is being with us, a bright light. I mean, you helped get both of us through a very horrible time. Your family, Snuff.
He's gonna start washing dishes, and family go their separate ways. and don't ask where I'm going. He looks at Ash. I might not be as good looking as Jiren or as smart looking as you, but I watched you drag Lasley back, stop Hunk from leaving. When I'm gone, I'm gone. So please, and I don't know where I'm gonna go yet. So you can't have somebody read my mind and figure out and come track me down. You understand?
That's fine. I just,
Well, my sister's married, and I wouldn't want to move in with her. My parents have been dead for a while, so truthfully don't know where I'll go yet, but I'll find somewhere to go.
if you don't want us to find you, I will. I'm not gonna violate your consent like that, but I'd beg that you keep in touch, because I really care about you, my friend, and I can't imagine getting married without you there.
He nods his head. I hear it's going to be a triple wedding now.
Possibly. I beg that you at least come to that.
Snarf, you understand I really can't. It's Davine was like, you say I'm a bright spot. I'm just some kobold. I'm just some guy. Davine was like my bright spot on the Majestic, in that hellhole of a ship. So, after some things, I want to just get the hell out of Dodge. And if you could keep this on the down low from Jennifer, anybody else, I don't care. But Jennifer, because I don't think she'll take it well. I don't want any fuss. I don't want any drama. I'm gonna pick up my things and go. So, I can be released from my contract at any time. And Lorelai's always a computer call away. So, no drama with the young Jennifer.
Julius will nod, take a step forward and get on one knee, and put a hand on Snarf's shoulder. Okay, I'll respect that. Just, if you do leave, if you don't see any possibility in you staying, no chance in reconciling with a certain person, you should tell Jennifer before you leave, at least. It would be better if she knew and not you just disappearing one day.
Snarf, I'll think about it. But it's not that big of a deal. A couple weeks away, God willing, Tommy overpays, so, it won't be too long of a thing. I'll consider telling Jennifer, I will. In terms of showing up to the wedding and reconciling, it's not about reconciling. Your mother's a great woman. I have nothing against her, but, I never had a chance. I'm no better than Malcolm in that regard. And I'm not going to come to the movies and watch myself be humiliated and watch Jiren and Davine laugh at me. I just want to leave. So, if it wasn't for Jennifer and Rolly, and I, believe it or not, Zap and Scar, I probably would have airlocked myself after she bit my head off. So, now don't trouble listen, I'm actually not that old. He looks at me, for a kobold, I'm not. I'm close to your mother's age. But I wasn't born, there are kobolds in the military, but I wasn't born with the physique, and that's just the way the cards played out. Can't be Jiren, can't be Carter. So, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to work before we have to go on this ungodly trip to see Zap's family.
I understand.
Just one last thing. Don't beat yourself down like that. You are not just as bad as Malcolm. You're a intelligent, kind, and brave man. You're a great man. Don't ever compare yourself to him again, because you are not. Alright?
He'll give you a half-hearted thumbs up. Oh, I'd rather be a meathead gray alien, but oh well. Anyway, I'm going back to work now. You can tell whoever you want. You have to tell the captain. I don't even care if Davine knows, but I'll tell Jennifer if you promise to keep it from Jennifer.
We'll keep it from there.
Yes.
All right, good to go. Get out of here. And he disappears through another door. And the music starts blasting.
God, this poor
Well?
guy.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Out here, Tommy has forgotten the blender machine has stopped and he's watching Crutch Bob's SquarePants. Comes up to Davine. Crutch Bob Crutch Pants, Davine. A very good show. You should watch it with Commander Duran sometime.
Perhaps I will. What's it about?
It's this man with 2 crutches who live under the sea.
Oh, I see.
Very good show. Oh, the boys are back. Everything okay?
As it can be.
Good.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Heavy news.
Somebody dead? Don't tell me Guillotine dead. He starts changing the channels to go to the news.
No, Guillotine isn't dead.
Thank God.
Just something about Snarf.
Snarf, very good man. I pay him, overpay him to wash dishes. He say he need money, so Tommy take care of him. What's wrong with him?
No, it's nothing bad. He's just thinking of retiring soon.
Very soon.
Very soon.
Well, every man is entitled to their retirement.
They are.
Very true.
Have fun, boys. And Davine, here, he pours her a smoothie. You enjoy. You take this back to the apartment. If you don't want this, give it to somebody there.
Of course, Tommy. I'll give it to someone. I mean, I'll keep it for myself. What am I saying? I love smoothies.
See you later, boy. He disappears into the back.
Well, let's go report to the captain.
Yeah.
There you go. You can find her in the armory, the 3 of you, and she's in here with Pequod.
We've got your report.
Pequod is, I'm going down to Icy grabs her wrist. No, we have to get leaving for the movie soon. And Pequod, fine. And Icy, report.
He's working there to get more money for retirement. He's looking to retire within the next month. Maybe a little more, but hopefully he wants to retire sooner.
Pequod, what? Icy raises an eyebrow to you.
Yes, he said after certain events transpired, concerning a certain woman.
Oh,
He
just
said-
say it, dumbass. She crosses her arm.
Oh, fine. That's all.
She
After certain events transpired with Davine, he said that he knew his place in the world and felt that he should leave after teaching Jennifer all he knows about ODM gear engineering, that kind of thing.
What if we give him a raise? I see looking at you, like a big one.
He says he's already overpaid and didn't want a raise, didn't want to ask for one.
And, it seems like even if we give him a raise, it's not gonna matter. He said he's not gonna leave till Jennifer can fix Davine's ODM gear and pick up the slack, but it seems that he just wants to take his retirement and enjoy it.
He's not even that old. You realize that.
Yes, he said he's about my mother's age in Kobold years.
Pequod, what's he gonna do?
We
Doesn't know.
aren't sure. He isn't even sure.
Icy looks over at Davine and then looks at Ash. No chance to keep him?
You can try to talk to him, but it doesn't seem like there's much of one.
And I suppose he doesn't want to talk to Davine.
No, he had a guest list, and she was the only one that wasn't on it.
Pequod,
Also, his one request is this doesn't make it to Jennifer's ears.
He's gonna tell her himself.
Icy shrugs, fine. If he really wants to leave. Can't stop him.
Grown man. He can do what he wishes, so I don't know what we're gonna do without him, but, you know.
There are other engineers. Icy kind of shrugs.
Yeah, but few is good. And, well, let's just say it as close as we are to him.
No chance we can get Davine to at least talk to him?
We can try to intercept him in the hallway or something like that while he's going.
It's up to her. She points to Davine.
Oh, tried to talk to him. I don't know if he's willing to listen to me.
You see Icy close her eyes and shake her head a little bit. Let's just go to the movie. If he wants a raise, I'll give him one.
Aye. Well, I'm sure
If
he
it'll
won't.
help him get what he wants quicker, I'll put in the paper.
It's a shame I doubt he'd complain about it. I don't think it'll help. You know, him not leave.
And Pequod, at this point, I guess he's gonna leave no matter what. How would you feel? She points at Ash, seeing Ceres married to another guy. As she walks upstairs.
Right.
I see she really can be rude sometimes.
She
Yeah.
can't. Don't worry. I'll get her back.
Icy's gonna, alright, get everybody, we're gonna go to Colonel. I really don't want to come now, but we'll go to Colonel Combat.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
You're joining where I've been all day. Joy.
She laughs and follows Pequod, gesturing for her Spartan to follow her upstairs.
Gonna go in. Well, everyone, it's time to go see the movie.
They all get up and start leaving. Hunk, where's Snarp?
I think he's still at Tommy's.
Oh. I'm gonna sit out this movie. I'm gonna go see my folks, in-laws, for the weekend. You guys be okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, just they're getting older. Gotta spend some time with them.
Of course,
Oh,
you
of course. Yeah.
don't know what you have until it's gone, right? Just
Yeah, not in-laws, I should say parents. Excuse me.
But all right. Although we're gonna be training Crimson Squad this weekend, I was kind of hoping you could come because
No.
come on, even if you're
No.
not a fan of him, the rest of them could learn so much more from you than they ever could from me.
No, no, and no. By the way, Commander Integra will stay here with the infant.
Okay.
They'll be taking the kids down to the beach too, but infants, movie theaters, not good bedfellows.
Right.
Right.
Well,
Snarf is where at Tommy's?
the
Dishes.
dishwashing area, the kitchen area.
Okay, I overheard a little bit. Am I on the guest list?
Yes, sir, you are.
Good. That's great. I'll go see him. Try to talk him into staying, and he looks at Davey and just disappears.
He looks at Laz. He's gonna have to warm up to Banksy eventually.
Leslie, I'll make him at some point or another.
I hope so. Honestly, it's so funny that he hates the kid because he really kind of reminds me of Hunk.
Leslie nods. Yeah, they are a lot alike. Just one of them is far more intelligent than the other.
Sociable. Sociable, I'd say. A Hunk is not an idiot.
No, he's not. Most of the time, she comes out of here.
Well, everyone's an idiot some of the time.
Come on, let's go see shirtless Jewel. As she says that, the front door of the apartment is going to open as General Lorelei storming in. I didn't miss the. Oh, good, you're all still here.
No, you did
Yes,
not.
ma'am. You right on time.
Good, excellent. I'm excited to see this movie, Julia.
Good you are, ma'am.
Look forward to your choreography.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It does get worse as the movie goes.
Why is that?
It was
filmed in one day, and I had to do most of the fighting myself and carry around most of the film equipment all day.
Oh.
36 hours.
Is it true you fought Dagon shortly after filming Wrapped, as they say?
Yes, ma'am. Like just about a day after.
I think it was 20 hours is when we landed on Earth.
Interesting.
Hmm.
You're aware your kobold's washing dishes at Tommy's, right?
Yes, ma'am. We are. It's a whole ordeal.
Ah.
Matters of
Do I want to know? She shrugs.
It's
That's
matters
up
of
to
the
you,
heart,
man.
so I'd assume no.
Then I don't want to know. And she walks up the stairs, hearing the matters of the heart.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
And you'll make your way to the movie theater for Colonel Combat. Hunk is not here, which Icy's happy about. And Leslie looks around and a lot smaller showing this time.
Zap, Snarf, Rolly, and Scar are out. No, not Rolly. Zap, Scar, and Snarf are gonna go meet Zap's family. Hunk's got visiting his parents. Yeah. And, well, Towns and Sasha are busy.
Yeah, I heard blowing up Davine Easter Island.
Hmm.
Davine Easter Island, you say?
Leslie looks back at her Malcolm something or other as General Lorelei sits down. Leslie, Pequod, go get a seat. Ash, Julius, Saris, go sit down. Let me treat you guys to something from Penguin Lady.
Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, thank you, Mom.
Come on this way. She walks.
Alright, well. Where do you want to sit, dear?
Saris is I'm gonna go right over here and sits down and asks for baby Julia.
Park himself next to her.
Leslie, you don't want anything from the Penguin Lady?
Do you want... if they have blood ice cream, I'll get you more.
Saris, please and thank you.
You're welcome. Kisses her cheek, and he walks down. Do you have any more blood ice cream?
Leslie is looking at the Penguin Lady as the Penguin Lady looks at you, and yeah,
Thank you.
you people are regulars here.
At this point, yes.
Leslie's gonna look at Davine. Davine, could you go make sure baby Julius is taken care of? He needs to be fed.
Of course. She'll go over and check on baby Julius.
Leslie's gonna grab Ash by the collar lightly. You know, you can't have an arcane. As the Penguin Lady is looking confused, you can't have an Arcane Council strike squad without an engineer, dipshit.
I do. We're trying to fix that right now. I haven't had really any time to come up with anything.
Why is he leaving?
It's because of Davine. She sort of tore into him. That whole Jaren thing happened. She was angry.
She's gonna come over and pinch Julius's ear. Hard as fuck.
Alright. Yeah.
If he wants to retire, nobody can stop him, but I've been around long. Maybe not as long as Lorelei, but he's one of the best I've seen. He rivals Blaze.
I know.
Are you guys gonna buy something? The Penguin Lady watching Julius's ear get pinched.
Yes, just one moment. I know, Mom.
Also, you know, this is a good way to get the squad disbanded. If we keep, she comes over here, pinches Ash's ear, having familial troubles.
I know, Mom. I need time to try and figure something out.
Leslie, I personally think Snarf and Davine would make a cute couple. She lets go of Ash's ear, but that's not for us to decide. Okay, buy what you want and I'll pay for it.
Worst comes to worst, I'll beg off the generals for someone. Hopefully maybe things will work out in bringing Blaze back before then.
Leslie, yeah, but we shouldn't let him leave.
I don't want to, but he's
Lonely, leaving, to be even... Just buy the ice cream, fuck this. She goes and sits down.
Blood ice cream and a thing of raspberry sherbet, please.
Yes, sir! Your ear looks like it's hurting you. She comes up to Julie.
He rubs his ear. Yeah, it is. Just a bowl of strawberry ice cream, please.
Leslie, just put it on my tab. And the Penguin Lady, absolutely. She gets you your ice cream. Look at it, your ear's throbbing.
Aye.
Feels like it.
Well, sit down and enjoy the movie. I hear you're shirtless in most of it.
I am, ma'am.
She gives you the ice cream and sends you on your way.
He's gonna walk up. Pardon me, Davine.
Oh, yes, of course.
Saris is gonna, here, you can have him, and gives her baby Julius. Right back. Go for it, Ash.
I'm just waiting for he's gonna hand her ice cream. I'm just waiting to move mine to next to Davine.
Next to Davine.
Or next to Saris, I'm sorry.
Just put it there. It doesn't have to be perfect.
There.
There you go. She takes the bowl of ice cream. I cannot wait for the beach trip.
Well, I can't wait for you either. I hope you have a good time.
I've never been to the beach.
Well, then it should be even better. And,
Yeah. And Hunk's taking it well.
yes.
Surprisingly.
I'm actually quite proud of him, all things considered. I mean, he had a rough spot when they were in the apartment a few minutes ago, but he's taking it wonderfully.
Pequod's gonna lead into Julius. If you had to live in the apartment with me, and there was another man marrying me, how would you feel?
Not that great, dear.
Great. She looks at the movie screen. Saris, it's gonna be a good weekend. I'll call you if anything happens, but I don't think anything's gonna happen. Otherwise, no calls, no smother.
Of course, and I almost hope something does, because, well, to paraphrase the quote from Chanceman that he had, I feel a great swell of pity for the man who tries to attack that house on that weekend.
Saris laughs. Yeah, I mean, he'd have to get through. Well, it would be a death run for him, I think. Lasley,
I'd say so.
Suletta, Icy, the list goes on and on. Saris looks around, just like Lasley. We are short.
That we are.
Lasley, yep. Everybody going their separate ways. Blah blah blah. Just start the stupid fucking movie.
Okay.
You have the remote, Ash.
He's gonna press play, and the shot opens to a black screen as you hear Colonel Combat! As we show flames being lit and techno music playing with basically ash, 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 ash. As the shot pulls out to reveal a burning Colonel emblem with the text above it that says, A Chance Family Productions presents Colonel Combat. We cut to a temple of Asian origin with two figures standing across from each other. The shot cuts closer to the two of them to reveal Xerix wearing a wig of shoulder-length hair and Ash wearing a wig that goes all the way down to the midsection of his back.
Xerix yells and tries to throw a punch aimed at Ash's ribs, to which Ash blocks and throws him back, and Xerix then throws a slow and very telegraphed kick towards Ash's face, as Ash grabs the leg, twists Xerix around and punches his knee, causing Xerix to fall down and yelp in pain as Ash stomps on Xerix's back.
It suddenly cuts to Malcolm yelling, No! As Ash picks up Xerix by the hair, and as he does, Xerix has red X's in his eyes, and Ash says, Your brother's backstory is mine. He points to the camera, and it quickly zooms into Ash's eye as we cut to shirtless Malcolm, his chest seemingly oiled, startling up in bed. Oh, backstory.
Here, Lorelai, gag.
He swings his legs over the side of the bed to reveal he's in only boxers, as he stands, the beer belly jiggles slightly, and he rubs some of his oil off onto his stomach. He then walks over onto the dresser before picking it up, which reads, Malkang, brother dead, return home, grandfather. Ugh, fine, as he looks off to the side longingly.
It then cuts to a bunch of monitors playing some kind of music video. As it pans over and Davine enters the scene in full tactical gear and holding a shotgun, pumping it. Alright, let's go. 60 seconds to target. Carter, is the perimeter secured?
Lock down tight. We really have to do this.
Food, Carter. Food. It better be locked down. I want Denaro.
Trust me, Davine.
I trust two people, Carter. One's Malcolm, and the other, you're talking to her.
It cuts to what appears to be a punk rock mosh pit, with Davine and Carter pushing their way through to the back. We then cut to an office above the concert with a silhouette holding a flip phone and a figure speaking into it.
Good boy. Good boy. She hangs up the phone. She's here. Right on time. She turns to face the camera, showing that one of her eyes is covered in tinfoil with a red dot with marker in the middle of it. I love punctuality in a woman. Don't you, Mr. Ash, son?
We cut to Ash sitting in the darkness holding a bottle of whiskey, drinking it. A glass of whiskey, I mean.
You sure she'll follow me?
He puts down the glass, looking completely depressed. You killed her partner, didn't you? She'd follow you to hell if she had to. Just make sure she's on the boat. Davine Blade must be at the tournament.
She pulls on a grate, flipping it open. Maybe me and Davine can share a cabin together. Maybe she can teach me how to fight with more than a bow or something. Have a little honeymoon trip together. Honeymoon? I don't swing that way, Malcolm. As a hairbrush gets thrown at her.
Read the script, idiot. You're playing a man in this movie, so act like it. If you so much as touch her, Denaro. He pauses as he finishes the glass. You'll need a seeing eye dog as he pulls out a knife.
It cuts to Davine pushing past people quickly through the mosh pit, and as she exits the pit, Scar with an SMG comes into frame and points the gun at Davine, who, somehow, even though she's holding the shotgun seemingly wrong, hits Scar in the chest with the beanbag, causing him to fly back. She walks up to Scar, who's laying on a table, before scanning the room and lifting Scar up. Where is Denaro?
I don't know.
Where is he?
We then cut to a warehouse door opening to show the silhouette of a man, hunched slightly as he comes into the light. It revealing him to be Julius, with bloodshot eyes as he looks pissed and ready to kill someone. He walks up to four men who pull out various weapons as Julius stands up straight and cracks his knuckles.
Let's dance. The man with the baton rushes at Julius as another of the men with nunchucks rushes at Julius from the other side. He takes a step back and lets the two of them run into each other as Julius collides their heads together. He turns to a man with brass knuckles on, and as the man swings at Julius, you see Julius's head nod and his eyes close for a second, dropping his guard and getting clocked in the face by a right hook. Julius's eyes snap open, looking even more angry than before, and he punches the man's chest, jaw, and stomps on his knee before flipping the man over. He turns to the last one, who wields a staff. Fall down. The guy then falls down. Julius turns around. Are we done? Can I sleep? He starts walking He starts walking past the camera as you hear.
Cut! We see Malcolm wearing a director's cap over his hat. Reset, everyone. We'll be back in 15.
No, I'm done. I'm not doing it again. He starts stumbling sideways as he walks past the set.
What do you mean you're not doing it again? It's the last scene, boy! Get back out there!
I'm gonna go to Ash's room, get one of his guns, and shoot myself for being in this movie. As he storms off.
Julius, get back here! No food for Ash! And you can see Julius flip him off as he continues to walk away.
Everybody's laughing.
It cuts to Julius walking as snarfing glasses and frumpy-looking clothing runs up.
Julius, there's someone who wants to speak with you.
If it isn't my wife on the phone, I'm not interested.
Come on, man, don't leave me hanging here.
He smacks himself in the face. Fine. Sorry, Snarf. I'm at my limit here, bud. Who would you let on set?
Well, I'm not sure.
You let someone random. On set. Of a Malcolm movie. Snarf, we know that's a recipe for disaster. We gotta get him out of here.
Well, you should go see him. It's not a reporter, at least.
He pinches the bridge of his nose. Oh god, if only they were. And he walks away.
It cuts to a chair that says Julius Cage as Julius walks up.
Hey, mister, you're in my chair.
Cuts over to the man in the chair, showing him reading Time magazine, which says, Mobile Suit Tallgeese used in battle for the first time in decades. He lowers the magazine to reveal Tennessee. Hey, Julius.
Oh, god damn it. Master. He pauses for a couple seconds, zoning out and leaning to the side before he snaps back to reality. Boyd.
I see the press is giving you a hard time.
Yeah, they think I'm a fake. That I'm not marrying Rico's daughter.
Oh, come on, Julius. You're one of the best martial artists in the world, and a beautiful man to boot. I'm gonna help you prove it.
What? What'd you say? What? How?
Prove that you're the best in the world and married to a beautiful lady?
He nods for a second. You're kind, but I have a wife, sorry.
I know that. Whatever. As he walks up and lightly slaps Julius on the cheek, I'm gonna help you prove it.
He shakes his head. Prove it? How? And he gives him a thumbs up.
A tournament. The tournament's held once a generation. Best fighters in the world are invited. He hands Julius a scroll. You win the tournament, you win respect. They tell everyone you're the real deal and that you're married to Rico's daughter. Is that true?
Julius nods. So how do I, get there?
There's a boat. It leaves Pier 40 tomorrow. Hong Kong. Tomorrow. Be on it.
It shows Julius looking down and reading at this, reading the scroll, which it just has scribbles on it, as it fades to show Tennessee with a hat on, walking down the warehouse. As he walks, he reaches an area filled with smoke from a smoke machine covering it, and as he walks through it, the hat is pulled off by a fishing hook, and out of the smoke comes ash. And as he continues to walk, that you can see the hat hanging and swinging around in the background as it's tried to be pulled up.
Pequod is going to pause the movie, taking the controller from Ash. Is that fucking fishing line?
Yes.
General Lorelei, get to the part where he's shirtless, not Ash! And unpauses the movie, taking the remote.
We cut to Malcolm in a canoe, paddling along until coming to what appears to be the shore of a village. It then cuts to him climbing the steps of a low-tech colony. He continues to walk up the steps as colonists wearing robes look confused, and as he steps up to one of the older colonists, that man hugs him. Who are you? I mean, grandfather!
It then shows Malcolm standing where Xerix and Ash fought in the beginning.
Is this the place?
Yes, this is where we found his body.
What happened?
After you left for the frontier, he followed in your footsteps, preparing for the tournament.
Oh, that nonsense, you stupid old man. It wasn't enough that you filled my head with it, but you got my dear brother killed.
Saving the world is not nonsense.
Oh, the men fighting in a contest doesn't decide these things, grandfather. Colonels do. How can a wise man like you believe stupidity?
We all believed it, including your brother. A gong noise suddenly plays and the colonists start lining up in a courtyard. And it cuts to Malcolm and the old man standing in front of the colonists. Malcolm King has been given the dream. He is the chosen one.
Another old dude stands up. No, he left our temple. He does not deserve it. Why did you even come back to us? I want to represent the Order of Colonels in that tournament. For what reason? The man who murdered my baby brother will be there. That, and I'm the only true colonel here. Those can't be your only reasons for going, or you will fail. Oh yes, I forgot. We're fighting for the fate of this useless world.
A figure enters the frame, his face obscured by a large hat, waddling in slowly while wearing a large coat, appearing about twice as tall as someone his size should be. That's you.
That's why you left the temple, is it not? The tournament was too much responsibility, but vengeance is so much simpler. He raises his head to reveal his face. Lord Snofton, he says as all the colonists bow when Snarf looks confused. Okay, you're still running away from your destiny. Snofton, Grandfather Stan, this isn't your god of thunder and lightning, it's just a fucking old kobold.
Pequod starts cackling. You hear Leslie clear her throat. It's not funny.
Spare
Pequod
him.
continues up.
Spare him, Lord Snofton. The frontier has spoiled his mind. Too much Davine for his own good.
So you're gonna win the tournament? I am, and there's no such thing as too much, Devine. Fine, show me how. He goes to charge Snarf, but is stopped by the old man. Oh, don't tell me you're afraid of a simple kobold. Malcolm rushes Snarf, and as he does, you see Rolly's arms come out of the bottom of the cloak, and Malcolm runs into them, tripping as Malcolm uses the momentum, or as Snarf uses the momentum to flip Malcolm on his back. Oh! Malcolm tries to get up as bad CGI sparks flash in Snarf's eye. If you stopped it, then why did you let Zerx die? Why didn't you protect him? Why didn't you? I've had enough of this, you bastard, as he gets up slowly. I'm going to find my brother's killer at the tournament, with or without your stupid contest.
He isn't ready, my lord. We've lost so much time already.
I know, but there is no one else. So we're pretty much fucked. Jump cuts to Malcolm walking outside the temple.
It cuts again to a taxi cab driving onto docks late at night. A much more awake and alert Julius steps out of the car with a bag hanging off of his shoulder. Thank you for the ride. He looks over at Scar reading a magazine that shows an ad for Jurassic Galaxy. That shows a shirtless, drugged Julius.
Hell yeah! You hear General Lorelei. About time.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Julius walks up and takes it from him and looks at it.
Don't let them get to ya.
Yeah. Hey, you're Scar Lean, right? Man, I saw you fight in London. You were great.
Thanks. I saw some of your films. You aren't as good of an actor as I, but you can't fake what you do.
Yeah, thanks. Tried to tell Mal.
We cut to Malcolm walking on the dock, passing Julius, who's sitting down, and as Malcolm looks over at him, picks up the bag Julius has set down and kicks it in the water. Get my luggage on board, you deadbeat.
Malcolm walks away as Julius looks down at his bag. Damn it. He climbs down and grabs it, and he climbs back up. This fucking picture of Pequod is in here. Better not be. He opens his bag and turns it upside down as water and ruined pieces of clothing and the picture falls out. And he bends over and picks up a pair of sunglasses. Well, at least these aren't broken. He sighs and picks up the water-damaged picture, folds it up and puts it into his pocket.
We then cut to Carter and Davine, who are looking through binoculars. Who says the creep at the nightclub wasn't lying his ass off? Denaro could be 1,000 miles away by now.
It cuts to a shitty, barely sailing sailboat with 3 smoke machines on either side of it making fog, with the front of it in the shape of an eagle's head.
The hell is that?
It pulls into the dock and Julius looks at the eagle head in one of the sails. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The ramp lowers right in front of him and he proceeds onto the boat. It cuts back to Davine and Carter. Davine puts the binoculars back up and looks into a darkened shack, which reveals Denaria standing there. There he is. I'm going after him. She stands up and runs and starts running towards the boat.
Davine, that boat's a death trap. Don't get on that thing.
And as Davine gets onto the boat, that's it. Come to Papa. The horn plays and the boat slowly limps away from the dock.
We then see a moving shot of Malcolm walking on the boat. He stumbles as his foot goes through the floor. Oh! Pulling it out, Ash destroying the integrity of this beautiful boat.
Julius walks up behind him, holding numerous bags and cases of film equipment. Hey, you! Davine is pushed into frame, knocking into Julius, causing him to drop some of Malcolm's bag. Alright, you want to fight, tough guy? Oh, Mom. Do you want to fight me, is the question, son. He sighs and picks the bags up. Who are you, exactly? Davine. Where's Denaro? She takes out a pistol and lifts it up. Who? He looks somewhat scared as he gingerly lowers the gun out of his face. Davine puts the gun back into her holster. Out of my way. She gently pushes past him.
Just another starstruck fan, huh? As he walks up. Someone like that can only be handled by a colonel. Face it, buddy. As he lightly punches Julius in the shoulder.
Julius looks confused and disgusted as Malcolm walks by. The hell? It cuts to Davine climbing down below deck to a room with numerous holes in the floor, and as she walks, she narrowly avoids tripping into one of them. He then looks up and squints into the darkness, revealing Ash standing.
Hello, it's an honor to finally meet you, Davine. Ash Sung at your service as he takes a sip from the flask Hunk gave him.
I'm looking for a murderer. His name is Malcolm.
We don't have time for ad-libbing, my dear. We're on a tight schedule. We'll just continue the take. I'm impressed, but this is my boat, and if you want a tour, I'd be more than willing to give it to you personally.
Julius starts climbing down from below deck as his foot goes through one of the holes. Hey! Jesus. He pulls his foot out. Be nice to the lady. She's just doing her job. If I needed help from either of you, she stares directly at Malcolm, I'll call for it. In the meantime, beat it.
He then cuts to a door opening to show a fog-filled room backlit by a blue light. The camera then looks around for a second before panning down, revealing Roll Zero, Rolly in a blue ninja suit, and Snarf in a greenish-yellow ninja suit, exiting the room.
Got that radio handy?
Snarfian and Roll Zero. Deadly warriors in their own right, but slaves under my direction. Goes to take a drink from the flask before it's revealed to be empty.
Davine points the pistol at above Rolly's head. Move aside.
Pequod's going to pause the movie. Julius, you see her snatch the remote out of Lorelai's hand, who looks like she's becoming furious at Pequod taking the remote, and Pequod's paused it right on this frame, and she's laughing her ass off. What is that coming out of his claw, his hand?
It's bad CGI of a snake. You'll see.
He looks like a fool! She is laughing at the top of her lungs. You hear Suletta, "Arr!" You see her pick up Memrienne. I've had enough of laughing at a good-natured creature's expense. I'll see myself back to Gateway. And she walks off with Memrienne. As Lorelai, we've only seen him shirtless once, and it was a picture. Play the movie. She snatches the remote and
You can vaguely hear Malcolm say, "Chilling touch," as Rolly reaches up to the gun and it freezes and he's able to pull the slide off. We then, as the picture shows, cut to Snarf with his hand up and a terrible snake coming out of it making a squealing sound. You then hear thaumaturgy as terrible looking electricity effects come from a hand, and he uses the fan to blow both Snarf and Rolly against the wall.
You see as the thaumaturgy is going away, Snarf and Rolly climbing onto each other's shoulders and putting a cloak around them. It then jump cuts to Rolly on top of Snarf's shoulders, with the wig off-kilter and him breathing heavily. Enough!
Rolled, snuffed, Rolden, oh, whatever. How kind of you to grace us with your presence.
Your really cool-looking ninjas attacked my fighters. That is forbidden, as your emperor knows well.
My sincerest apologies. It won't happen again. He looks to the side of the camera and, Mercurius, can you find me something to drink, please?
I surely hope it won't. I'll see to it.
Of course! Until we get to the island where your dominion will end, he takes a bottle of water from Mercurius before shaking his head and handing it back. Something stronger, please.
My dominions are well known, sorcerer. What tournament? I was told this was about me finding an escaped convict.
You've been chosen, Miss Davine, much to my delight. He takes a bottle from Mercurius, drinking it as he walks into the darkened room behind him. You really are Snofton.
Come with me. He looks down at the ground. Go right. I don't want to fall down one of those holes. It cuts to a terrible-looking thaumaturgy again as it goes up the stairs. It cuts to above deck as Davine, Julius, and Malcolm are walking towards the camera. There's a guy with things coming out of his hands, a dude who can freeze stuff, and a guy who, as far as I can tell, is made out of electricity. And how did he disappear like that? What's even going on here? Who was that guy? There has to be some kind of rational explanation for all of this.
Okay. He's Snofton, god of lightning and protector of the frontier realm.
She said rational, Malcolm.
Snarfton, now with Snarf on top, comes into frame. Listen, what you're about to face is vastly more important than being a deadbeat. Points at Julius. Your job, points at Davine, and your quest for the coveted promotion, points at Malcolm. You've been given a sacred duty to protect the realm of Frontier in a sacred tournament called Colonel Combat.
Protect us from what?
Your world is one of many realms. One of them being the terrible land aptly called Slinger World. Ruled by a gunslinger who has crowned himself emperor. He now seeks a new world to conquer and enslave.
Oh, I'm so sorry. AFK. Just a couple minutes. I'm so sorry.
Sure, keep going, Nick.
Julius, now, wait a second. If this gunslinger crap is true, why doesn't he just invade and shoot us all in the backs like the gunslinger he is? To enter Frontier Realm, his evil demon sorcerer and his goons have to win 10 straight Colonel Combats. They've won 9. This shall be the 10th. Davine, a handful of people on a boat with no structural integrity at all, as she walks over to a banister and simply pushes into the ocean, are going to save the world. Exactly. The essence of Colonel Combat isn't about death, but life. Mortal men and women defending your world. Rolly starts walking backwards in a way that makes it look like Snarf is just floating. Why are you telling us all of this? There's got to be other people on this God's forsaken boat. All great fighters, but I've looked into their souls. And yours. The 3 of you will decide the fate of the tournament. The fate of billions will be on you. And what of Ash Sung, the conniving snake? Oh, still concerned with only vengeance and the prospect of a promotion. If you challenge him now, you will surely die. He looks up. It has begun. We cut to a shot of the sky as a terrible-looking CGI skull appears and flies towards the camera, screaming. We then cut to Ash holding both of his arms up, a bottle in one hand as fog comes up from a machine around him. It has begun. We then cut to a long shot as the boat's mast snaps and falls on the boat, causing a large chunk to come off as it begins to sink. It then cuts to Davine and Julius sitting in a rowboat with both of them soaking wet. Davine looking into her radio. Davine Colin Carter. Are you there? Maybe you can call General Rico while you're at it. You think I haven't tried that already? Besides, you do it. I'm not your secretary. Malcolm scoots into frame. No, my sweet, but you're mine. She rolls her eyes and stands up, walking away from the camera as it cuts to a shot of numerous rowboats reaching the beach with the people filling it. We cut to Julius picking some of Malcolm's bags up, looking around. Oh, I'm already soaked. Oh, no! As he falls into the water, holding Malcolm's bags, ruining the expensive materials they're made of. No, you bastard! As it cuts to Davian on the beach, messing with the radio. What are you doing, my sweet? She throws the radio into his stomach, breaking it. The disturbance must have destroyed the radio. Good throw, my dear. You should look at your compass. She looks down at her compass, which is legitimately spinning around wildly. Malcolm, where are we? I do not know, my dear. I'm no travel agent. Julius walks up to them, soaked, with a smirk on his face, and Malcolm glares at him. You bastard. Davian sighs and pushes past them. Wonderful. Stranded on an island of a frontier colony where my compass doesn't even work. We cut to them walking with the beach. Wait, you want me to carry the film equipment too, Malcolm? Yes, pick it up and get moving. It's the only thing you're good for, you unintelligent weasel. Fine, I'll do it so your precious Globnock won't have to break a nail. Good. But what if the legends are true? As he walks away, Julius stopped to look at him as he walks away. What legends? We pan to see them walking up the stairs. Do you need help with those? As they're going up towards the temple, he pushes Julius's shoulder, causing him to stumble down the stairs holding all the film equipment. Oops! Good damn it, chance! As Davian runs down the stairs after Julius, who is now just rolling down the stairs. Oh, what? Just a bit of friendly payback. We then cut to them at the top of the steps, looking over a room full of people and many statues of Globnock. Malcolm walks up to one of the statues that isn't Globnock, but a lizard folk, and turns to look at Denaria, who is in a sheer black dress with a high leg slit, and she's sitting under an umbrella. Julius walks up.
I'm back.
Oh, we're at seeing Denaria.
Julius walks up. When a woman looks at you like that, it means... You know what? I don't know what that look means.
We then see Denaria staring forward at them with just wide, vacant eyes. Neither do I. Let's move along quickly. They both start walking away as Davian walks past and looks legitimately freaked out by the look as she walks away. Ash walks up. Princess. Princess Daytana. A most dangerous adversary. Keep an eye on her, reptile. Make sure she stays away from those from the frontier realm.
As terrible CGI plays, looking like the statue breaking apart as it jump cuts to Gar with no clothes on, as he turns invisible and runs away. Denaria tilts her head and staring directly into the camera in a very unsettling fashion.
We then cut to them all sitting around a large table with food on it. Davian and Julius are scarfing food down as quick as they can, while Scar sits down. Food! Nice! Malcolm elbows Julius and points at Denaria, who is staring a hole through them. What's wrong with her?
I don't know. It's unsettling. Davian turns around to see what they're pointing at. Oh, Jesus! A gong sounds out as a line of muscular men in masks, led by Roll Zero, all walk out. One of the men in the middle obviously being Tennessee.
Ash walks up with his face becoming slightly red, as you can tell he's been continuing to drink. Welcome, you're here to compete in Colonel Combat. Tomorrow morning it begins. Some of you will even get to fight the great Prince Globo, reigning champ. You are all here, witnesses to a turning point of great proportions. He looks at the bottle that's mostly empty before downing the rest of it. treasure these moments as if they were last, and now a taste of things to come.
The muscular men in masks then go up to all the tables, flip them over, making room for something, as Roll Zero walks to one side of the room and Tennessee in a mask walks to the other side of it. Tennessee then begins to do a routine of what can only be described as someone with no martial arts or close quarters combat experience, flailing their arms around randomly and throwing kicks that almost knock them off balance. He then stops, turns to face Roll Zero, and slowly starts to run towards him, as Rolly sidesteps and makes him run into a wall headfirst, knocking Tennessee out.
Pequod's gonna pause the movie. Who is that? Is that the squad's pilot?
Yes.
General Lorelei, he was a good man, from what I heard.
He was.
Lorelei looks around. Anyway, get to the shirtless. Unpause the damn movie. And she unpauses the movie.
Flawless victory? He rolls his eyes and walks away.
Join an Arcane Council Strike Squad, they said. It'd be good for your career, they said.
That's how I felt about taking that job at Sword Base. Malcolm pushes past both of them.
Julius puts a hand on Malcolm's shoulder. Malk, where are you going?
After Ash Sung.
Can't go after him. Remember what Snarfden said? As Davine walks up. Well, he didn't say anything to me. Ash Sung knows where Donaro is hiding. She walks past them both.
You know, my boy, you have to admire her, the way she sets her mind on something such as me, and tries to take every bit of it, the ravenous beast.
Just walk. And she would never set her mind on you like that. And he walks past him.
Not true, my boy! She is my wife, after all, as he fat guy waddles after them. We see Ash walking along a path as the three of them follow.
Davine walks up the path further as the two of them reach her. And she gets in Malcolm's face. How many times have I had to tell you I don't need your help?
I can't help it, my dear. It's a guy thing, you see.
Julius rolls his eyes and starts to walk ahead of them. Where are you going? The script says to follow Ash. Come on. Fine. He starts following Julius.
Malcolm follows a little slowly before clearly looking at her ass. The perfect view. And we then cut to them continuing to walk down the cavern.
Julius, look, why don't we all just forget about Ash's son? They continue walking down a cavernous path. What do you mean, forget about him? I want to get to the bottom of this. The sooner we're out of here, the better. Well, yes, I agree. Are you sure that's the best way to go about it? Yes, I am. Now let's keep walking. She's cut off as a large shadow of someone with 4 arms rounds the corner in the direction of the way they're going. And you can hear the shadow say, Man. The shadow then walks away down a different corridor.
David, you can go ahead and figure out what that was. Julius and I will wait for it here.
Julius and Davine lean in at the same time. What? It then cuts to Denaria with the tinfoil over her eye again as she eats to her fill from a table of quite good-looking food. You see, me, I believe in a fair fight. One-on-one, man-to-man, bow-to-bow. Just like my mama taught me. What I saw wasn't very fun.
We then pan up to the group of the three of of Malcolm, Julius, and Davine looking over a ledge at them.
That's Denaro.
Forget Denaro. Who's the other specimen of a man? Look at that wonderful physique.
He cuts back down to Denaria talking. And then he freezes the dude, and he explodes. That pork colonist didn't stand a chance against Malcolm. Could see his innards and everything. Disgusting, man. What I don't want to know is, if this Ash Sun guy is so great, why is his boat so crappy? Anyway, he gives me the creeps, almost as bad as Malcolm, as a leg of turkey is thrown at her. Groggett stands using the prosthetic set of arms on his armor to push off of the armrest. Ash Sung is a great man. That was all his intention. Look, those who challenged his power became his slaves, 'cause he's a slaver, man. Those who are smart, though, like me, man, curry his favor. Yeah, well, I haven't been seen any of those around her. You idiot hick, man. You know nothing. He takes souls. He learned the dark gunslinger arts from the Emperor himself, man. And you're some kind of royalty, aren't you? I am Globo, man. Captain of many strike squads across the realm, and crown prince of the underground race of Globcon. Underground. Does that mean under the ground? Yeah, man. Something like that. She looks pleased with herself as she takes another bite of food. I'm kind of an underworld boss myself, you know. Back home, you know. How lucky for him, man. He grabs a bottle of wine and dumps it onto her head.
It's true, Prince Globo. Why else would I have chosen such a visibly is looking at his script. Dumb hick. Look at him, no manners yet in the realm of Earth. Men like him can amass great wealth, and can even become the captain of a strike squad.
I'd like to get back to that wealth as soon as possible, if you don't mind. When do I get paid?
After you fight the girl. Remember, she is not to be she's not to be harmed, just humiliated. I have plans for my... He looks down at the script. Beautiful, Davine. She'll kick my ass later. Oh, whatever.
To what do we owe you the pleasure of your presence today, Ash Sung?
I've come to warn you that Chance Lau's descendant is fighting in the tournament. You must handle him carefully.
I saw this Milk King. He won't pose a problem to me, man.
You foolish fucking idiot. There's no time for pride now. Absolute victory is in our grasp. I don't want you to lose it all just because you're stupid. That's part of why I'm here. I need to warn you of another danger. Princess Daytana.
The Emperor's adopted daughter, man? Why should I worry about her?
Princess Daytana is not 10,000 years old. She's an adult woman and the rightful heir to the realm of Slinger Realm. She can't team up with the idiots from the frontier, especially that Malk.
Julia, it cuts up to the three of them. Really? What's so special about you?
Other than my virility and beauty, I'm not sure. Ash grabs a bottle of wine off the table and takes a good 5-second chug from it. The Emperor and I do not accept failure.
I don't fail, man. Julius, let's get out of here. They all go to leave as Malcolm pushes some rocks off the edge. It cuts back down to the three on the ground. What was that?
We're not alone. Go check what's going on as he begins to walk away, drinking more of the wine.
It then cuts to the trio running down a different cave. I don't remember this. He looks around a completely different corridor than they were at before.
Look! He points down the corridor, showing Denaria in the black dress just staring blankly again. She must be trying to help us.
Hard pressed for a date, Malk?
No, I have a beautiful wife, as he winks at Davine.
Who gags slightly behind him.
I think she's just trying to help us. He starts running down the corridor.
Malk! God damn it, as the two of them go to follow. They all continue walking, and as Malcolm reaches a dead end, he looks around just as Nude Gar jumps out from the fog and spits in Malcolm's eyes, running back into the fog quickly.
Disgusting!
Julius comes up behind Malcolm as he's selling it as if he just got acid in his eyes. What happened?
A beast attacked me. I think it's following the princess.
Well, where is she?
I don't know.
It cuts to them walking down a corridor filled with spiders, spider webs and cobwebs. Malcolm, do you even know where you're going?
Yes, I do, my dear. Daytona went this way. I can smell her perfume.
I can't smell anything.
You should be able to. It's MILF, by chance.
They continue walking as they walk into the room where Denaro was eating. Well, I can smell something now, Malk. Bullshit.
Hold that thought, my dear. We've got company. A large group of colonists in red charge in as you can hear the music of Malcolm saying, "Test your might." You hear Malcolm in the background yell, "Colonel Combat!" as one of the colonists wielding a spear rushes at Julius, who pulls it out of the way, who pushes it out of the way, using it to pull the colonist forward, and knee him in the gut, taking the spear.
Cuts over to Davine with two colonists on either side of her, as one throws a punch and she maneuvers it in a way that causes the other colonist to get hit by it, immediately dropping low and sweeping them both from out under their feet, and as one of them tries to sit up, Davine spins around and kicks him in the face. It then cuts over to shirtless Julius in Malk King's pants, standing where Malcolm was when the scene began.
Take off the beard!
Standing when the scene began as three colonists rush at him, one of them being Tennessee. Julius takes a low and wide stance, throwing an open palm into one of the guts of the colonist, sending that colonist back. Julius then runs over and climbs the stairs next to the throne that Globnock was sitting in, and the standing colonists, along with Tennessee, rush after him, to which Julius jumps up and split kicks them both, and as Tennessee falls down the stairs, you hear a sound of bowling pins play. It cuts over to Julius's Johnny Cage wielding the spear as a staff, spinning it around, hitting a colonist in the neck, sending that one down, quickly spinning around, adding momentum by spinning the staff, sending another hit across the face of the other colonist, sending the colonist spinning directly into a quick kick from Davine into the man's side. It then cuts to shirtless Julius, jumping off of a wall, spinning around, kicking a colonist in the face, who stumbles back into Tennessee, causing them both to fall. It then shows all three of them take their own respective fighting stances. Well, that was a piece of cake.
Yes, very easy, especially for someone of my fighting caliber and know-how.
Julius's breathing is quickened a little. Oh, shut the hell up. Get over yourself.
What do you want from me? We are standing and they are not.
Yeah, because of us.
Yes, we did beautifully.
You can hear clapping in the background as it pans over to Rolly in the Snarfton costume. Wonderful. Really, just great. Tell me, though, what are you going to do about... He points over to a large group of colonists. Them. The colonists all pull out spears and swords as they yell, "Hi-ya!" as they start to close in. Nuh-uh. He puts up a finger and bad sparks of electricity come off of it. I don't think so. He pushes off the stairs, making Snarf walk over to the trio. I'm sure you'll find that this is the way out. And as they go to leave, Julius turns around. You guys are really lucky that he stopped us. He then cuts to the four of them walking into the courtyard filled with statues. So now that you've seen what you will be facing in the tournament, what do you think? Do you mean Glabo and Ash Sung?
Ash Sung will be in the tournament?
If he chooses to. He's a former champion, so it would be allowed, and he is far scarier than Glabo. He steals the souls of those he tells his backstory to. So instead of facing one, you face thousands. Remember that. He points at Malcolm. There are stairs here, he whispers as Snarf's feet can be seen feeling out for the next placement. Tomorrow, the tournament begins. Be prepared.
Pequod's going to pause the movie. Did they fuck this up throughout the entirety of the film?
Malcolm directed them to swap like that. I don't know if it was on purpose or not.
General Lorelei, did he oil you up for that fight scene, Julius, or is that just all natural?
Yeah, there was no oil involved, man.
All natural. Pequod, it's Snarf 1 minute, Rolly the next. It's great! And she unpauses the movie. As you've noticed, Saris is getting uncomfortable watching the movie for poor Snarf, because I assume you may have filled her in on what's going on.
Trust me, I get it, Saris.
Keep going.
It cuts to Malcolm, shirtless, walking up to a ring of sand on a beach holding a staff. Tennessee is there waiting in the ring, with his own staff. From this moment on, my island will be your battleground. You can see Ash filling his flask as he says this. Malkang, you will be first. Ready? Fight.
Tennessee sticks his staff into the sand and nods as it cuts back to Malkang, who is now Julius,
Clapping Lorelei.
as he does the same. They both circle the stabs for a couple seconds before Tennessee clumsily rushes at Julius through the opening of them. Julius dodges out of the way and takes one of the stabs, lightly tapping Tennessee on the back as he gestures over to the other one. Tennessee takes the other and swings at Julius, who blocks the next few strikes before using the staff as support as he jumps up and kicks Tennessee in the chest. Tennessee stumbles back and growls at Julius as he tries to punch him. Julius takes the hit in his chest, causing him to drop the staff, and he spins around and kicks Tennessee away. As he does, Julius rushes forward and sweeps the legs out from under him, and Julius then stands up and quote-unquote stomps on Tennessee's chest. Tennessee stands up, growls again, and hits Julius multiple times in the chest and face before Julius spins around to Tennessee's back, kicks the backs of his knees, and does a spinning kick against his back, causing Tennessee to fall prone, groaning fakely on the ground. It then cuts to Malcolm celebrating, jumping up and down.
Ash walks up to Tennessee on the ground. Your soul is mine. He looks at the script. Malcolm, do I really have to do this? Today? Yes, my boy, now do it! Whatever. He bends over, taking a nice big chug from the flask. So before I got this gig, I was working with the headhunters, where I did a lot of hard work, and that led to me being put on a squat. He's cut off as Malcolm gags in the background. As Tennessee just starts groaning on the ground, acting like something's happening, but nothing can be seen as he falls limp on the ground.
It then cuts to Davine wearing short shorts and a black tank top, practicing some moves next to Ash, who you can see is drinking from his flask. Sherian, what's going on?
Whatever do you mean?
You know, you're drinking quite a bit.
Not a fun day to be acting, I suppose. Takes another swig. It would, well, today is, it'd be my anniversary of with my fiancée if I was allowed to see her.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sherian. She pats his shoulder.
I know, I just haven't seen her in He's cut off by Denaria with her tinfoil eye, wearing only pants, appearing from a darkened tunnel. Back to acting, I suppose. He looks at Denaria, or at Danria. I have a gift for you, Davine Blade. That, he gestures in her whereabouts.
Denaria completely steps through the archway, showing that she isn't even wearing a bra. She's just completely nude from the waist up. Oh my god!
Oh, God. He turns his big chair away.
Hello, baby. Did you miss me?
She's supposed to be wearing a tank top. Oh, fine. There's no time to fix it. Continue the scene.
Oh, poor dear. She steps to the center of the ring. Denaria walks into the ring. Now, would you look at this? She pulls out a knife. This little baby brings back memories now, doesn't it? What, did you skin deer with it? No. But it put a big smile on those kids' faces. Ear to ear, don't you know? Davine? I don't know what that means, so she's cut off by Davine with a terrifying look in her eyes, punching Denaria in the face, and then roundhouse kicking her in the stomach. Ugh, is that all you got? She kicks her in the side and then in the face. Ugh. She reels back and falls into the stand and then stands up. I ain't finished yet. Oh, I can change that. She grabs Denaria's wrists and yanks her in close, kneeing her in the stomach. Denaria groans again, and as she falls, she somehow manages to maneuver her spinning body in a way that she kicks Davine right in the ribs. Davine groans and picks Denaria up by the hair, standing her up and pushing her away. And as she pushes her away, she gets a running start as she jumps up, wraps her legs around Denaria's neck, spins and twists around, sending them both to the ground as Davine tightens the grip of her legs. Neat?
Sorry. Ash, it's at my line, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, the cat tried to knock something over. Ash averting and covering his eyes. Finish him, please, now.
No, Davy, please don't. I don't know what that kid comment was. I swear. Davine does not hesitate as she punches Denaria, knocking her and one of her teeth out. You can see some clarity cross over Davine's eyes as she stares down at Denaria. Oh shit, oh no.
Well done, victory. Can we please get to the next scene? Davine is picking Denaria up and trying to cover her as best as she can. Give me a moment, I'm trying to find the next one in the list.
It then cuts to Julius walking through a forest, wearing the sunglasses from the bag with trees that seem to be in perfect lines. He continues to walk, stretching his arms and his neck as Snarfian comes into frame, and Julius looks over at him. Takes his glasses off and looks confused. I thought I could take a break.
Snarf doesn't respond and takes a fighting stance with one of his palms facing out.
Julius looks confused as he also drops into a stance. Snarf?
You see Snarf flick something on his wrist as some kind of device activates under his sleeve. Julius's eyes widen as you hear, "Get over here!" as he pushes his arm out and an actual snake with a rope attached to it shoots out towards Julius.
What the? He barely manages to dodge it as Snarf holds his arm out again, to which Julius runs around the trees, using them as cover, the snake on the rope following him, through the use of terrible CGI. He's almost hit by one of the snakes as he rolls out of the way. The rope the snake is attached to wraps around a tree, causing the snake to spin around it, almost hitting Julius in the face. The only reason it misses is because the rope doesn't have enough slack.
Damn. Come here! He presses a button and the rope quickly retracts.
Julius starts looking about himself, trying to spot any sign of a snake, as you can hear in the background. What the hell is that? He's cut off by Snarf doing a cartwheel from behind one of the trees.
Hi-ya! He doesn't
Wait! Lorelai, get off the remote, you little witch! As Pequod rips the remote out of her hands, pauses it right on the frame of Snarf making a fist, rewinds it to see the cartwheel again. Go ahead, Ash.
Hi-ya!
She pauses it on the same exact frame. Julius, she's grabbing your thigh, laughing so hard it's starting to hurt, and she has not unpaused the movie yet. Her face is beet red, Julius. As Lorelai, he might take his shirt off in this scene. You should be on my side. He's your husband. As Pequod's still squeezing your thigh, holding the remote above her head. Ash, you see Sarah's very uncomfortable.
Right. He's going to lean over and try to take the remote.
She does not give you the remote. You can't reach it yet. As you see the Walrun babies start to levitate, and Icy and her Spartan leave. Nothing said. But she's levitating the Walrun babies out as Lorelai, give me that! And plays the movie. Jennifer gets up and leaves.
Funny. He shoots another snake out at Julius, to which Julius waits until the last second and dodges, causing the snake to hit the tree at high velocity.
Julius looks at the smushed snake behind him as the rope comes back to Snarf. Gross. He looks back at Snarf and starts charging him. Snarf's eyes widen as Julius jumps up for a flying kick, and you can hear in the background,
Teleport!
as both of them are teleported to what seems to be just the cargo bay of the Majestic, with the power turned off so the red light generator is turned on. Julius flies from the continued momentum of the kick and lands on his back on a piece of metal. He stands up and rubs his back, taking his surroundings in. Silly string lines the numerous amounts of ladders and wooden posts to give the impression of spider webs. Random ladders held up by flimsy wires are strewn about the place. What the hell? It pans over to Julius's face in disbelief, as it pans back to nothing, and it pans down to reveal Snarf.
Welcome! He throws a punch to the back of Julius's knee, sending him to one knee and level with Snarf, where you hear, "Come on, try to make me look good, kid."
Sunny gets up and leaves.
Julius
Julius.
nods.
The fight continues as Julius stays on one knee and throws a punch at Snarf, to which Snarf dodges and hits him in the chest. Julius stumbles back and stands upright, looking over to an elevated plank that Snarf nods and runs up.
He throws a kick at Julius, who blocks it and makes it so that when he does, he pushes a leg, causing Snarf to spin around and kick Julius in the face with his other foot. Julius reels and tries to send a kick back to Snarf, to which Snarf catches it.
Push me away!
Right. He pushes Julius's leg that he caught away from himself, Julius rolling out of it, right into a wooden post that holds up an elevated wooden platform below them. He then runs at Julius, where he throws random punches and kicks that Julius sells to be the hardest hitting punches he's ever had to endure, pushing him back, making Julius grab a bar, spin around it, and hit Snarf in the chest.
Julius then runs over and maneuvers Snarf's arm with his own to make it seem like they're going back and forth, trading blows and blocks repeatedly. It culminates in Julius making Snarf grab his arm, as Julius maneuvers himself in a way that makes it look like his arm is being twisted. Snarf kicks Julius in the stomach, making him stand upright, as he catches the next blows, pushing Snarf away. He runs over to the elevated platform. But before he can make it, Snarf kicks Julius's leg, making him drop to one knee again. And a quick whisper can be heard as Julius interlocks his hands. Snarf jumps into them. Julius sends him flying up, making Snarf do a backflip. And as he comes out of the backflip, he kicks Julius in the chest, making him fall backwards into the post, where above him is a wooden bar. Julius then jumps up and catches the bar as he pushes himself up and starts spinning around it like a gymnast. As he does, Snarf gets closer and Julius lightly kicks him in the chest, causing Snarf to stumble back. Julius then swings around a couple more times. Let's Go does a flip in the air and catches the ledge of the platform, pulling himself up.
Oh, holy shit.
Snarf stands up and looks at Julius above him. Get down here! He runs over and kicks at one of the posts, which snaps in half, and you can see in Snarf's eyes a bit of pure fear as he looks up at Julius. Uh-oh.
The platform starts to fall as Julius grabs onto a railing and starts screaming. It crashes down, making Julius fall through multiple ladders and pieces of wood until he eventually lands on a hard pile of components. Julius looks up at the ceiling for a couple seconds blankly, blinking slowly as he groans and slowly sits up.
Oh my god.
He looks up at Snarf, who jumps down to Julius's level, doing a front flip on the way down.
Snarf looks at Julius and he takes off his mask, which cuts to Xerix standing there, flames spewing from his mouth. Julius looks for something and picks up a trash can lid as a wave of fire comes out of his mouth, Julius luckily blocking it with the lid. Julius then picks up a broom and throws it like a spear, bouncing off Xerix's chest, making the fire stop, and as Julius stands, rushes at Xerix, using the trash can lid to hit him a couple of times as fake red Kool-Aid blood comes out where he hits, eventually hitting Xerix in the head with it. We cut to a dummy of Snarf standing there, and as Julius runs away, diving, the dummy explodes.
Pequod standing up, clapping.
Yeah.
You definitely see Rolly come over. Julius, he can pick baby Leslie up. Can you take her?
Yeah, sure, buddy.
You take her and Rolly.
You doing this to her? I think this is the right one. Yeah, we cut to shirtless Malcolm, standing on the beach with Ash sitting across from him, spinning a bottle of whiskey in his hand. It then cuts to a close-up of Ash as he looks confused and gestures behind Malcolm. Your opponent... Wait, wasn't that supposed to be Denaria?
It cuts to Davine walking up the beach in the clothing that Denaria as Detana was wearing. She walks around Malcolm over to Ash, who puts the bottle up to his lips, and Davine lowers the bottle down.
Why are you doing that?
That's enough for right now, little lamb.
I can still remember what day it is. It isn't enough.
Fine, you're a grown man. Just don't drink while I'm around, yes?
No promises, but I'll try. He sets the bottle down, pulls out a cigarette, and lights it. Took this from Malcolm. Yes, we're running out of daylight. Dive into your mark now.
Davine pats Ash's shoulder and death stares at Malcolm as she walks up.
Malcolm attempts to imitate Julius's fighting pose very poorly, to which Davine rolls her eyes. Your opponent is Princess Daytona. Begin.
Davine cracks her knuckles and neck as she walks up, punches him in the face once, and sends him to the ground, groaning in pain. She then grabs his arm and twists it. If you're going to imitate my son, you truly have no hope.
Why do you care if I win or lose? And I'm better at it than he could ever be.
He screams as he is lifted to his feet and judo thrown to the ground, and she punches him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him.
Cuts over to Ash as he goes to take a drink, looks at the fight, and sets the bottle back down.
He cuts back to Davine, who's toying with Malcolm, kneeing him in the gut and then the face, stomping on his foot and pushing him away with a palm strike to the gut. And then she just simply walks up, grabs his arm, twists it to the point that she If she put an inch more of pressure into it, it would snap. If you hope to win your next match, maybe don't try to fight it yourself.
What? Detana looks at the script, reading from it visibly. Stop playing with him.
Fine. She lets go of his arm, grabs his beard, pulling his head up before kicking him in the face, knocking Malcolm unconscious. She then turns to Ash, does a curtsy, before turning around and walking away.
We then jump cut to Malcolm with a blackened eye, missing tooth, broken glasses, and crooked hat, with his hands on Davine's shoulders as he stands behind her. Ha! The upper hand! I win.
Remember my words, Chance.
We cut to Ash with Mercurius leaning next to him, poking him. Mila? Princess Detana, you disappoint me. Not very wise.
She scoffs as Malcolm lets her go. She elbows him in the face as it fades to another room, with someone in robes carrying the 2 buckets with a stick holding them. He sets them down as it is revealed to be Rolly in the Snarfton wig. We gotta go, quick! The 2 of them scurry up the stairs as Malcolm walks into the room, shirtless, revealing multiple cuts and bruises that are still there.
The shot holds on him standing there, as in the background you can see Rolly putting on the outfit and the mask as he comes down the stairs, stands across from Malcolm, and takes a fighting stance before having to fix his mask because it wasn't on correctly. Malcolm yells and tries to kick him, but because of the gracefulness and dexterity that having the physique and stature of an old man gives you, he trips and falls on his face as Rolly kicks him a couple of times before Malcolm stands up. Get over here, you sorry excuse for a roach! Tries to grab Rolly, who rolls out of the way and punches Malcolm in the nuts.
Ha! Davine taught me that one. Malcolm falls to one knee, Rolly jumping onto the bent knee and jumps up, kicking Malcolm in the face, causing Malcolm to go flying back, screaming.
We then cut to Rolly standing across from Julius, shirtless, wearing the beard, sort of kind of stumbling a bit.
Rolly rushes towards Julius and throws a punch at his knee that Julius dodges, and Rolly runs under Julius's legs and away from him.
Rolly.
He turns around, rubbing his face, trudging after towards him as Rolly then jumps up, hits Julius in the stomach, and does a somersault backflip away from him, down a ramp that was in the room. They go back and forth for a bit before Julius kicks Rolly up in the air and pushes him away with his paw. Rolly then stands up from the ground, takes a stance akin to that of a crab as he brings his hands towards his stomach. You can hear Malcolm.
I storm!
As an orb appears around Rolly and starts to expand out, hitting Julius's arm, making him recoil and knock the bucket of water down, freezing the water that spilled out. Julius looks up to see Davine looking at him, and she mouths, "Use the water." And he looks at the other bucket of water, picks it up, and splashes the water at Rolly, that before it reaches him, it freezes into multiple globs of ice, and one of them hits him in the chest, causing Rolly to fall down, making the storm go away.
We then cut to Ash walking into the room from earlier where Denaria was eating. He looks at Globnock.
Is it time, man?
Yes, it is. Have no mercy.
Finally!
We then cut to repeated cuts of Tennessee being thrown into the gravel wearing different outfits. You hear Globnock grunting and yelling before each throw, and this goes on for about 5 minutes of screen time. We then cut to Scar and Agi practice fighting in a ring. A large metal door slides open as Globnock, in a cape, enters the ring, and Scar stops to look up at him. Where'd you get the other 2 arms, Gurok?
Gonna get you, man.
Scar looks down at Julius, who gives him a shaky thumbs up. As the fight begins with Scar actually landing a few good body blows on Gurok and backing up. As Julius,
That's it. Just like I showed you.
That's when Globnock swings and punches Scar, sending him reeling. Scar would try to kick Globnock, who would block them with the extra arms before punching him in the face again.
Scar falls back with the ring ropes keeping him from tumbling out and his momentum pushing him back towards Globnock. Globnock would then punch Scar, and in the process, Globnock would punch Scar in the process with repeated a couple times.
We then see Scar swing and cut Globnock's face with his claws before hitting a big kick and a few punches that staggers Globnock. Scar swings twice with both hands being caught by Globnock. We see him lift Scar off the ground before multiple massive blows to Scar's unprotected chest and shoulder area. He moves to beating Scar's face repeatedly as Scar falls to the ground unconscious. Just finish it, please.
Time to die, idiot.
Wait, I didn't mean...
Globnock uses the robotic arms to chop at Scar's shoulders once before kicking him in the chest as hard as he can. As he begins to celebrate, it cuts to Ash, Julius, and Davine pull him to Eloquent, who begins to treat him. Oh my god, is he gonna be okay?
Maybe he's hurt pretty bad. He takes a device and scans him. Dear God, there's 4 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, it's a cracked collarbone, and a broken orbital socket, on top of a concussion. He was trying to kill him. Malcolm rushes in. Nobody cares about the charisma black hole. We have a movie to film and we are running out of time. Get to your next scene, Ash. Fine, just so we can get out of here and I can be doing something more important faster.
You really are a special kind of trash, Chance. You did nothing to deserve that.
He did everything to deserve it, ruining my precious films.
The scene fades to black as you see Julius hold Davine's arm back from punching Malcolm in the face.
We then cut to shirtless Malcolm sitting with his legs outstretched in front of him on the beach with 2 sticks of incense burning next to him. We then cut to footage from the beginning of the movie reused, with Ash holding Xerix up by the hair as, "Your backstory will be mine." He points towards the camera and you see Xerix scream.
Milk!
We cut back to shirtless Malcolm on the beach as his eyes shoot open. No! Backstory! As he breathes heavily and looks around.
It cuts to Julius and Davine sitting on a rock together, looking out towards the water of the beach with Julius wearing the sunglasses. Are you sure you want to fight Globnock? You saw what he did to Scar, and even with Malcolm in this stupid movie, I don't think he'll even try to hold back. I'm worried he might kill you. I can do it. I'm not gonna let what happened to Scar happen to anyone else. Especially you, Ma. You can see her face light up, and the setting sun starts to glint in the tears that are starting to form in her eyes. Well, she turns away. You make it all sound so simple. But I'm sorry, son, in your condition. I don't think you can take him on, and I can't bear the thought of losing you. The tears start to coalesce enough that they begin to fall. Julius looks over at Davine slowly and smiles as he wipes the tears away. He won't. He won't hurt me. I have a plan. He yawns and he tries to stand up and falls for a second, stumbling on the rock, causing Davine to have to catch him. How much you want to bet that he won't even land a single punch? She laughs and sniffs slightly as she wipes some more tears away. You're far too cocky for your own good, young man. Julius pats her shoulder, hesitates for a moment, and puts his locket into her hands. You forgot good looking. He steps away from her and starts walking down the beach, dragging his feet at this point. You can do it, Strawberry. Her hands shake as she brings her hand holding the locket up to her chest.
We cut to Ash walking towards the camera. Challenging Glabo, eh? Are you sure, Julius? You don't have to fight him, you know. Don't think it's a good idea. He might really hurt or even try to kill you.
I'm not the one who's going to die, Ash. His breathing is heavy as he leans on a nearby statue.
I see. Somewhat foolish, but I trust you. You want to protect everyone. I hear that. But Julius, if you do, bite the dust, he's just gonna come after everyone else after you. Except Davine, I think she might be a little scared of him.
If that's the problem you got with the fight, Ash, I don't see it. He pushes off the statue and walks over to him. Just let me fight him.
Fine, as you wish. It's foolish, I think, but go ahead. Fight him to your heart's content. But in return, I reserve the right to challenge the winner, or someone of my choosing, in a place that I pick for the final fight of the tournament.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Can we move this along? As he yawns. Snarf in the Snarfton costume almost falls over as Rolly trips on the statue, but he manages to catch himself.
I don't think so, Ash. Too late, Snofton. Rules are rules, and we made a deal. And that's the thick and thin of it. He walks away as he pulls out the flask and continues to drink. What have you done?
I reserve my right as a mortal to challenge anyone of my choosing. I'm doing all the damn fighting, so I think that's pretty fair, yeah? He pats Snarf's shoulder and walks past him. Are you gonna watch me kick Globnock's ass or what?
That does sound tempting. We cut to 4 silhouetted figures, obviously being Xerix, PT Valk, Upworth, and Denaria, all cheering as Globnock in his armor walks behind him.
Out of my way, man. They clear out of the way as Gurok raises all 4 of the arms. Gonna win, man! It cuts over to Snarf in the costume with Rolly peeking out from under the robe, trying to watch the fight, biting his nails. Gurok then steps down into the ring and starts cheering, as it cuts to random colonist extras in red masks, a single frame of Tennessee eating a hoagie, then back to Gurok cheering. Yeah, man! Yeah!
The crowd begins to chant Globo, Globo, as he walks over to the ring. Julius looks up at Globnock with an unamused look on his face as he takes the sunglasses off to reveal bags under his eyes.
Gurok grabs Julius's wrist, grabs the gift sunglasses, and crushes them in one hand. As he does this, you can see a certain look in Julius wash over his face, like he made a decision that gave him a large boost of energy that he needed. Gurok drops the sunglasses to the floor as Ash walks through the crowd, looks at Gurok, down at the sunglasses, winces, and looks up at both of them.
Finish him quickly, will you?
No problem. I think he was talking to me, man. He's cut off as Julius suddenly does the splits, lets out a yell of rage, all of his runes light up and fire covers his hands as he limit breaks and uppercuts Globnock in the groin, and you can see a shockwave emit from where the punch landed. It cuts up to Gurok's face, which contorts and widens in pain as he starts groaning. He grabs his crotch and leans over. I think he popped one, man.
Yes! Snarf puts his arms out and accidentally hits one of the extras in the shoulder. Laughs, but you can also hear Rolly cheering. I'm sorry, man.
Julius stands up and smirks as he starts running up the hill and around the ring.
Ash smirks at Globnock. You really gonna let him do that to you? You should go after him. What could go wrong? He laughs and starts taking a drink from the flask.
It cuts up to Julius on top of the hill as he lets the limit break go and he falls to one knee, breathing heavily. Oh god, I made a mistake. Nah. Gurok stands up from the fetal position and looks up at Julius. I'm gonna finish you, man. It cuts to Davine laughing as Malcolm looks worried at Globnock. As it then cuts to Julius climbing up further and running into a cave system, Globnock following him. It cuts to Julius running out of one of the openings to the cave to show a large drop to the sea below him. He looks behind himself and up. You're gonna pay for that, Julius, man. I'm gonna hit you down there as hard as I can. He walks out of the opening to see no Julius in front of him, as you see Julius standing above him, hanging onto one of the rocks. Those sunglasses were a gift from my wife, dick for brains. He jumps down and kicks Garok in the chest, causing him to stumble back. Julius rushes him, kicking him across the face, using the momentum from spinning in the kick to elbow Garok in the chest, making Garok go over the edge. He walks over to the edge and looks over it to see Garok hanging on. That armor sure can do a lot. Huh, man? You wouldn't. But can you fly with it? As some of the rocks break off and Garok plummets down to the seabed below. But you can faintly hear,
Featherfall!
Aw.
damn it. He stumbles over to the opening and leans on it, resting his head on his arms, breathing heavily, as you can hear Davine in the background screaming. Mom? He rushes out through the opening.
We then cut to Ash stumbling up the stairs, holding Davine's shoulder.
God, you fell down right in front of me. You freaked me out.
I'm fine, Commander. Just have to get back to the barracks.
Yes, buddy, let's go back to the barracks for a rest. She helps him up some more of the stairs before Malcolm, Julius, and Snarf, on top of Rolly's shoulders, runs up.
Wait! Say your lines, boy! Ash gets a bit of clarity to his face. Oh, right, I exercise my right to challenge. Challenge looks over the room and points at Davy next to him. Huh. You're a coward, sorcerer. Stand and fight, as Snarf points at him. We had a deal, remember, Julius? He leans forward and Davine has to catch him so he doesn't stumble down the stairs. Colonel Combat continues. I'm just changing the location.
A horrible-looking CGI portal opens up behind them over what is obviously the entrance to the Majestic, dolled up to look like a part of the temple.
They back up into it as you can vaguely hear, God, I wish Cyrus was it. He's cut off as it jump cuts to the three standing there alone.
Julius yawns. So, he walks over and sits down on a rock. Where is he supposed to have taken her? Rolly, now on top, to the wastelands of Slinger Realm, the Emperor's castle, where I cannot go.
But we can! I must save my suite from that treacherous gunslinger. I and I alone.
We? Sure, y'all do all the work. You're gonna do all the work. He stands up and leans, putting his hands on his knees. Can she beat Ash Sung? No, she can't. There's one rule that he forgot to mention.
She has to accept his challenge, yes. Or there can be no final combat. It's like a wedding, except she's already said yes to that.
I have nothing further to teach you, Mao Kang. Although I don't think I ever had to teach you anything. You sure you don't want to go with us, Rolly? In Slinger Realm, if you look hard enough, you will find another guide. Julius rolls his eyes and leans on the archway. Whatever. He yawns as Malcolm and him walk through the portal. Good luck. They're gonna need it. It then cuts to the two of them standing in Slinger Realm, which is a darkened place filled with destruction and ruin, with pillars of what looks to be revolvers and guns all over the place. We cut to Malcolm and Julius as Julius is pacing around. Oh god, this is not good. He rubs his eyes. You can deal with it. You got this. He sighs and cracks his neck. This is Slinger Realm, huh? You can see why they wanted a change of scenery.
We should head for that tower. Hope you aren't tired, because that's probably where Ash has taken Davine. I, for one, am awake and raring to go.
There's a pause of a couple seconds as they start walking towards the tower in the distance. I hate this ship. I do. I'm in a hostile environment, surrounded by idiots. Ash is wasted. My mom is God knows where, and we're stuck. It's like fucking Gallia.
We hear a rock tumble as they turn around. What was that? Something is here.
Hurry! Another fucking fight.
Malcolm smacks him on the mouth. Not your line, boy.
As Malcolm walks away, think of the court martial. You wouldn't be able to see anyone for a while.
He's cut off by Malcolm yelling, "Hayash!" as he grabs something off the wall, and a nude Gar decloaks and Malcolm puts his hand on his chest before he throws Gar into a statue. Gar screams as bad CGI acts as if he's pulled into the statue, and the eyes glow red. Reptile can be heard as the scene fades to show now a shot of Gar lying there with a suit on, matching what Snarf and Rolly were wearing.
Gar jumps up and drop kicks Julius, standing where Malcolm was, who is now shirtless for some reason, through the wall behind him into the temple area. Gar then runs through the hole, jumps up, and throws one kick into Julius's chest and then another across his face. Julius begins to block Gar's punches, to which Gar eventually grabs Julius's arm, pulls him in close, and he elbows Julius in the ribs and throws him onto the ground. Gar, pull your punches. Jesus, or I won't pull mine.
Sorry, kid. Malcolm said he'd let me off the ship if I beat you. He jumps off a pillar behind him, wrapping his legs around Julius's neck and flipping them both to the ground, making Julius land hard on his back as Julius's eyes begin to twitch.
Julius stands up as Gar takes a fighting stance. Really? Say I didn't warn you. Julius dodges the next punch thrown at him as he throws his elbow up, hitting Gar right on the chin. Julius then spins around, backhanding Gar across the face as he jumps and spins around, hitting Gar in the ribs. Then he pushes him back across the room and Julius begins to yell, limit breaks again, jumps up and does a combo of kicks, all against Gar's chest, sending him flying through the hole that Julius came through. Julius then steps through the hole as the shot fades again from Gar to the statue, and Julius stomps on the statue multiple times, destroying it. I just want to rest, please, God! He stops stomping and breathes heavily as the limit break drops, and he falls to his knees. Davine runs over to Julius and wraps her arms around him. Son! Julius jumps. No, don't fight me! Mom? I thought you were captured by Ash or something. No, that was Davine Blade. I'm Detana.
Malcolm walks over. Detana, you're here! Did you see how I kicked that no-good reptile's ass all by myself? Only me?
She helps Julius up. Just come with me. She walks away before Malcolm can respond. It cuts to a shot of a statue of Davine's head.
What happened here?
The same thing that will happen to your world when you fail.
Unless we can prevent it, my dear. It pans up to show all three of them walking, with Davine next to Malcolm as Julius lags noticeably behind.
In the Black Tower, you will face 3 challenges. You must face Ash, you must face yourself, and you must face failure. They walk past the statue of Davine's head that Julius leans on, looks at it, and jumps away from it. It then shows horrible CGI of a shot going up a mountain to a castle that then zooms in on a completely new Denaria tied up with a big poofy black wig on.
You then hear a big door open and a group of people wearing robes come into the room and circle around a large Colonel emblem on the floor. Ash walks from among them, looks at her, blinks twice, before he snaps around and just screams out the window, Malcolm, put some fucking clothes on her! I'm a married man, I don't need to say that, especially not on our anniversary!
It cuts down to the 3 of them climbing up some stairs up the tower as Julius looks up confused. And he looks down at Davine as Davine points to the clothes of Detana. Guess who's replacing me, son? But why is she naked?
Because she's a dumb hick, he leans in next to Julius, who pushes him against the wall.
Denaria. It cuts back up to Denaria. I will not fight you, Ash, son. I will not play your game.
Still turned away from her. "Well, that's good for you, because I'm not even gonna look at you. But since nobody else is fighting me, I guess it's a forfeit. Good enough for the great gunslinger to come and conquer the earth."
You're lying. My friends will come for me.
Hope against hope, such a human trait. Just like how I hope my calls will make it through every day.
Go to hell.
The Emperor will be so happy. He stands up and starts to stumble away, coming to the door where he ends up face to face with Julius.
My friends will get me. We're already here. Oh god, she is naked. He looks away and takes one of the robes from one of the extras.
Seize them, I guess. Which is directly in Julius's face.
Julius coughs. Jesus, Ash. He walks over to Denaria looking away, and he covers her up using the robe. The extras in robes start walking up. Stay where you are. Would you forfeit the tournament and betray your great emperor? He knows it cannot be won with treachery. Even a gunslinger knows that.
You dare speak to me of treachery?
Davine stares at Malcolm. What you desire will be lost for all time due to ignorance.
Ash takes out his flask to take a drink, and Julius walks by and snatches it from him. Give that back.
Go ahead and take it from me.
You know damn well why, as he pulls a small bottle out, I'm drinking.
It still ain't good. He smacks the bottle out of his hand.
Gets hit in the back of the head by something as you hear lines. Very well. Julius Cage, I challenge you. No, you'll fight me, as he takes his shirt off. I am Mal King, descendant of Chance Lao, and I challenge you to Colonel Combat. Do you accept or yield? I accept. Leave us. The extras leave the room. I'll take care of this idiot myself.
Julius walks over next to Davine and Denaria. This ought to be good. He yawns and hands Davine the flask as he slides down the wall behind them. As Davine opens the flask and takes a sip from it.
We cut to Ash and Malcolm in the Colonel circle as Ash grabs the little bottle off the ground, downs it, and enters a clumsy fighting stance. The Colonel Combat song begins to play in the background as Malcolm tries to punch Ash, but Ash just leans back and headbutts him with all the strength a drunk man can muster. Malcolm stumbles and looks up at Ash, whose head is starting to bleed. You wretch, take this! He charges with no apparent plan, and Ash just punches him clumsily. Oh! He kicks Malcolm in the gut, leaning too far back, causing both to fall from the ground. Getting up, Ash wipes some of the blood off of his face, stands up clumsily with Davine helping him up, and Malcolm gets up as Ash raises his hands and bad CGI that looks like energy surrounds him.
Davine looks at her script. Oh, the souls of 1,000 dead warriors that he told his backstory to. The energy flows from a single manhole cover with a Colonel emblem taped onto it, as Tennessee suddenly bursts from it wearing a samurai suit.
Yeah!
He rushes Malcolm with a sword, and Malcolm casts Fly on himself as he flies above Tennessee's head and kicks him in the back.
Take that! Tennessee turns and swings his sword at Malcolm, cutting the beard in half in the process, which within 10 seconds is grown back. Impossible. Completely possible, boy. He kicks him in the chest, almost falling but catching himself, because you're dealing with a colonel. He spins around and punches Tennessee in the face as he yells, "Roundhouse punch!" He hits Tennessee in the face, with Tennessee spitting Kool-Aid out of his mouth as he lumbers to the ground and lays on it, acting unconscious. Looks up to Ash on the platform above him. Is that all you've got, sorcerer? Mal King, I can see into your soul, or where it would be if you had one. You will die.
Face your failure.
You can look into my soul, but you can't have Davine! It cuts to Malcolm pushing Julius up the stairs, where as he gets up to Ash, he stands in front of him and sighs.
I'm not afraid of my destiny or whatever.
Ah, my flask back.
I don't have it.
Joy, can we just get this over with? I have better things to do than play fight with you.
Sounds good to me, bud. You take the first swing.
Ash takes a wild swing that just barely misses Julius, who's dodging a lot slower than normal. Don't tell me you're going rusty on me.
Don't get ahead of yourself, old man. He lightly taps Ash on the face.
Ash takes the punch and just hits Julius back in the stomach. You're lucky, you know.
Julius takes a step back, stretches, and yawns. Why is that?
Ash walking after him, swinging wildly with Julius dodging all of them. You're the lucky one, not being trapped on the Majestic when we go to Gateway. Swings again, catching Julius lightly in the side. What else is new? I've always gotten to see Ceres less. You'd see a sober clarity almost wash over his eyes for a sec before a much more targeted punch actually catches Julius in the chest.
Julius coughs from the punch and takes a couple of deep breaths. I think you need a nap. Sleep this off, Ash. He goes up behind Ash, steps on the back of his knee, and chops at Ash's neck, who, through drunken luck, leans to the side at the perfect time and bites Julius's leg, wrapping his arms around him and pulling Julius to the ground. He then tries to mount Julius as Julius loses control for a second and elbows Ash in the face, making Ash fall off of him, and Julius stands up. Ah, shit.
Ash stumbling to his feet. That wasn't very nice. You tried to last me.
It was for your own good, Ash. Spikes begin to raise up from the Colonel emblem in the background, piercing what is obviously tin foil.
I'm fine. I'll deal with it. It's life. Like always, you deal with it.
It cuts down to Davine looking at the spikes, and Malcolm walking up the stairs at a quick pace. Uh-oh. Julius? What? Before she can
say anything else, Malcolm pushes Julius out of the way. Nice scene. Fuck you, I don't even care anymore. You stole a year from me, you decrepit piece of shit. I am the chosen one. And he weakly drop kicks Ash, who, because he's drunk, stumbles off the edge and falls down, being impaled on one of the spikes.
Oh shit! She runs over to Ash. And look where?
Ash, who is suddenly very sobered up. Oh god, that rat bastard. That bloody bastard! He grabs Davian's collar. If I actually die here, please tell my fiancée I'm sorry I didn't make it back. And don't tell her I died filming one of his dumbass movies. As he loses consciousness, cracking his head on the ground.
Look what? Davine takes out a med pack and sticks him with it as it cuts up to Malcolm.
Sorry, 1 second.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes!
As Xerix walks up next to him. I knew you'd save me.
Zax! As he takes Eric's hand, who looks really disgusted.
We will be reunited again. He forcefully pulls his hand away. But until then, my spirit is with you. Go in peace, brother. He steps off the ledge and uses a pair of rocket boots to fly out of frame.
Goodbye, Xerx. As he's tearing up, we cut down to an over-exaggerated shot as you see Eloquent and Davide carting Ash away on a stretcher, as Denaria stands staring at a wall and Julius is beside Ash holding his hand, stumbling along. Let's go home. It cuts to Malcolm, Davine, and Julius, who Davine is helping, and Denaria walking up to Rolly in the robe.
I've been waiting for you. What took you guys so long?
I guess you knew it would end this way!
No, I didn't have a clue that you would try and stab Ash. You're really unpredictable, Mal.
You then hear an obvious pre-recording of Ash's voice boom out, "Bow to me," as a bad CGI of the building explodes, And Ash, in a visage of armor, horribly imposed, goes, "You pathetic people, I've come for your backstories and souls." I don't think so. All of them except Julius and Davine get into fighting stances, and the credits roll.
So the lights come up. General Lorelei. Is that the original copy of the film, Julius?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be keeping that. That's the highest quality one can get. She puts her finger up. You notice she's sweating profusely almost. Her collar is noticeably wet. The DVD flies out of the machine that's somewhere up on the stage. She catches it. So the picture fades away halfway through the credits. Pequod, hey, that's mine. I own it. And General Lorelei, oh, you little witch, I am the general here. If you want it, come and take it. And starts walking away as Pequod, I'm not afraid of you, and starts storming off after her. Ceres looks around the theater and everybody's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
You hear fucking Lorelei, you'll have to run faster. That smoking doesn't do you any good. There, Pequod is chasing her down. They're heading back to the ship.
At least
Leslie, you notice, you see Leslie with her arms crossed. You see her push her top lip up with her bottom lip slightly, and she just she has a look on her face you've never really seen before. She opens her mouth, smacks her lips slightly, and just stares at the wall. Ceres, looking at her, I'll take the... Come on, Davy, let's leave. She takes Leslie from Julie.
Right. She'll stand up with little Julius and walk out.
You leave, they leave, and it's just the three of you sitting in here alone.
What are you thinking, Mum? You've got something to say.
The penguin lady comes out. How was the movie?
Not the best.
Oh. Was the ice cream good?
Of course.
Yes, it was good.
You know I'm available for catering. I hear you used to go watch these movies down on the Rico estate. I've always wanted to go to the Rico estate.
We'll keep that under consideration, thank you.
Available for catering anytime. Just call ahead. Let me know the date and time. You people are my best customers.
Of course.
He disappears as Leslie just looks at the screen.
What's up, Mom?
Mom?
She stands up, and it was just hard to watch, knowing what is going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why everyone else left. Wonderful
Yeah.
timing.
I wasn't a big fan of it either.
Leslie, believe it or not, when we were younger, Suletta, all the boys chased after Suletta. Yeah. And there was a guy I really liked, but I felt, you see her shrug slightly, inferior or something, so I can identify. And laughing at him like that is, she looks around the theater. Clearly it made most people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she went a bit overboard with that.
I agree.
It's over now. She's looking back at the blank movie screen. At least it's over.
Yeah.
I'm going to front him some money so he can leave. Yeah. Come on, we're going to the beach. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. will do.
Yes, ma'am.
And you leave. You make your way back to the apartment. Boom. Things are wrapping up. Commander Integra has most of the kids now that you're all back on the ship. Suletta is taking Memory Ann up the stairs. Leslie picking up some snacks from the kitchen. Icy and her Spartan are saying their goodbyes. Pequod looks at you, Julius. Did you film the sequel?
No, we never did.
Ash, you hear Ceres. Thank God.
Yeah. Thank God.
Ceres hugs you, Ash. I know he's a good friend of yours. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
Broly, well, I guess I'm not going to the beach. And Ceres, no, it's just for girls. Davey notices through the armory door Hunk and Snarf having what looks like a very heated discussion.
Davy pokes Icy's shoulder and points over to the armory.
Icy looks at her. Yeah?
I would just pointed it out.
They're probably arguing about my boyfriend or something.
Probably.
If you want to go talk to him, go ahead. She nods her head. We gotta leave soon anyway.
It'd probably be a good idea to try, at least.
Oh, I mean, do you care about him?
Yes.
Well, then you should. But if you don't want to, it would be awkward for me. I understand.
I'm gonna go to it. I'll try, at least. That's the most anyone can do. Try. And she starts walking over to the armory.
Sasha gives her a thumbs up. We blew up Davy and Easter Island for you.
Thank you, dear, and thank you, Agent.
No problem. As the heated discussion is reaching a fever pitch, this armory door starts to open, and you see Hunk grab Snarf. He has some type of device on his belt. Hit it, and Davian hears Snarf scream, flying down the hallway, disappearing through the door. And Hunk, hey, Davian!
Davian walks through the door and hits Hunk on the back of the head. What the fuck was that?
Nothing! He had to go. He's going
Yeah.
with Scar and Zap.
He had to go, so you launched him off to God knows where?
He saw you coming and said he really wanted to talk to you, but needed to get to something. So, I was helping him out.
Uh-huh, right.
He wasn't begging to be thrown down the hallway to get away from you. He puts his arm around her. Come on! It's
It's
beach
just-
trip day!
That's wonderful. Thank you, Hunk. Yes, beach trip.
She hears Snarf get up. Jesus Christ! Because he crashed into Zanzibar.
Is he okay?
Hunk, steps over here, looks down the hallway. I don't know. I hope. I
Should
need
get-
him.
Why do you need him?
The squad needs him.
Oh, yes, of course.
Not that we're gonna have him for much longer.
Right. I should go check on him, right?
Sure. He notices Icy and the Spartan. I gotta go break that up. And he walks out this way.
Oh, whatever. She's gonna walk through the hallway and
Retinal
He-
scanner on the door.
he's going to walk up to the retinal scanner and try it out.
Access denied. As Snarf is apologizing, the Zanzibar is growling at him because he was sleeping. And Snarf goes down an elevator and grabs the auger as he's going down the elevator.
Access denied. She walks out into the hallway. Huh.
Comes out here. Alright, break it the fuck as Ash's wrist computer starts ringing.
He answers it.
It is Dave from the comic shop.
Hi, is this Ash?
Yes, who's this?
Oh, it's the British one. Okay. Hi, this is Dave from the comic shop.
Oh, yes, Tommy said you'd be calling. Well, what's going on?
Oh, well, I think the invasion is gonna happen. Like right now.
Oh, what wonderful. He's gonna turn it up so they can hear. What wonderful timing.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this is bothering you guys, but they're about to invade the comic shop right now, and these damn battle bots that Tommy got us aren't working. I think he got us AAA batteries when we need AA.
Oh. Okay. Well, I suppose we'll... Looks at the girls. I guess we have to head down, right?
Hunk putting his hand between their faces, breaking them up, same way as earlier. Icy gets on the ground. Yeah, we promised Tommy, right?
Right,
That
and
we did.
it won't take long. It shouldn't cut into your trip at all, very much.
Oh, if we promise Tommy, then we have to. Let's go. We could just drop you guys back off here on the way.
Aye, and looks at Ceres. At least you get to go to 2 big out-of-the-way places in one day.
You see a very sad Ceres. And she, yeah, I guess.
He's gonna put his finger on her chin. Hey, I know. I feel the same way, but he's gonna kiss her on her cheek. Don't let it ruin a very nice weekend. All right?
She nods at you. Sasha, you're gonna be okay without me for the weekend, Towns, right? Towns, yeah, I'll find something to do. As she lifts his mask, kisses him, and Towns leaves. Have fun at the comic shop. He disappeared.
As
And
well.
oh, good.
You're welcome to hang out here with us if you want. We're gonna be training the Spartan kids.
Here? The apartment or killing grounds? Where are you gonna be?
Killing grounds, we'll probably be doing something on Earth, maybe take them out for food. Just a combination. A training / getting to know the squad weekend.
He's gonna. Oop, he's at the door. He's gonna turn around and. All right, just give me a buzz when you guys meet up with them. He comes back into the room.
Alright, hell yeah.
Oh, by the way, Ash, I finished your request for you on the optic sensors in your armory. Anytime you need me, just let me know. Davine's locked out of the armory. I made sure of it. And Hunk, and turns.
I didn't request that, Towns.
Towns, yes, you did. It's right here. He pulls up his wrist computer. It's a message from you.
I didn't send that. Oh.
Sasha,
Whatever. Very well.
Towns, I can undo it, but not right now. I gotta go check on something in the armory.
You're good. Take it.
Alright, just give me a buzz when you guys meet up with the kids.
Of course.
Hunk, locked out of the armory.
Locked out.
Take a guess as to who probably sent it.
I see Snarf puts her arms up and Hunk groans at her as the Spartan picks her up. He's coming with us. She pats his helmet and Hunk, let's just go kill whatever Nemesis this is and get this over with. I got things I have to do. Gotta go see my parents. And he walks by Davide and goes upstairs.
Yeah, let's become the second Arcane Council strike team to kill a Nemesis.
Rolly, I'll be here waiting for you guys. You're not gonna forget about me, right, Ash?
No, of course not. You can tag along with us and everyone through the weekend, Rolly. Why not? It'll be good for you.
Good. Yeah, I'd like to. Snarf said me and him are easily forgettable. He pulls out a Colonel Thunder badge and hands it to Pequod. She gives him a big hug, promises him she'll buy him many cheese puff bags, and puts it in her pocket for later.
Well, I disagree with him there. You two are anything but forgettable.
At least that's one thing I got going. I can even get into the armory. I'll be waiting here for you guys.
Alright. Let's go handle the siege.
Rolly, don't forget your gear, David.
Yes, thank you, Rolly.
Well, you quickly, because the girls want to get to the beach, fly down to the comic shop. And on your way down, as the Verdi is landing, with all the girls who are going on the vacation and the infant, you swear you could see the outline of a crane and the outline of a horse with what looks like a man being lifted on to a Del Taco roof. As the Vertibird lands and those coming to combat the invaders exit the
Was that just a horse?
I don't care. Let's get this over with.
Pequod being lifted onto a Del Taco?
I am confused. Julius is gonna walk up. Tommy!
You see Tommy in combat gear with, like the football player painted under his eye. He turns around. Oh, I knew you would come. Never doubted for a second. He turns around, grabs Ash's shoulder, gives you a big hug. How was the movie, Ash?
A movie.
Very good, Ash. One day these Malcolm movies will be behind you. But today is not that day. Today the siege is going to begin. Here, I'll stand out of the way and let Nick here explain what's going on. And he stands. This is Nick. This is Dave. Very good boys. The best of boys. Go ahead, Nick. Explain to Ash or Julius, whoever you prefer.
Okay, well, to be honest, it just started with one of the dudes calling the shop over and over, like, groaning and threatening vaguely. It was something to do with the D&D and, you know, him getting kicked out of the Discord server we were in, but then it escalated. We had the guy, Darth Nemes, show up in the shop a couple times and threaten us before getting, running out. He tried to throw a rock through the front, but it went through the barber shop next door. He sent us threatening letters. Just weird. And
Hunk walks into the comic shop as you're explaining.
They're just threatening to raise the comic shop to the ground, I guess. Something yelling about it competing with Walmart. I don't know.
Tommy, tell them about the Jurassic Park light game.
Yeah, that was here one night in the corner of the shop, and locked up. It was here. I got in the next morning, and it's just an empty space where it was, and we checked the cameras, and it. If I didn't know better, I think it was just a glitch because it was there 1 second, gone the next.
Very strange, if you ask me. I think Darth Nemes may be a sorcerer.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorcerer. Yeah. Darth Nemes.
You're going to hear the Spartan. How much do you think that light gun game cost by chance? And Tommy, oh, millions of credits. Millions. It was the prize jewel of the comic shop. Tell him, Nick.
Yeah, the thing's like, what, 700 years old at this point? It almost completely stock, worked perfectly. There's like 5 of those known to exist anymore, and that was the best shaped one in the galaxy that we know of.
You see the Spartan. Oh. And Icy just puts her finger over where his mouth would be on the map. Tommy, as you can see, Lord Nemes is taking up his siege position on Del Taco. Here, come into comic shop, quickly.
Okay.
Boys, I want you to hide behind cash register. Here.
Okay.
Alright.
Come on in. Tommy's holding the door open for everybody. Oh,
Makes his way in.
You see Saris looking around. Ash, I believe you're up to the task of dealing with, and she looks out the front door, and the invaders are revealed slowly, as you see one of them getting out of the crane, as the crane is now finished putting Darth Nemes on the roof of the Del Taco, and the one that was operating the crane heads for a red caravan. Saris, you're up for the task of defeating cosplayers. Nice! Frankenstein statue! Pequod comes in. What the fuck? Looking out the window!
Yeah, have fun, Saris. There's arcade cabinets here to play.
She goes and starts looking around, and things to buy.
Anything?
Davine, you want to go shopping? Take your mind off the snarf awkwardness.
Yes, I'll probably join you.
I don't think they need us as they start going around looking at the Aliens vs. Predator doll.
Anything or you won't put it on my card, dear.
You got it! Sasha comes in and, yeah, I'm gonna go shopping. Follows.
So that's...
Hunk. Oh, go ahead, Ash, go ahead.
So that's what we're up against. Wonder why they're not using the crane as a weapon.
Hunk, is that what you call a cosplayer? They're all dressed in weird outfits?
I'd say so.
They look... It's more like a uniform, I guess? Not cosplay?
Yeah, I don't know what to say about it.
Pequod pulling the M14 off of her back. Is that as the side of the caravan door opens, revealing an 18th century cannon sitting inside of it?
Okay, they might be a little more serious than first thought. I mean, it's antiquated, but that can still really hurt someone. I'd say any of us here would be severely fucked up if they were hit by that.
Hunk, alright. I'm gonna just You see the fat one in the back. Points to that one.
Yeah?
I call dibs. He grabs a shopping cart and starts slowly, and he's whistling, moving the shopping cart slowly.
Okay. Have fun.
As Pequod, this bullet could penetrate a cannonball, right, Ash?
From yours? Depending on the type, maybe. If it's a solid iron one, probably not. But if they're trying to use explosive ones, yeah, I'd say there's a decent chance.
No, I'd say it's time I put all your training to use as she aims it out the window and is aiming at the cannon, adjusting the sights. Icy's gonna just carry me out front, and the Spartan carries her. Come on, Ash, you're up.
Alright. Walks out, pulls out the debilitator rifle. Let's do this.
Icy looks at you, Julius. Is that Steven Seagal?
It sure as hell looks like him. He looks over at Tommy, Nick, and Dave. Is that Steven Seagal?
Tommy, descendant of Steven Seagal, illegitimate son of something like that. Yes, very terrible at everything, just like real Steven Seagal.
Yeah, I think
Got
he
it.
called himself Steven Seagal the Eighth.
Got it. Thank you.
Punk just whistling, walking up this way. Lord Nemes with a bullhorn on. Good.
Send forth all legions. Do not stop the attack until the city is taken, man. Slay them all. Person next to him. Oh, but what about Nick? I will break him, man. Well, what about that damn guy on the gas mask with the shopping cart walking up to us? He's a civilian. Ignore him, man.
Lord Nemes raises his clearly visible toy sword and say the word attack, man.
Attack, man.
And the siege of the comic shop begins. You see this individual get into the van and start loading. As you can tell, it's an explosive.
Take your shot.
Lord Nemes sitting on the roof, pointing the sword at the building. This large man takes a long time to climb down the ladder, and he starts just full sprint. He's about 700 pounds, chugging. Steven Seagal is making his way directly. You see this guy chugging up to you, Julius.
Alright, let's get this over with. He takes a step forward.
Go for it. Did he DC? Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's just mean.
All right, you flavor it up.
Yeah, he's gonna run up to him. Julius is just gonna grab his wrist, throw him to the ground, kick him once, and then just punch him a couple of times.
Seagal bottoms out, falls this way, and is defeated. His big Seagal the Eighth, I should say. His large protruding beer belly sticking up, and he is defeated.
Right.
This individual, on the other hand, has made it here. What's going on with him?
He's at this point on his knees, crawling because it's about 95 degrees outside. Nick! Oh! As he falls over and is still trying to crawl, but at this point it's almost sad.
He gets to Ash's foot and starts drawing a shotgun, cocking it, trying to aim it up at you.
Okay. I'm just gonna... Where is it? Pull out Debilitator. And, yeah, where is it? Here.
Flavor it up after.
Just gonna pull it out. This is a mercy, and just let a small burst through.
Nick screams.
Oh no!
He is defeated. You notice Hunk has scaled the roof of the Del Taco. He gets up on the roof with Big O, or this individual now here, just casually walks behind him, giving you all a thumbs up. And he go ahead, he breaks Big O's neck. Go ahead.
Julius gives him a thumbs up back.
And Big O, "Ugh," and falls off the side of the building. Darth Nemesis not even noticing.
Man.
Pequod, on the other hand, aiming her rifle, comes out through the front door and shoots Ash's teaching, because she's been practicing every day down at the killing house. Ash's teaching paying off. Ash, a very impressive shot, right down the cannon's bore, into the ball, and you hear, "Oh!" as the van explodes. The middle of the van explodes. The rest of it catching on fire. And Pequod, what did you think of that, Ash?
Amazing shot. Well done.
She's going to reach behind her in her Spartan's arm, not even looking at Darth Nemesis, and just shoots him right in the chest. And you see him fall off the horse. The horse is okay. He falls off the horse and into the van, and when he hits the van, his legs are up, and the van looks like the rest of it looks like it's about to explode. Go ahead. And then boom! The rest of the van explodes, killing Darth Nemesis and the attackers. And the horse still sitting on the roof as Hunk gets off the roof and brings the shopping cart back. Well, that was stupidly easy.
5 minutes. It didn't even take 5 minutes.
It was like 30 seconds.
Tommy, see boys, I told you. These are the best of the best. Nothing can stop them.
That was really impressive. I don't know how they did that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Dang.
You see? You see? These are the men you should aspire to be someday. Look at that women.
Yeah.
See that one? She's around your age. You have no chance, but don't take that wrong. See that one? That's Julius's wife.
Uh-huh.
Oh, over there. That one over there. Ash's wife. She vampire. She bites you in the neck. You have to be into kinky things to be into her, but she's still kind of hot. Don't tell them I said. That's Sandra. She very beautiful. She right.
Ah.
Then there's Davine. She too old for you. It's what we call MILF.
Okay.
You see, you take care of yourself. Like that young man there. And that older but still young man there. Or that man there. You get very handsome, very beautiful girlfriends. Excuse me.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
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 Always apply yourself, boys. Thank you, guys. He leaves, so thank you very much. That was very impressive. He comes out here and takes the shopping cart from her.
Thank you, Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. That's what you call it.
Is there anything I can do to repay this favor? And I see, can we have the Frankenstein statue? And Tommy, absolutely! She snaps her fingers and you see old Frank disappear. And Tommy, wow, that is impressive. Don't know how you do that.
Yeah,
It's a mystery.
Tommy, well, I hear there's a big beach trip happening.
Yes.
Well,
All
if-
the girls.
Only the women are going.
Yes, sir.
Well, maybe stop down, come see me at the restaurant. We can have boys' day. Hunk, will you like to come? And Hunk, no, I gotta go see my parents. Spending time with them, they're getting older, Tommy. And Tommy, I understand, Hunk. Well, everybody, thank you very much. Have a good day. Julius, did you get the body of the Escalade?
Yes, I did, Tommy. Thank you very much.
Very good, Julius. And snarf by you, Axel.
Yes, he did, and I thanked him for it.
Good, very good. See you later. As Tommy comes up back here, gets in his Escalade, and disappears. Flies off back to gate.
Well, that went well.
Saris and Sasha are gonna come check out as Pequod's looking around the place. Hunk, I'm going back to the vertibird. I got things I gotta do. Let's double time it, people.
Yeah, don't want to make the girls late. Let's go.
Yep.
I see Spartan's gonna take her back to the Verdi. Saris is just buying a few things. She swipes the card at the boys. Sasha looks at both of them, back and forth. You guys are kind of cute.
Oh, thanks.
You work here full time?
Yeah.
Yep.
She leans into Nick, pats his cheek, her eyes sparkling. Never give up, and she winks at you.
He's going to turn and sneeze. Bless. Thank you. Thank you.
Pequod look like a couple of nerds to me.
Thank you. Yes, we have to be nerds to work here.
Saris, well, thank you for, I just bought a couple DVDs. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day, and she winks at Julius. Or Dave.
You, you too, ma'am.
Come on, Davey, let's get out of here.
That was a lot of pretty girls.
Uh-huh.
Boarding the vertibird. They're gonna drop you guys back off at Gateway, and here you are. In the apartment, I'll get rid of those that are no longer here. It's just the Spartan, you, and Rolly somewhere in the armory.
All right.
Okay.
I'll go get Rolly. You guys want to wait here?
Yeah, go get him.
All right. He's gonna head down to the armory.
Banksy typing on his wrist computer. Most of the guys are already at Tommy's if you want to go there.
Sounds good to me.
All right. The armory door is locked for Julie.
Why the hell? Right.
Rolly comes and opens the door. Oh, Rainfall, the last name. Retina
Yeah.
scanner, but also last name.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
Where are we going?
I think I heard something about Ash and Banksy wanting to go to Tommy's with the rest of Crimson Squad.
Nice! Can you give me a lift?
Yeah, of course. He crouches down to let Rolly get on his shoulders.
He gets on your shoulders and, you know, Julius, it's great living here, but if Snarf leaves, well, if he lets me, I'm gonna leave with him.
Yeah, well, I understand. You're really good friends. I understand.
I'll miss the cheese puff queen.
She is pretty great, isn't she?
I don't think he's gonna let me follow him, but I'll try as you carry him back out. Ash, hearing this,
Oh. Well,
Scar says he wants to go too. Zap said he'll go when the mobile suit's finished.
well if you do leave, I'll miss you all.
The Spartan, you're losing your entire armory crew.
Yeah, I know. That's not.
I should have never said anything about that guy washing dishes.
It wouldn't have mattered. It would have happened either way.
Rolly, well, it'll be fun if he lets us come. Jumps onto Ash's back.
Well, whether or not he does, if he doesn't, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want, Rolly. You're all your family, right?
Ah, maybe. Me and Snarf are kind of forgettable. I get where he's coming from.
He's wrong.
Tell that to David. He laughs. Let's go. I'm hungry.
Yeah, let's go.
The Spartan, maybe I should just take a job washing dishes and fucking dogs. As the girls have made their way to the beach house. And here they are. You see Jennifer look around. Hunk actually owns this place. It's an amazing, amazing resort. Resort beach house, private property. And Leslie, yeah, he bought it himself. It's one of the first things he bought. What do you think, Davey?
It's beautiful.
The beach is great. As the rest of the girls start making their way inside. Boom.
Davine looks out across the beach. I've never been to one before.
You've never actually been to one? For real? I thought Hunk just made that up.
No, I really haven't. And well, I suppose there was that one time we fought that dragon, and that other time we were stranded on the Isle of the Dead. But I don't really count those. I was a rat living in Julius's bag at that point.
Come on! She walks Davine all the way out to the beach and lets her overlook the waves coming in and everything.
It's beautiful.
It really is. I don't know why Hunk and I don't come here more often. We stayed in the bunker the majority of the time the boys are out on the frontier when we weren't out in space failing to find them. But it's nice.
She puts a hand on Lazelie's arm, takes in a deep breath. I love the smell. It's so peaceful here.
It is! It helps you unwind, forget about things. Were you able to talk to Snarf?
No, it was odd. I tried to go, but Hunk hit something on Snarf and it sent him flying away into the armory.
Leslie.
And then obviously Fretna scanner, that whole thing.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, we can fix it Monday when we get back. This weekend we enjoy.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Meanwhile, at the lighthouse base, things are starting to step up. Hunk is pacing back and forth in front of Snarf, Scar, and Zap. Scar standing at attention, Zap giggling to himself, and Snarf is just looking at the ground, miserable. Almost looking like he wants to kill himself. And Hunk, alright, listen up, men. We have an important mission this weekend. And I trust you to get any job I give to you done. Is that clear? Scar, yes, sir. Zap walks up towards him, and Hunk, fall back in line, you idiot. And Zap steps back here. Hunk, never mind. Anyway, we need to watch out for these girls. We need to protect them. They don't know what can happen. Jeffrey Dahmer could show up. Snarf sighs, and Scar, what's the game plan? And Hunk, well, I've acquired, and I have stored back here, some equipment from SIS's armory. My access code still works. Scar, nice. As Zap. Hunk, first we need a speedboat. We need to survey the area from the ocean, let the girls have time to dig in, get comfortable, and then we'll start watching. Let's go over some of the gear while we try to find a speedboat. And Snarf, you couldn't just buy one. And Hunk, I forgot. But we'll steal one. And he starts leading them into the lighthouse. As back here, you guys make your way down to Tommy's restaurant. And the Spartans are already here, and you're here and ready to go. Boom.
Hello, everyone.
They turn around, masks off, they're having some beers. You could tell they just got done with training. Sir! They stand up at attention for both of you. And Rolly, must be nice to have people salute you.
Yeah, it's weird for me.
We're off duty, everyone. You don't have to. At ease.
Thinks he's gonna go sit down. Tommy, who came in? Because he heard the bell ring.
Hello, Tommy.
Tommy comes out. Good to see you already. I was telling these boys of your great battle down at the comic shop.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Isn't that right, Binksky?
It was something. It was an intense battle. Lasted for hours. I was just telling them.
Yeah, something like that.
10,000 strong. Lord Nemesis forces. Single-handedly defeated by Ash and Julia.
We had help from our squad. It was almost like there was only 5 of them there, and it lasted 30 seconds.
You see Dozer pull up a copy of Time magazine and start reading it as Tommy sees him. Oh, poor Sankey team.
Do you know of anyone else we can talk to who might be better than that?
Tommy looking at the magazine cover. Please put that away. Dozer puts it away in a satchel pack he has. Tommy, not really. I've been trying to find somebody, but Saint Guillotine is a reformed man, thanks to you. Therefore, he has good heart. It need to be somebody with good heart.
I mean, if you want to give Snuff another job, maybe something like that, I can get him away if he wants to.
Tommy leans on the counter. You know, he a technical man. I think he'd be good. I ask him. He say he already too weak and pathetic to accept handout. And Tommy shrugged.
Oh boy. Yeah.
He's a proud man. Kobolds, very, very interesting race. Many in Earthgov, they serve special forces. I meet some.
Oh really?
Yes, he is much like them. Just, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with him. I try to talk to him. He say, no talk. Just pay me.
Right. Yep.
Foolish.
Yep.
Foolish? Maybe. I don't really know what's going on. But anyway, there's MWF match airing as Tommy's changing the channel on the TV, brings up a couple of beers. Julius, you don't drink, right?
No, I don't.
What would you like to drink? You want me to make you a smoothie?
No, just the water.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. And he gets you a glass of water and hands it to you as the MWF match starts to air. 1. Nice.
What? Hello, everybody, and welcome to MWF Lockdown. We have a couple of great matches for you tonight. You're in for a real treat.
You're going to hear
as we
Nightfall,
emanate from
the only girl in the
C72
squad.
arena
Oh, it's Globdown.
of C72.
Yeah.
Another match.
Tommy, a very dumb show if you ask me, but this make Earth so
Who
much
is
money.
it?
You wouldn't
It's
believe.
always a
Who do you
mystery.
think
Who
Malcolm
is
is
this?
fighting today?
Well.
It's the insect.
Oh.
How is it a mystery when there's like 6 of them? Really? Oh, God!
There's many
Now I understand what Starf's getting at. It ain't worth
right?
being around you guys.
Hey, it's not on us that this came on.
Yeah, there's
Really,
so
no,
many
but
people
being the
in this
laughing
colony.
stock
Don't
of the
hit me.
family is not fun.
And here it is.
Hey, to be fair,
In a
that's what I've
tables
dealt with
match,
for
we
7
have this
years.
man, Broly.
Well, then you should leave with us. Bring Saris. Let's get out of here.
A bug.
I owe
Small
them too much.
Don't know much
It's,
to say about him.
it's a shame about me.
my
Once
friend.
I'm loyal to someone, I'm loyal
He's
to the
pretty
end.
smart. Smarter than me,
understand.
at least.
Me too. I wouldn't leave on a whim, but
It's not an
I don't know what I would do without Snarf. At least he doesn't murder people.
Yeah, I
I
get
don't know what
that.
you're
I
talking.
agree.
Here he is.
Oh,
Real
God.
American
Tell me I
hero.
won this one at least.
Wow. Oh,
I don't know.
It's Malcolm in a different
Wait,
costume.
we never really
No,
watched
Malcolm
the
Hogan.
MWF from it. We didn't
I'm
even
at
know
the
about
table.
it.
I'm not Malcolm Hogan.
No.
He's over there. I'm here.
Who's he playing today? Is
Why
that
do
the
you have
Hulk
a boa
Hogan?
on, Malcolm? That just
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
seem very
Malcolm
smart.
Hogan.
I do not.
Banksy,
I
you know,
do not have a
we went down
boa,
Earthside, Icy and I, and
I'm sorry. Why
Times
does
Square, have you ever
Mount
been there, Ash?
Hogan have a boa?
Not
It's
personally,
not
but I've
practical.
seen
Not
it.
one bit.
they were playing a match of this on one of the big Titantron things, and
I
all
don't
of
know.
Times
Star, do
Square
you think it
started to
looks
shake.
cool?
I think
Oh,
it makes him
joy.
look older.
That man is in the prime of
It'll
his life.
always
A
boggle me
stallion
that
of a
the
man with
MWF is popular.
28-inch pythons.
Tommy, I think it's the over-the-topness. What do you think?
I'd agree. And don't worry, from what they said, they were already having plans in place to continue it after
Makes
they
his
run
way to
out
the
of
ring,
pre-recorded
ready for this
episodes.
matchup.
I think we should let Dozer. Yeah, it makes EarthGov a lot of money. They got a big debt to pay back to
No, she's
millions
she's
of
screaming.
Frontier colonies.
She's screaming right now.
She's
Yeah.
cheering for Malcolm Hogan.
Incredible
There he
how
goes,
much
taking
money it
down that
makes,
little
and
bug with a
there's
close line,
Davine
and he's
tied up and
getting to
gagged.
work.
Wonderful.
She told me she doesn't like seeing Nightfall. How did they? Davine's incredible. How did they get her tied up and gagged?
Well, I actually
I mean,
asked her
I was
about
there
that.
with him.
You know, because
Davine
I know
really
my
did
mom and
not
she wouldn't
like
just let
Snarf
something
and
like
really
that
get hurt.
happen.
She cares about
She
him, you know?
looked at me and
I
said,
care about him too.
I
Oh,
went
no.
on my own volition to
Oh,
protect
he
you
does?
and Ash.
Oh.
It's good of her. I just assumed they got her when she was asleep, because no matter how strong you are, you've got to eventually do that.
He's literally beating up a Millipedia and Rolly. Yeah, me.
Yeah,
I'm not
you're
fighting anyone.
actually
It's
not
the
doing
Malca
badly
Tail who's got a problem.
when you factor in the size
Back in the
difference.
ring, Malcolm.
Really? Yeah, I guess.
That bug is actually
He told me
putting
he'd
up a
feed
fight.
me if I competed in the matches. I got my half slice of bread.
X per match or
Because
just
you're so
total?
good on the
Just
microphone.
total.
That's a half slice
Right,
more than I was
Malcolm.
getting, so fair
Oh,
enough. I probably would have
You're really letting
considered
him
it if
kick
I'd been
your
asked.
ass.
Well, I was at least allowed to roam around the ship. I wasn't put in solitary
What a
confinement like
dastardly
you were.
blow.
Oh, yeah, don't remind me. Oh, it's a
Crowley
tableless
working
match.
hard on the legs and
Yeah,
back of Malk
a
Hogan.
millipedia trying to put a grown-ass man through a table.
Look at the cinematography.
Is mine, not
You can see
yours.
everything that's going on. I remember when I was yours and she
Malcolm
was
wasn't
a
the best at
diamond.
camera angles.
Did he really only have one camera?
Most shoots, yeah.
Crowley counted
He was going for maximum profit, minimal cost.
Yes, I can tell by the spray painted on, like stenciled Davine face everywhere.
Yeah, those always made me uncomfortable. Now they make me even more uncomfortable.
Crowley has that idea in mind and he's picking one up. Oh, but Malcolm
Tommy,
gets
I don't
stuck
understand the
for
appeal
getting
to
a
this
hold of
wrestling
it.
stuff personally.
And what is he
I get it. Think of it like a, you ever like soap operas or something like that?
Oh, yes! General Hospital, Days of Our Lives.
Think of it like a soap opera, but with
I
fights
don't
added
really
in, like
understand
this.
how you let that
It's
happen.
the
I'll see.
stories.
He's a bug.
Flavor's gonna. So is this live?
No, these were all pre-recorded. Malcolm is commentating right now, so
The commentary team doesn't seem to be on the same page. Cluster speaks.
They weren't. You had Cursed Malcolm. You had Denaria, who
That
at this
is how you
point
win
was
a
going
match.
through
You
the early
put
stages of
someone through the
dementia, and
table.
you had Scar Freetooth, who I don't think he realized where he was half the time.
Banksy, that's the Leogan guy that always comes and watches us, and they all, yeah, okay. The guy who ran into a wall. They all start laughing.
Oh, really?
Doesn't look
Oh,
like
wow.
it.
Yeah. They've been spying on us more and more.
It's progress at least.
I guess Flavor watching the match. Rolly, I really gave it my all.
yeah, you're doing good, honestly.
It wasn't this match, but it was some pay-per-view. He said if I beat the local talent he had lined up for me, let Snarf have some meat. I lost.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Rolly manages to scamper away. The roach.
It was hard to contain yourself when you were in the ring with Malcolm. He would call. There's this thing they say called calling spots. He would call spots, but the instinct was just to fight back in hopes that you killed him.
It's on him.
That's fair. It looks like Gar and that mime did that on a few occasions.
The
Why are you
mime really
punching
kicked
him?
Malcolm's ass. Don't know what happened to him.
He got airlocked.
Well,
That makes sense.
I'll give Malcolm that. It wasn't on purpose with the mime. Malcolm was making perfume or cologne or something, and well, Malcolm in chemistry plus a pressurized environment. You do the math.
Chemistry in a pressurized environment. Nightfall watching the match. Rolly, see, he hit me so hard I didn't even know where I was. There was tables already set up.
Yeah. It went boom, and then well, there was a mime, and then he was in space.
I like
General
Rolly
Rico
and all,
told
but
me I'm a
there's
big
no
movie
physical
star back on my
possible
home
way
planet.
that a small bug
Really?
should be able to do all
Yeah,
this.
apparently.
I can't imagine there are too many Millipidians that act in movies.
No, there's not. I'm the first.
You know, that's really something to be proud of, Rolly. I mean, the general talks about it with Cyrus being a trailblazer for vampires, but you're a trailblazer for your species, aren't you?
I guess. I think it's kind of stained by the fact I was associated with Malcolm.
Maybe, but
No, the real Ash and
what
Jules.
they
Those are
know
fakes,
is
Malcolm.
you went through hell and, as far as they know, survived it. You
I mean, maybe
are a movie
no.
star.
Oh, look
You
at
were
that.
in a
Rolly just
wrestling
hit him
league.
with the same,
You
that thing.
are in
yeah.
video games. and you're part of an Arcane Council strike squad in one form or another. I mean, that's something to be proud of, isn't it?
I guess. It was just a matter of survival for me.
Same here.
Plus, I just ended up making a fool of myself.
Maybe, but I mean, after finding out the MWF existed, I watched old wrestling footage. Have you seen the fools that some of those men actually made of themselves in the past?
Well, at least they were men and not insects or kobolds. Oh God.
Fair, but
Oh.
But,
Rolly sighs and
Tell them
starts
we're
drinking the
game,
beer.
you kid us out,
that was a
couldn't
damn good bump, at least.
I guess.
And we can see it again here in the replay.
There I go.
And I respect you being willing to help him get you over.
Yes.
I was just doing it to get food and get star food.
Hey, that's a good reason to do something. For someone other than yourself?
The match ends. It cuts to an actual commercial. And playing on the TV is Deadbeat by Chance. As all the Spartans, what? Looking at the fucking ad playing. Tommy, oh my goodness.
Are you a man who wants to get away from it all? Attract a woman who is not yours? Leave it all behind, even your daughter? Then try Deadbeat by Chance.
The ad stopped. Tommy, Jesus H. Christ.
yeah, that was an ad.
You see Tommy turn the TV off. You know, they call it Davian fever. They say Malcolm had Davian fever. He see beautiful woman and did all this crazy stuff. I think for a time I had Davian fever. I'm very glad I got over that. He walks over.
Yeah. Hey, Rolly, remember when you said you're the only one who was a bit of a laughing stock?
Yeah, really, yeah.
At least you didn't have that made of you.
He nods his head, I guess.
I mean, do you want a cologne named after you?
No, I just want my friend to stay.
Me too, bud.
And cheese puffs.
Well, I can acquiesce one of those requests.
Gondar and Ruger come in, and there he is. Ruger comes and sits down. Gondar sits down here. Didn't see you down on Gateway today, Julius.
No, I didn't think I had to go down. Why?
Oh, you don't have to. I just have something for you.
What's that?
Well, I hear he looks around the room. Your wife's not here?
No, sir. No, she isn't.
Okay, I hear from a little birdie who can read minds that you're in the market for Escalade parts.
Yes, I am.
Well, I don't have Escalade parts, but what I do have is some of the bounties that are put out on people can just be paid off by the person who, has the bounty on them. This guy had a bounty on him for not paying child support. He paid off his bounty with this. And he pulls out the original motion picture soundtrack of Chancinator 2. A CD.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Going to look at the CD case and lightly underarm pitch it over to you as Tommy drops a beer right in front of him and Ruger.
Julius catches it. So I'm guessing this goes for a lot.
Oh, you have no idea. Ruger starts laughing as they start drinking beer.
I didn't even know he ever finished it.
It's the only one ever made. Ever. The guy who had the child support bounty on him, out in Frontier, you can't put bounties on EarthGov citizens for child support, but either way, the guy who had the bounty on him, he worked on the set, and he stole that CD.
At least somebody got something out of that.
He was an extra, and I double-checked for authenticity's sake, his name is in the credit. Albeit misspelled, but yeah.
Of course. Well, what a wonderful gift.
That'll net you some money, or you could just hard trade it for an Escalade part.
Smart, yeah. Thank you so much, Gondar.
You're welcome. Hold on to that tight. Ruger, it goes for about 90 million credits.
Oh, Jesus.
So if you want those deep space pressurized tires for your girl's Escalade, there you go.
If you want, you can sell the scepter and the telescope if you need them, Julius.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I should probably do that.
If possible, could you leave one just in case there's an emergency with the armory?
Yeah, sure. I'll leave you the scepter.
Good.
Gondar, heard you had quite a showing in Colonel Combat there, Julius. Shirtless for the majority of the movie. You know, a lesser man, if I was a lesser man, I'd probably be jealous about how attracted to you my wife is, but I'm not.
Hey, you're the one who goes home to her every night.
That's
Yeah,
true.
sure.
He's very fond of Julius.
Fair.
Yeah. Yes, she is. She stole the disc. Or, well, she took it. She can have it if she wants.
She wants the original. They're pressing copies up in SIS right now.
Yeah, I'd rather not watch that movie ever again.
How come?
Have you seen it?
No.
Well, the movie was filmed in 36 hours, right?
Yep.
The majority of the filming took place on what was the anniversary of the day Saris and I officially became a couple.
Okay.
And I hadn't seen her in about a year, a little over a year at that point. So I got fucking wasted.
And Julius was just strung out doing all Malcolm's fight scene.
All
Yeah.
Malcolm's fight scenes, carrying all the equipment. A lot of fun stuff.
Tommy putting their big beer drinkers. Tommy putting more beer down in front of them as Ruger takes the remote and turns on, football game or something. Gondar, heard it was a light showing at the movie theater.
Yeah,
That it was.
some people had other stuff to do. I think Sasha and Towns, they were off blowing up Davine monuments.
Davine Monuments, you say?
Davine Island heads, I think it was what they called them.
Right. I mean, Davine's a gorgeous woman, but I don't think she ever wanted ancient statues built to her. Have you guys seen Davine Stonehenge? It's just a bunch of blocks with Davine's name written over it, over and over and over, carved into it.
No,
What?
I have not.
Oh, Jesus.
Towns showed me. Towns and Sasha, they showed us. They blew it up last week.
Oh, thank God.
We're going to be finding these for decades.
Yeah, it's for sure.
Probably. It's normal at this point to go onto a colony and then see Statue of Divinity, you know?
Rolly. Malcolm told me that every colony we stopped at for the MWF or movie filming, he would build one.
That's dozens, if not hundreds of colonies.
Gondar starts laughing.
Imagine that. Tommy, can you slide me a shot?
Absolutely. There you go.
Let's take it. Well, imagine, if you will, 1,000 years from now, some archaeologist finding one of those Davine statues and what they'd think.
They'd think she was like a god or something.
Gondar, well, she looks like a god, but I don't think she needs her face on statues all over the galaxy.
I
Ah.
don't think so either.
Honestly, to an extent, nobody does.
Gondar shrugs. Rolly kind of, yeah, nobody really does. I helped build some of them.
Yeah?
The Leaning Tower of Davine, the Eiffel Tower of Davine.
How? Those are just structures. How did he get, Divine into those?
One,
Just
yeah,
put a bust of her head on most of them.
is the
Oh,
Eiffel,
yeah, makes sense.
is the Eiffel Tower designed to look like Davine bending over?
Yes! Did you see a picture?
No, I just know enough about Malcolm to hazard a guess.
He was very proud of that one.
I can imagine.
I wonder why.
The Library of Davine Zandria. And people would come and worship at these places.
Oh,
Yeah.
Joy, that's not gonna make her. That's not gonna eat away at her, knowing that in essence she's got a cult that worships her as a goddess. That's not gonna open old wounds at all. Fucking idiot.
Tommy slides a kid's cup to Rolly because he has to drink out of it with beer. Rolly, well, I don't think anything really phases Davey.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
She's super strong, super scary, super fast.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but she's still, well, elvish, but human on the inside. Things
If you
bother.
say so. He starts drinking.
think about it like this, Rolly. Everyone's got weak spots. Did you know that Icy lost it on a mission? I've lost it on missions. Julius has. Everyone does.
Must be tough. Wouldn't know. Philippidians can't be combatants yet.
No, but you ever had a time in your life where you just lost control, either crying or anger, something like that?
Not yet. I hope I never do. I'm still young. By my species age, I'm like a 10-year-old.
Wow, really?
I'm a kid, technically. And Tommy, hand me that beer back. Takes it.
I didn't know.
Rolly, legal drinking age on my planet is 5. Tommy, I'm cutting you off. And pours the beers. All the Spartans laughing.
Well, that's part of growing up, is, you know, you've got to have one. Right, guy? Looks over at the Spartans. Right?
Spartans, yeah, I'm sure we'll get there. As Gondar, you know, he's running his finger across the table. You know, EarthGov doesn't let squads have personal relationships, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, where?
You're aware. And you realize you have that with your family and all this nonsense, right? Excuse me, nonsense, wrong word, but you realize you have something that you're not allowed to have.
I do.
Yes.
Do you know what happens when problems get created? Pequod goes off to another division.
The squad
Ceres goes back to
squad
yeah.
gets disbanded.
Yeah. You two probably stay with Icy because you were Arcane Council before, and everybody else gets replaced. And honestly, they'll probably send you away because, from my understanding, she stopped being stupid. Is probably the blunt way to put it, right? But
Yeah, she did.
so you'll probably get sent somewhere, Earthside, to sit on your ass and do nothing. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get to help Lasley go back to training people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we. Oh god damn, we have to fix this shit.
Some things aren't fixable. He takes a drink. Ruger. Yeah, it's happened before in the past. They tried it, not with Arcane Council strike squads, but it's definitely happened before. Not that I'm in the military anymore, but it's happened.
Right.
The Spartans speak up. We're like family. And Gondar, it's different. It's a lot different. These guys are married, engaged, and a lot of these. How long have you guys been with Major Lasley and Hunk? Years.
7 going on 8 years.
Almost 8.
Let me ask you something that my wife is gonna throw in your face. She was caught up by shirtless Julius during the movie, and when she came back, I think she read some minds on the trip back. So let me ask you something. If your family, do you even know Snarf's last name?
No.
How familial of you. As he takes a sip of beer looking at the TV. I'm sure Davine doesn't know Snarf's last name. Is that right, Julius?
I wouldn't know. Probably not.
Yeah. Right. And he just looks at the TV. And Tommy, my last name, Wiseau. and brings another beer over to Cluster, who's guzzling them down.
You're right.
Rolly, on my planet, we don't have last names. And Gondar, good for you. Keeps drinking. Use it or lose it, boys. He takes another drink.
Use it or lose it.
Oh, you'll lose it. Trust me. And he's looking at Julius right in the eyes. Kiss her goodbye.
Use it or lose it, sir.
Mhm. Calling people idiots or numbskulls when you guys had relationship troubles. That's why. When I'd be like, what'd you do today, you idiots? Or how'd you fuck this up? I mean, you just create problems and they don't go unnoticed.
Makes sense.
What, so, what is exactly is the problem? And if you just want to gloss over the details, that's fine, I'll leave, but...
So, I think it's mainly that he, one, probably doesn't feel appreciated or accepted. He feels like the laughing stock of the squad because of mainly the movies, the MWF, that kind of thing. And on top of that, the whole situation with Davine. She gave him his ring back when he proposed to her, and when Jiren threw the ring that he was going to propose to her with into a smelting pot, Snarf said some things, and that made her angry. And she yelled at him.
Gondar shrugs slightly. Wouldn't happen if there was no personal relationships involved. And he's looking right at Ash out of the corner of his eyes.
You're not wrong.
Hmm? He just does that. And he goes, and looking right at Ash.
I can't blame either of them for what happened. He has every right to feel upset. She had every right to be upset. It is what it is.
I lucked out. Gondar shrugged. I got Lorelei. You don't see tabaxis with elves too often. Ever. I think, actually, believe it or not, there were people that, I think, lost respect for her for picking me over some, fucking stupid elf.
I don't know.
Well, I think, anyway. It was a long time ago. I'm way older than most tabaxis, but yeah.
I'd say she picked well.
Remains to be seen. Gondar gets off the stool, hits the bar. One more shot. Tommy comes over. Hey, I got sir. Slides a shot down to him. He takes it. Ruger, alright, we're out. Gondar lays way too many credits down on the bar. Tommy, thank you very much. This is overpaid. And Gondar, well, I hear your engineer's working here. Give it to that loser, right? And he glares at Julie. Ain't that right, boys?
Yeah.
That's
Come over here, pats you on the back, give it to that fuck up. Stupid Cobalt. What was he thinking? Right. And he slaps Ash in the back of the head lightly, playfully, and they leave. As the Spartans, you guys know Gondar?
Yeah.
You guys know everyone.
Yeah, we do.
Arcane Council. That's what you get.
Tommy, wow. 10,000 credits. That always leave good tip.
Makes sense. They can.
I like kobolds. Tommy comes over here. They are nice people. But I like Millipidians too. Here, have soda. And gives it to Rolly. Banksy, so what are you gonna do with that Chancinator soundtrack there, Julius?
I'm probably gonna find somewhere to sell it.
Tommy, I see your mother this morning, Julius, buying brass wedding ring or something. Anyway, right across from my store is opening up auto parts store. And I am selling parts, well, St. Guillotine is selling parts to this store.
Right. Do you think they would take this, and he holds it up, as payment?
For you? Yes. Because I will buy it. The whole store.
All right, yeah. Thank you.
I plan to buy it as part of my strategy to buy up all shops around Absolute Best so I can keep. And he points to the lazy eye on them.
Fair enough, Tommy.
Cluster, so, you guys go to the Rico estate, we've heard.
Yeah, we've been there at times.
Yeah,
Do you think we could go?
maybe.
We'd have to ask him about it.
Hey,
Trust, I hear there's good hunting.
that is true. Julius, isn't it? I might be remembering wrong, but isn't it deer season?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you want to ask your father-in-law if we can go deer hunting on his property? Maybe we can take the Spartans with us.
Make it a bit of a team building exercise, maybe?
Yeah, why not?
I can ask him. Or he can do to say no. Or
Plus-
partially.
Cluster's gonna speak up. Tonight we drink. Tomorrow we go.
If he
Sure,
says yes,
yeah.
of course.
Give him a call.
Julius holds up his wrist computer. Alright, just gonna dial General Rico's number. Casually. He's
Rolly, that's awesome. Watching you die.
I think it's awesome, but to me, it's still pretty terrifying. He hits call.
He answers. You see him in his office. Julian!
Hi, sir. I hope I'm not bothering.
No. I always have time for my future son-in-law. What can I do for you?
Thank you, sir. As you probably are aware, we're taking Crimson Squad under our tutelage for this weekend, and we were wondering if, as a team building exercise, we can take them down to your estate to take them hunting, give them some pointers on shooting a moving, living target, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. No problem. There shouldn't be there's guard details around the perimeter, but they see you, they'll know you're supposed to be there. I'll make sure of it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
How was Colonel Combat? Pequod texted me and said she had a great time. I appreciate you taking such good care of her.
You're welcome, sir. I wasn't the biggest fan of it.
Oh. Well, I'm not a fan of Malcolm movies either, so I understand. Tell you what, when you get back from the estate, give me a buzz. I'll stop up by the apartment. See you in the squad.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Banksy's going to... You hear him calling Towns, and Towns... What? And Banksy, do you want to come to the estate tomorrow? And you hear Towns... Yeah, I should have this problem here in SIS squared away. I'll come tomorrow for sure. Just call me when we're leaving. Banksy closes the call. Problem.
They're dealing with Malcolm. There's always a problem.
Dozer Agent, oh, he's a legend. He has gray hair now.
Yeah, because of Malcolm.
Malcolm really fucked up everybody's lives.
Yeah,
That he did.
and continues to.
Back at the beach house, the girls are going out on to the beach. They're on the beach already, the majority of them. You got the kids out here having fun, playing in the sand, but close to the house. Suletta lying out on a towel in a two-piece silver bikini. Icy sitting next to David. Leslie just sitting in a chair with some sunscreen on her nose and arms crossed with a sad look on her face as everybody else is coming out. Saris sitting under an umbrella in her bikini with Sasha. Commander Integra with the kids. Pequod sitting right next to Leslie, wondering why she looks in such a bad mood. Sunny on the beach, and Jennifer on the beach. Icy looks back at Davine. What do you think of the beach?
It's wonderful. It's very peaceful. I love the sounds.
Hunk used to bring me here. It's an
Did he?
awesome place. Yeah, when I was much younger.
That's wonderful.
Back when Julius and Pequod were still banging in the barracks of Raven Rock. As Commander Integra laughed.
Right.
Meanwhile, at the speedboat dock, the squad is preparing. Scar is loading a bunch of SIS labeled boxes into a. This is bigger than a speedboat. This is like a double speedboat. It's huge. Scar is loading a bunch of boxes in as Hunk turns around. Zap, did you see anybody? And Zap, I'm on the lookout. No, I don't see anybody. Are you sure we don't should be stealing this? And Hunk, shut up and get in the boat. As they get into the boat, Snarf, this is a really stupid idea. If I wanted to die, I know how. I could just airlock myself. And Hunk, drop the shit attitude. We've got a job to do. And Scar, yeah. As the boat takes off, and somebody can be faintly heard screaming, "That's my boat!" as they pull off. Back down here on the beach. Right here on the beach. Jennifer, yeah, I didn't like Colonel Combat. It was depressing. You should have seen General Lorelei sweating. Commander Integra sweating at what? Waiting for somebody to respond, and nobody responded.
It was a lot of shirtless Julius in that movie.
Suletta chuckles to herself as Sasha. Yeah, she is a big fan of shirtless Julius. You should see her desk down on JSON. There is the Jeff Goldblum shirtless, high, drunk Julius picture right there. Framed on the desk. As last week.
Frame.
Yes, it's a platinum frame, Davey. Sasha speaks.
Wow. She certainly holds his physique in high stature then.
Pequod, well, that makes two of us. And comes, sits next to Davey, looking at Leslie, just with the same look on her face at the end of the movie. Pequod, so, beach, you, yes? Wedding on the beach?
Perhaps. I haven't really thought that far about it all.
Pequod smiles at her. Well, the kids like it, and she gestures back to the kids.
That is very good. I'm happy about that. We don't
Pequod's,
get out of the apartment much, so them seeing this kind of thing is good.
Pequod, we could come here more often. Leslie even has a yacht. And Leslie, huh? Oh. Yeah, you can use it whenever you want. Just don't get sunburned. And Pequod, see?
Oh, speaking of sunburnt, she looks over at Icy, and she takes out some sunscreen. Yes, Tom, come here.
She comes over to her and sits down.
She pours out some sunscreen and starts putting it on her back, her shoulders, her face.
Pequod, Julius is very impressive. He's always been impressive, and actually, I think his physique is better now, post the Majestic, than it was back in the Headhunters. And Sarah's, yeah, he's access to a gym, nutrition. The Headhunters, the gym was pretty crappy if I remember. Most of the best workouts were you two banging at night, and Leslie's gym equipment and training.
Well, I suppose it's much better than on the Majestic. I never really saw him with his Headhunter's physique.
Oh, he was good looking. Pequod, hearts popping above her head. Suletta, yeah. Makes that exact noise. And Pequod, what's that supposed to mean? And Suletta, meh. And just ignores her comment. And Sarah's, Julius was attractive, I'll admit, but I was in love with Ash. I think probably the first time I saw him. I never had a boyfriend up until Ash, so I didn't really know how to function. And then one day he came up to me and said, "Gods of this moment," as Leslie and gags. And can we not talk about that? I'm busy thinking. And Sasha, yeah, Julius and Ash were very attractive. Still are, but very attractive, Davey.
I guarantee that is true. I've looked at Ash before, and I could see the appeal of him. And of course, I believe my son is attractive, but that might have just been mom goggles the whole time.
Pequod, no, it's the genetics, the rainfall genetics. So just look at the kids.
Yes, she looks over at the kids. They are quite attractive. So, all of them are. They all look quite good.
Pequod Icy had a crush on Julius when she was young. Icy, yeah. And then I asked not to get any more pictures of him, and one day I opened my wrist computer while in a meeting with Hunk and the Arcane Council, and there was Julius's dick. Right on my wrist computer. And everybody starts laughing.
Davian starts laughing, and I wonder where she got that from.
Pequod, the pride of the headhunters.
The pride of the headhunters is dick known to the Arcane Council.
Master Yen was even fond of it. That's the turtle guy, Davey.
Yes, Master Yen. I heard that you showed him Julius's dick to try and prevent him from leaving?
Yes, it was a last resort, desperate attempt.
Well, I can understand that.
Sasha, I was always more attracted to Ash myself. And Saris, me too. Pequod, Ash just was weird when I first met him. Really weird. Always talking about it. Now it all makes sense. It's not weird, but back then, I just thought he was high all the time.
Really? He would talk about, like, airships and stuff?
Airships, remembering strange places, building guns as a slave, things that, I mean, maybe they happen way far out. Airships, no. Slavery is, well, thanks to Ash and Julius and you guys. No thanks to Malcolm. Done. The only big ring was the Iron Circle, and you guys wiped them out.
Yes, those two did like their airships. I remember one time they were just sitting out at night, and I came out of Julius's bag and I saw them, like, pointing up at an airship and laughing together. It was nice. They didn't have many moments like that at Gallia.
Jennifer, I always found Ash attractive. And Sunny, I had Android, but Julius, definitely for me. Leslie, huh? Oh. Yeah, whatever. And it goes back to just staring out into the ocean. And Icy, by the time I was 18, I thought Ash was attractive. And everybody starts laughing. Even Commander Integra. And Leslie, yeah, attractive Ash. Great. Whatever. Wait, you found Ash attractive? And Suletta, who would you find more attractive, sister? A child with a bad attitude, whose backup plan to being kicked out of the military was bouncing bars to raise a family, or a man who's actually a man? And Leslie, knock it off! And I see spellcasters, generally speaking, find mature people attractive. Now I find Julius very attractive. So does General Lorelei. As Davian's putting the suntan lotion on Icy, and Pequod's going to help. Yeah, your skin is really pale. We need to make sure you don't get sunburned. Out here! The quest begins. The boat is lined up. Scar has a directional microphone aiming it at the beach. Zap is setting up some type of ridiculously high-powered telescope. And Snarf comes up these stairs with the 2 sets of binoculars, and what the hell is that? Points at this futuristic-looking device. Hunk's typing on it, and we could tap into their phone lines with this, and their wrist computers. Thanks for getting the binoculars. Good hustle out there. Snarf, what the fuck is wrong with you, Hunk? That's it. And he pulls out a can of flask with Davian's face on it, as Scar looking over his shoulder. What the hell? And Zap, Davy. And Hunk, where the hell did you get that? And Snarf's gonna open it, take a big swing. I lifted it off Malcolm. And he comes over and shows it to Hunk. See? I stole it from him one day when the idiot wasn't looking, too busy mumbling to himself about killing Ash. And what the hell's all this? He comes over here taking another swig. Oh, those are spy cameras. We have to have Snarf and Zap set up, or Scar and Zap set up. And that is a mini drone. It's a fly, the size of a fly. Takes it in his hands. We can pilot it and hear what's going on if the directional microphone fails us. By the way, Scar, what do you hear? And Scar, they're talking about, I'm not sure. I think who they find more attractive between Ash and Julius. And Hunk, oh. Well, I guess that's what girls do. I really don't know. He walks over here. Snarf, Hunk, this is a horrible, takes another swig out of the flask idea. They're going to kill us. Davine hates me. And Scar, what's the point? Davine hates everyone. And Zap, yeah, she hates us all. And Hunk, stow that shit right now, okay? Let me tell you something. That woman's been through hell 3 times. Once in Gallia with whatever the hell went down there between the kids. Not our business. Once losing Carter, and then the whole ordeal on the Majestic. We don't know anything. Nothing we've been through comes close. Davine does not hate all of us. She just hates Snarf. And he goes over here and Snarf, fuck it, and throws the canteen into the... And he just sits down, looking at the deck of the boat. And Zap, change my places, Scar. Scar comes up here. Zap puts himself on the directional microphone. Alright, now what are they talking about? Zap. Hand me those binoculars, and some binoculars. Zap looking through the binoculars. Oh, you got 5 coming in south. We're down on Icy. Right down low. They're going low with it. They got the white stuff all over her thighs now. Hunk, what the fuck? Stands up. Snarf sighs, just looking at the deck of the boat. It's all over her thighs. Now it's on her stomach. Davine getting involved. Davine hot and sweaty too. Hunk, you motherfucker, get out of the way! Throws Zap out of the way. The binoculars come over. Give me those, you idiot! Zap, no. It's all over her face now. Ain't nothing nobody can do. Banksy. That fucking kid's there! Grabs the binoculars. Looks through them. Snarf, it's probably suntan lotion. Hunk. And Scar, wow. Suletta's almost naked. As Hunk is watching them rub lotion on Icy's body. Back at the beach! They're finished rubbing the lotion on her body. And Icy, yeah, I sunburn very easily.
Yes. Julius does too, believe it or not. He has pretty pale skin. Not as pale as yours, which is surprising.
Strawberry.
Yes, Strawberry.
I should start calling him that.
Oh, you should. I'm sure he'd love it, Iston.
When did you give him that nickname?
It was right after let me think. It was right after he got the red hair, and I was turned into a rat. But we sort of got this little dialect going on between us two. I would squeak to him in what I suppose would be Morse code nowadays, and he would, respond to me. And then one day I saw him picking a strawberry. It was red with the green underneath it, and it reminded me of his red hair and his green eye.
I see nods. Makes sense. I'll start calling him it.
You should. He
Jennifer
loves that.
Strawberry comes over. We should all start calling him Strawberry.
Davine starts laughing. Oh, please do.
Leslie, yeah, I never had any nicknames for Julius. I just called him Punk.
That one looks too. That one's quite fitting.
Yeah, he was a little punk. You should have. Well, back then anyway. Came marching into my training ground, angry at the world. Then I dislocated his shoulder. Then he came back. I was surprised he came back. I really was. And Pequod, then she dislocated both of Ash's shoulders.
Well, you saw that version of Julius. I saw him when he just got into hating the world. It was... Oh, Jesus.
What was he like?
Well, he very much did not care for anything. He would just stay in the forest and gather up herbs and everything like that, steal bread, and when necessary, he would not talk to me much. I understand why he wouldn't talk to me much. Don't get me wrong, but he still wouldn't talk to me much. Whenever there were guards around, he would purposely mess with them and everything. And then we met Ash. Well, Dale, Ash, all of them, and everything happened.
It's a good thing you met them. I see looking at Davy and otherwise. I went down to Gallia with them. And,
Didn't look good?
a lot of dead people, fossilized.
Right. I heard him say something about the asinine centaurs.
Pequod, I think I heard him mention donkey centaurs. Gallia sounded like a crazy place.
Oh yes, there was all sorts of things. Asinine centaurs and gnolls. We fought a dragon. It was weakened because of the darkening that was incoming, but we still fought a dragon. It was a very odd, terrible place.
Julius told me about this Mullet Joe guy once.
Oh, Mullet Joe. So, when we first met Dale and everything, we got into this fight with a couple of drunk guards. It was, to Julius Ash's and my knowledge, it was purely defensive, and I suppose Gorgon's too. It was purely defensive on our part to fight them. Then we got a summons to the court, and we had to pay this fine that none of us had enough gold for, and we had to take a bounty and find this man named Mullet Joe. This man was a bandit. He, raped, pillaged, stole, all that kind of thing. And then he offered us to work for him, or just turn a blind eye to him in lieu of, taking him down and bringing him to the court. And then we, took care of him, because why would we accept that? And then Towns, he looks over at Sasha. He would sort of carry his disembodied head around. The curse did that.
Sasha, yeah, he's told me he has vague memories of Mullet Joe. Most of his memories were wiped when the curse was lifted off of him, but he still has vague memories of Joe and some things Dale told him.
Right, yes. Good. That's good for him. He would make the head talk at times.
He told me he got a spell put on it to have it preserved, even.
Yes, we had it in a bag of holding, which is a bag of holding, but keeps things cold. And then we went to this alchemist, necromancy shop, and we got a spell put on it.
Pequod, Julius told me he bought alchemy supplies once and they just vanished right in front of him.
Yes, he bought the alchemy supplies. Then the whole day passed. Oh, it was a couple of days actually. And we all sat down to camp, and while we were camping, he wanted to make a couple of potions to help out the party. And he opened his bag, and nothing was there. He looked at me.
Somebody stole them?
We have no idea. He looked at me and said, "I did buy those supplies, right?" And then he kept on looking through his bag over and over again. I think either they just disappeared because Towns maybe saw them, or someone tried to steal them. It was Gallia. There was thieves all around the corner.
Makes sense. Pequod shrugs back here on the boat. Narf is soaking wet, climbing out of the water, retrieving the flask. I can't get through this fucking weekend without this. Good thing I brought that extra bottle. He drags the flask back on, and Hunk, look at them out there. Just look at them. And Zap, yeah. Scar, yeah. Look at them. namely Suletta. And Hunk, stop! No, not that way, idiot! Look how vulnerable they look! And Scar, yeah. Vulnerable. Who's that old lady sitting in the back with the kid? That's Integra, moron! And Scar, oh, right. I can't get this thing focused. Zap, look at her. Beautiful blonde woman. Sitting there with all those... That's my wife! Zap, sorry. Snarf, this is ridiculous. And Hunk, look at how vulnerable they are. We have to protect them. Scar's going to finish the flask, grab a bottle out of one of his satchels, start filling it. Hunk, those women don't need any protection from us, or Ash, or Julius. Hunk, ignoring him, just looking through, scanning the beach line with his binocular. Let's take a tally, shall we? So, there's the main reason you've dragged us here, to die. Your daughter, who can probably, right now, if she wanted to, crash this planet into the sun. At a whim! General Lorelei has even told me she is stronger than her. Maybe not consistently. And Hunk just shrugs and keeps looking through the binoculars. But let's just say she wasn't here. Okay. Hypothetically speaking, Hunk, assuming you know what that word means. He comes over here, takes another swig. Zap. Hypopotamously speaking. Snarf, yeah. Hypopotamously. Anyway, there's Major Lasley. And Suletta, the Lasley sisters, as you call them. The two women most responsible for repelling a demonic invasion from Earth. Hunk just looking through the binoculars. Scar, nice, as he focuses the binoculars on Suletta's beautiful long, telescope on Suletta's beautiful long, slender frame. Snarf. Then there's Ceres. A day-walking, mind you, the sun bothers her, but a day-walking vampire with royal blood, who at the blink of an eye can suck all the blood out of any orifice on our body. Hunk clears his throat. Zap. Suck any orifice. Snarf. Then there's Sasha. The probably greatest living marksman right now, hand-trained and picked by General Lorelei, and Ranger sharpshooters. The future of the Rangers, Hunk. Hunk still looking through the binoculars. Snarf. No, just go down the list. Commander Integra, she may be old. SIS legend, we all saw her during her crazed phase, swinging around that saber, beating up a Mercurius unit constantly. Hunk adjusting the binoculars, ignoring him. Then, of course, lest we forget, there's Jennifer and Sunny, who you would probably say are the most vulnerable of the bunch, yes? And Hunk, absolutely, I'll give you that one. Yeah. Well, Julius has taught Sunny how to use knives, protect herself. And then there's Jennifer, who Ash has taught how to shoot. Ash has taught how to shoot. Your son, Ash, keeps scanning the beach line. Snarf. Then, of course, there's General Rico's daughter. Sure, she might not be an active combatant, but once again, doubling back to Ash and Sasha teaching her how to shoot, but she doesn't even really need to know how to shoot. Did you see her beat up that girl at the convention 2 weeks ago? All we have to do is tell her there's some girl within 2,000 miles of Julius that wants to hit on him, and she will kill anybody, because we all know she's a crazy, psycho bitch. And Hunk, I agree with the crazy psycho part, not the bitch part. Snarf, I didn't mean bitch in a bad way, she's just psycho. Takes a swig. And then, you know, just last but definitely not least, there's Davine. Rainfall, the woman who could behead 99% of entities in this galaxy before they could even finish blinking, who will probably kill us if we're found here. And Hunk, no, I don't think she'll kill us. She'll probably kill you, because she hates you. She won't kill us. And if it comes to it, we'll push you in front and, yeah, and start. This is fucking stupid. And Hunk, All right, it's time to move into Plan B. We need to get boots on the ground around there. Keep an eye on them for a few hours while I set some equipment up. Then we're going in. Get the ghillie suit ready, Scar. And Scar, you got it. And walks over here. Look at the beach. I haven't noticed the boat. It's way, way, way too far out. But the day is, the sun is coming down. The sun is setting. Everybody is going inside for the most part. Icy, you want to go inside?
You go ahead. I want to stay out here for a bit. Look at the stars.
Okie doke. She goes inside with everybody else. They all go inside. Davine spends a couple hours out here. The sun's starting to set. Davine notes coming down the beach line slowly. Every so often, she looks out of the corner of the eye and she swears this large patch of seaweed has gotten closer. It's about a mile and a half out, but she can see it.
She keeps her eyes on the ocean, but using her peripheral vision, she's gonna keep an eye on the seaweed.
Back on the boat. Scar is the one in the seaweed outfit. Zap with the directional microphone. Hunk, what do you hear? Zap. And Zap, it's quiet out there. And just Davine staring out into the ocean. Like she looking into our souls to kill Snarf. And Snarf, shut the fuck up! And Hunk, settle down. I've got this under control. He starts typing on this machine. Alright, Snarf, put those headphones on over there. And come over here. Snarf grabs his shitty Davine flask from Malcolm. Put these on. Puts the headphones on. And the fly drone begins flying out towards the beach. And Zap, there she is. Just looking at me. I can see her. Back on the beach, Davine has most definitely noticed the seaweed pile inch closer. And a fly lands on the back of Davine's neck. She feels it. She doesn't know what type of insect, but something lands on the back of her neck.
Her hand's gonna shoot up and smack the fly.
Back here on the boat. All right, what do you hear? Poor Snarf hears the fly getting smashed, so he gets the feedback, screeching noise, and Snarf, Jesus! Snarf, Jesus! And whips the headset up. And Hunk, don't tell me she destroyed that. Snarf, yeah, she did. Hunk, oh god, that's worth like 8 million credits. Snarf, you really stole all this from SIS Armory or whatever? And Hunk, yeah. That'll just have to go missing. How's Scar doing out there, Zap? Zap, give me a moment. Sets the microphone down. Oh, he inching towards Davine. Like Scar's, like Snarf's heart, inch towards Davine only to be rebuked. Snarf punches Hunk in the side of the head. Oh, Jesus! You got a goddamn good punch! And Snarf, I'm just gonna walk up to the beach and let her behead me. And Hunk, no the fuck you're not! And comes and stops it. As Davine, the sun goes down. And if Davine would like to go inside and join the others, she can. However, she's not. This has gotten even closer.
She's gonna stand up, go over to this like palm tree and just like inspect it and try to get a closer look at the ghillie suit.
It just looks like a big patch of seaweed, and all she can tell is it's seaweed. And it does look close enough to the water where it could have been, since she wasn't paying 110%, being sucked out into the tide as the tides were changing and pushed down slowly over the course of sitting outside.
God. Oh, well. Might be a crab underneath it or something, or the tides. Who knows? Maybe I'm just going crazy. And she laughs to herself as she goes into the house.
She goes into the house as she sees Saris pop open some of Ash's blood, drinking it, and the night concludes for now. The next day, you guys head to the Rico estate. Towns is here. I'll grab him once. You're here at the Rico estate where you watch movies with your Spartans. Rolly, yeah, Banksy, so this is where we watch movies before an assassin tried to kill Saris. Or something, right, Ash?
Yeah, someone put a hit out on her with
Rolly, do you really think we can't come here? This is the most powerful man in EarthGov's property.
Yeah, it's better safe than sorry. Plus, vampire,
Yeah,
This whole. He's probably pretty good at sneaking around at night.
yeah, this is one of the safest places, but what's safer, this or, a station?
Towns comes out from the, I like to imagine getting stuff out of the ship that you guys brought for your day. And Towns, yeah, absolutely not. Saris is not coming here. Brandon Law. Towns shrugs and starts laughing.
Oh, Brandon.
Brandon Law, the vampire guy. I was on the news beating that guy up. And Rolly, I didn't come. I was busy doing stuff, but I wish I'd come.
Me too.
Again, it was good reaction time on the part of you two. Did you guys get that problem solved with SIS? What was going on?
Towns, no. We're missing a ton of equipment. Like, a ton. And Agent R is very strict about the armory, and this equipment is very expensive. Have you guys? I'm sure you've seen them in movies. He said they were based off some movie from the 20s. But like these little, you know what a fly is? But it's a little nano machine fly, and you can fly it around with this little remote control laptop, and it can listen for
Yeah.
you.
That's
Oh.
kind of like the drone that Xerix had. Yes, I get you.
Yeah, and we're missing a jetpack. It's a stealth jetpack. It doesn't emit too much noise. It has, I think it's like rotary diffusers on the vents, bunch of camera equipment, microphones, more binoculars. Yeah, we're missing a lot of fucking stuff.
Well, I'm sure
Weird.
stuff like that goes missing from time to time, but all at once? Is there any record of someone taking it?
No, they're not that I know of. I'm still going through the records. He pulls up on his wrist computer to find out exactly what identification number used it. Agent R said it's not super uncommon because there are black bag jobs where agents are going to take the gear, go do it. Nobody but the person who gave them the job knows about what they're doing, right? Black bag stuff, and then they'll bring it back. But Agent R is in charge of SIS.
He knows.
So it must have been maybe General Spears, Lorelei, who knows?
I mean, that's true.
Someone way high up that gave the mission.
Rico? Dozer speaks up.
Yeah, probably Rico.
Maybe, yeah.
That's probably just what happened. A blackback mission. No one knows what happened. Gave from Lorelei or Rico themselves.
Yeah.
Towns turns to you, Ash. By the way, I've been interrogating some of the higher end UIR officials we have down at Guantanamo Bay. There's one, and only one, that won't talk. And when I bring up Dr. Morgan, the name, he has a tell. Anytime you say Dr. Morgan, you see his left eyebrow slightly raised. But I can't get him to talk. If you guys want to help me out at some point, I can't rough them up too much. There's rules and regulations, but I do think you two, he points at Julius and Ash, are way more intimidating than me. And he points back at us.
Yeah, we can come down, try to help you out.
And if all else fails, we could probably try to bum our captain to try to read his mind, although I'd prefer to avoid that.
That's the last resort. I was going to ask Lorelei to just read it for me, but I want to try to get the results first.
Of course, showing, what's the word? Being proactive, right, is always good. It'll get you, there's a lesson for all of you, it'll get you ahead in your career to be proactive and take initiative.
Yes, sir, as they look around in awe. Rico really owns this whole place?
He does.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you'll own it someday, Julia.
Or
Dozer.
like maybe my wife will own it.
Nightfall, yeah, she bought out some game company, I heard.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, that Battle of Middle Earth, the one where the four factions, Squad Sigma sucks, that whole thing.
Yeah, the one where that figure has immortalized what I looked like at the end of the journey.
Lazy
Roll,
eye.
Rolly, well, you look better than me, actually, looking up at you. I was painting some of the miniatures for her. She taught me how to do it.
Hey, don't sell yourself short. I'm pretty sure for a Millipidian, you probably are a very handsome young guy, Rolly.
Movie star, as he looks up at the Spartan, and you carry me around like you carry her. And the Spartan, sure, picks him.
All right, so we're here to hunt, everyone.
They all look back at you. Yeah, unless there's anything else you want to do beforehand. In towns, what is it? Your wife can make really good deer jerky.
Yeah.
Okay, Towns comes over. Let's bag her some deers, unless there's something else we want to do with these kids.
How about I show you guys a little bit of something? How much survival training you kids have?
Make a school circle, sir?
Yeah.
They all come around you.
So, what amount of practical survival training do you guys have? Anyone speak up.
Minimal, sir.
Never gone out camping with minimal equipment before?
Negative, sir. We were supposed to do that with Jiren a week ago.
Alright. Let's start with the basics. You know how to make a fire without fancy tools like lighters and matches and magnesium, right?
Yes.
Okay, good work. You know the basics like a fire plow, a bow drill. If you're really desperate, a piece of glass.
Make some deadfalls. Flavor speaks up.
Good idea for food. How about this? How proficient in shelters are you?
Uh, no, nothing.
Alright, I'm going to teach you guys something that I learned when I was on the colony. When I was where I grew up, for a time after I got out of a bad situation, I had nowhere to live, so I lived outside of the main city in a shelter I built. I'm going to teach you how to build a shelter that, as long as there's decent-sized wood of any sort in the area, or rocks or something like that, you can build this. You ever heard of an A-frame?
I think in some textbooks, military textbooks, Cluster speaks.
Well, you've seen the stereotypical tent shape, right? And he makes a triangle shape.
Yeah.
An A-frame is like that. So, he's going to look around. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to find some nice, sturdy pieces of wood, branches particularly for this. You want ones that he's going to go up to a tree and get a nice thick, about 4 foot long one and pull it off. You see that little notch on the end? How it kind of forks off? And how thick and heavy it is? That's ideal. We want, probably for one person. 15?
Who taught you all this?
No one. I kind of had to figure it out on my own.
Okay.
Without getting too much into it, I had a really bad draw of things when I was younger. And, when I got out of the bad situation, I got into a worse one and then was on my own. I never really had anyone to teach me most things.
Okay.
But, well, that's a bit heavy, isn't it? You know how it is. Sometimes things are hard and you just push through them.
Like the Majestic.
Exactly. I'm sure you've all had something difficult you've had to push through and just work
Basic training, Spartan Academy training.
something like that. It's all the better when you get through it. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel. But, you're going to want to find about 15 to 20 of these, depending on how long you want it to be. I say about 4 feet long for these sticks, because that's going to decide the height of your shelter. Might want it a bit taller if you're taller, but this is roughly what you need. Now, he's going to go looking and, showing them. We need to find this. And he pulls off about a 5-foot long branch. So, you want to take, and he's going to show them, you want to take the sticks, drive them into the ground, and lay them like this. And he's going to make them into a pyramid shape. And then you put this, you slide it in between those forks, and try and pull those apart with this in the middle. Pretty solid.
Flavor's gonna try.
You're strong enough that you could rip it apart, but it's pretty solid, all things considered, right?
Yeah.
Wind, rain, even debris is unlikely to rip these apart, and it's going to get stronger the more you put together. Now, in a temperate area like this, you can probably get away with just, see how there's gaps all the way through? You can probably get away with filling it in with something like smaller sticks, or bark, maybe, something like that. If it were colder, dry grass filling in the gaps with mud over it, and you're going to create something that's actually quite solid and will block a lot of the wind and moisture from getting to you. He's explaining it as he does it. Important thing, if you're in a place where you think it will rain, dig a trench around the shelter, unless you want to sleep in a puddle.
What happens if a bear attacks you? Frost.
Well, there's two things you can do. One, if we're armed, you can shoot it to get it away. I'm sure you all have a weapon that could quite easily take down or at least scare off one.
Cluster Pat's rocket launcher mounted on.
That might be a bit overkill, Cluster. But if you don't have anything, there's two things you can do. One is less advisable than the other. The first one is climb a tree. It's not advisable, and it only works against very, very specific kinds of bears, and even then, if a bear wants you enough, it will follow you up. The other one is the more advisable, which is make a bunch of noise and make yourself look as big as possible. Typically, bears, they're opportunistic carnivores for the most part. They're not going to want to fuck with you, and they'll just wander off. More often than not, they're drawn in by food. That's if we're talking about a grizzly or a black bear. You're unlikely to ever come across one, but a polar bear's a different story. The thing you do with them is pray. It's about all you can do if you're not armed.
You see Rolly ask for the Spartan to let him down. He comes over here, jumps on Julius's back. Flavor. So you really put all these skills to use when Malcolm. You know you have your own TV show now, right?
I do?
Yeah. Ash as Survivor Man.
Oh,
Malcolm stranded you, and one time Julius appeared in one of the episodes.
yeah, I forgot. He kept those tapes. Huh.
Did he really strand you, or was it set up like most of the movie?
Oh, he stranded us. The one where we were stranded, what was it? Wasn't it an island on the planet where the Ray incident happened, Julius?
Yeah, it was that island. He sent us down because you did so well during your shoot. He sent me down with you because he thought I didn't know anything about, surviving. Luckily, I know a lot about gathering, and you know a lot about hunting, and, just other simple survival stuff.
It actually was pretty amazing. We were there for 7 days, and we probably each put on, 5 to 10 pounds? Somehow in that time period with how well we were eating?
It was
Ugh.
impressive. Better than Majestic.
Nightfall. So you had a better time being stranded legitimately than being on the Majestic.
Oh, Nightfall, it was an island paradise compared to the Majestic. We had a damn hammock made of palm fronds that we laid on during the day.
Towns is going to poke Julius's shoulder and gesture his head this way.
He looks over there. What's up?
This way. Move away while he's teaching the kid.
Yeah, okay. He moves away over there.
Rolly comes with you. I don't know where you went, brother man. You
Julius,
You
I
went to
moved
the
myself-
fucking stratosphere!
Julius
I moved
used
myself over, and then my token just shot over.
that was
Well,
ultra
lucky for
inst- or
you.
not, instant transmission to Pequod, I guess.
Lucky for you, I've got another token here, so Talons is going to type on his wrist computer watching Ash. Well, basically, these kids like gawking at Ash in awe because Ash is a hero to them. You are too, Julius, as you know. And Towns pulls up his wrist computer. General Lorelei said to show you this, and it's Snarf's bio, and you see his $160,000 salary has been set to $500,000, and then Towns reaches into back pocket, and this is his first check paid in advance. She wanted somebody to give it to him, and I never see the guy, so I'm not around the apartment like you.
I will. I will. And he's gonna look at the bio and look at his last name.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Filibuster.
Snarf filibuster. Okay.
Towns, have you ever had pizza with pineapple on it?
Yeah.
Sasha's a big fan. I think I'm gonna DoorDash something to the place they went. You want to send anything for Pequod? We could just go half and half. Saris, we can't order anything for Saris.
Yeah, sure. How about just another pizza with, pepperoni and sausage?
Towns places the order. Just pay me back another time. I miss having Sasha around. I do. It's strange. Rolling 500,000 credit. Can I have that, Julie?
Sorry, bud.
I should have taken the Malcolm. Oh, I should have taken the money.
I know, buddy. I know. Sometimes I wish I took the money too, but blood money is no good money.
Rolly, if you say so. Scar took it, but he lost his credit card.
Oh my god. He has to get a new one.
Scar's worth more than you and me put together in Towns and me.
All three of us put together and multiplied by 10.
You can leave a note. Look, Towns showing on his wrist computer. We can tell the delivery driver to say it's from us.
Yeah, sure.
What do you want to type to Pequod?
Just went out a message from all three of us. Just say, much love to all of you. This is a present.
Sounds good.
Something like that.
He types it in. Ash, you're still down here with the kid.
Yeah. So, you guys ever been hunting before?
Banksy, yeah, I grew up on my dad's orange farm, and we used to go hunting a lot. That's why I became a Spartan. I like my dad a lot. I love him, but I looked up to my Uncle Carter the most, and I did not want to spend the rest of my life on an orange farm. Nightfall beats the hell out of LA. I came from LA. Hollywood Marine.
And I'm going to tell you, I've been to the area around LA once. It sure as hell beats where I grew up. You'll
Oh,
love it.
hell. Nightfall looks at you. You were pretty close, what? Yesterday, right? You guys went and repelled the comic shop invasion.
Yes, we did. It was a small town, something Dale, I don't remember.
Oh, I mean, look at this.
Hmm?
Nightfall pulling out of one of her satchels. Grab this before we left Gateway.
Oh! That kid made it to the front of a magazine. Good for him.
Yeah, they put them on the cover. Tommy apparently insisted that one of the kids that works there be on the cover.
Good for them. Ah.
Town seeing the magazine. You see him zooming in with his binoculars built in. Man, I really should have came.
Oh god, you shouldn't have. Be glad you didn't, honestly. It took like 30 seconds to kill all of them. It was not even. It was so weird.
He starts laughing. The Spartans, so deer hunting. What do we and Banksy, you wanna just go set up like some tree stands? Or are there deer stands built around this estate?
Would he know if there are stands built around?
Eh. All you gotta do is give General Rico a call and ask.
Well,
Casually call him. Impress the.
he's gonna call Rico.
He comes up. Oh, Ash! You see him
Yeah.
trying to look past your head. Oh, is that my place?
Yes.
What do you need? Something wrong down there?
Not at all. We're just wondering if we're taking the Crimson Squad deer hunting. We're just wondering if you have stands or hides already built here, or if it would be alright if we built our own. If not,
We have hides. We have hides on deer trails, and actually, I'll send you these coordinates. Hang on, and I'll send them to Julius too. There's some sheds out there that'll have deer bait, stuff like that, and you can put them on the deer trails. I'll forward you a map of that'll overlay the trails onto your wrist computer. Just give me 2 seconds. I gotta do something.
no, understood. Thank you, sir.
Look for the sheds. You'll find one. You see Dozer. There's one this direction. I'll go get the. What is deer bait exactly? And you hear Rico. It could be food. There's some urine that attracts them as Dozer goes off into the forest, or excuse me, Cluster goes off into the forest to get it. It's not far. If you look close enough through the tree line, you can actually see a faint silhouette of a ship.
Okay, sure.
Rico, anything else?
No, sir. Everything going okay for you, sir?
Yes, everything's fine. Have you heard from the girls? Everything copacetic down there? No vampire assassins?
Have not heard from them, but I'm going to say with them being there, that's a very good thing.
All right. Well, very good. Do you got that agent? That Agent R has a shine on to with you?
Yes, he's gonna turn right over there talking with Julius and Rowley.
See you have any new information on all the missing equipment? Did he tell you?
He did. We're not sure what it is. Our best guess is maybe some black bag operation where only the person who ordered it knows about it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I can see that in theory, but I mean, the only person who can actually do that is me.
And let me guess, you don't.
No, I mean, I guess I can't confirm or deny, but as my son-in-law's best friend, I'm telling you the truth. No, there's no. Maybe somebody did it and overruled me. I don't know. General Spears is a wily kind of guy, and Marines are gonna get the job done one way or another. I was a Marine. I understand, so it could be.
I get that completely. I mean, if it's that important, I can understand, bending some rules, although I don't prefer to. And there's no way that somebody could have just taken it without being noticed, right?
Absolutely not. I mean, there's cameras in the armory. That's why I don't understand why it's taking this agent so long. It's just Towns comes up hearing that agent, as most people call her, Towns. Camera footage is blanked out in the armory, sir. And Ash, you see him play the camera footage, and it's gray static.
Okay, then that basically eliminates 98% of people in the galaxy,
Yeah,
in the universe, because
magic user is somebody with, somebody that knows their stuff. You know what I'm saying?
somebody that knows their stuff is very skilled and can get on Gateway.
It's got to be somebody that was on Gateway. That's in my opinion. So probably Marines, I guess. But why they do go through all this trouble instead of just coming and asking pisses me off. Ash, you understand?
I can understand that exactly. I mean, remember what Lorelei did when I kind of did the same thing?
Yeah, well, that's all behind you now. She's quite fond of you. Got a picture of you on her desk down in JSOC. I was down there talking to her earlier.
Really?
Yeah, and then shirtless picture of my son-in-law.
Yeah. Never gets less uncomfortable. But he's the pretty boy. He's the one that they're gonna make fucking cartoons about someday.
Cartoons, and between you and I and all those in earshot, probably body pillows. Girls would. It's a good way to make money to pay off this Malcolm debt. We're considering it. Don't tell him.
You're implying that there aren't already people that make them on the E-net right now.
There probably are, but we'll buy them out and start manufacturing them so the funds can go to Malcolm. You know.
I'll tell you from experience there are, because I saw someone carrying one at the retro game convention.
I'm not surprised. He's a good-looking young man.
The surprising one was seeing what Laz did to somebody carrying one of her.
Yeah, I probably should have reprimanded her. I didn't. I had a talk with my daughter about beating up a Mars delegate. Didn't go anywhere, so
Y-
whatever.
No offense, sir, but she's got a bit too much of, well, her dad in her.
That's her mom. Her mother used to beat up other women that would come near me too. So
There
there was a time I was quite attractive.
was a time, sir. I'm sure
Yeah, I was kind of like Julius back then.
what I mean is, I'm sure there are millions of women in EarthGov who would very much say that that time is still now.
Maybe. Anyway, I'll catch up with you. Not today, but tomorrow. I'll come up to the apartment. Give me a buzz, like I said, when you guys get back.
Yes, sir. And again,
Catch some deer. I hear your wife makes good deer jerky, so I'd like a piece. Reserve me a couple. I'm a fan of jerky.
of course, sir. Anything for you, sir.
Excellent. As Cluster comes back with little vials of deer urine and deer bait, and he's got them all in his arms. I think I got him.
Well done, Cluster. Careful with those vials. You don't want to break them on you.
Yes, sir. As you guys will head out to go hunting. Meanwhile, morning too. It's morning where you guys are, like 11 a.m., and it's morning here, round about the same time. Everybody's up, out and about. Davine, if she wants to go outside, and she is, to take in the morning air, notices the seaweed pile is gone.
She tilts her head. Well, it was being pulled by the tide, so it isn't odd, and she takes a sip of tea.
Pequod's gonna come out. What do you want for breakfast, Julie? Or Davine? Late breakfast.
Just a bagel. If it isn't too much trouble.
Of course. You must really be enjoying the beach.
Yes, it's very peaceful. I love it.
Oh. Well, we can come here, like I said, all the time as she goes back in. Meanwhile, out here. 1 second. Out here, the A-team is in position. They're not this close to the house. We have to work with the constraints of the map. But they are definitely on the driveway. Near the driveway, I should say. Of the house. This is the driveway. And they are looking at the house in this bush, quietly watching. Zap. Hand me that flask, Snarf. And Snarf, bite me. Takes a big swig. Scar, I'm hungry. And Hunk, I told you, I'll take you guys wherever you want to eat after the weekend. For now, you eat the MREs. They're not that bad. And Scar, what's this? He has an MRE in his hand, pulls something out of it and puts it in his mouth. And Hunk, God damn it, Scar, that's the toilet paper. As Scar is chewing on, tastes okay. Kinda like the bread Malcolm used to give me. As Zap, what's the game playing, big dog? And Hunk, well, as they hear a car pull up. The private gate opens, and a man with pizza is slowly walking up. 2 big pizza boxes. Gets up here, looking at his wrist computer, making sure he's got the right place. This place was hard to find. And Hunk, there he is. And Scar, pizza. And Snarf, he's a pizza kid. He looks like a goddamn teenager. And Zap, pizza? What did you say? He comes over here. And Hunk, that could be anybody. That could be Vamp in disguise. That could be a mass murderer. That could be... What was that guy's name, Scar? And Scar, don't know. Hunk, Jack the Ripper. That could be Jack the Ripper's son. And Zap, Davine the Ripper. Ripping Snarf's heart out. As Snarf takes another big swig of his flask. And Hunk, get him. Scar, get him. And Scar, get him. And Hunk, go out there and get him. Drag him back here. And Scar, I don't want to hurt him. And Hunk, he's got pizza. You're hungry. Make the decision. Scar comes out. Davine hears what sounded like a gasped scream. Somebody, oh! Getting pulled away.
She is going to crouch down for a second, stand up, look around, and then walk through the house to the front door and open it up and look around.
Commander Integra comes out, lights up a cigarette as she's coming out. Nicole, keep an eye on the infants. She lights up a cigarette, looking around. Did you hear that?
Yes, it sounded like a scream, right?
Yes. Almost muffled, if you will.
Huh. Just a
Strange.
sound, perhaps? Seeming there's no one around for like miles, right?
There shouldn't be. Commander Integra, Davine Caesar lift her head up, looking down the driveway. Look at this. Comes down here. Somebody's tracked sand onto the driveway. It rained last night. None of us have been out here this early. Maybe it was the mailman.
Perhaps. I wonder, do you have the keys to the mail? Maybe we can check.
Yes. Should be able to just access them on the wrist computer here. It comes down here. Come with me, Davey. As they're going down to the mail, Hunk has a knife to this guy's neck and Snarf, great accessory to fucking murder. Remember, they're much farther away. And Zap, give me that pizza. He takes, pizza with pineapple. And Scar, give me the other one, please. Takes the other one. Nice. Pequod's favorite. And Scar, Pequod's favorite. And pineapples are Sasha. I wonder who ordered this. Probably the girls or their husband. Good husbands. Or boyfriends, whatever. Hunk presses the knife up against his neck. Who are you? What are you doing here? As these two start eating his pizza. And this poor kid pees himself and Snarf. At least I'm not the only fuck up watching his pants get wet. And the kid, I'm a DoorDash driver. I took the order for Patricia Rico and Sasha Barris. It was placed by some guy named Towns. And Hunk, Alright, listen to me. You go back and get 2 more pizzas. And bring them back for the girl. Down here, Commander Integra opens the mailbox. No mail.
Then why would there be tracks? You didn't walk, none of us did.
As far as I know, we could go ask the girls inside. I got up late with everybody else. It's a vacation.
Yes. That wouldn't worry people, would it?
Oh. You see Commander Integra tapping her chin with her finger. Suletta and Lazuli, perhaps we tell of this anomaly. Could be nothing. Wind could have blown this. She kneels down. It does look like a significant portion of sand, as if somebody's boots tracked it, but there is sand patch here. I didn't check the direction of the wind this morning myself.
No, I didn't think to either. Oh, and you did say there was a storm last night. Perhaps just like the rain and wind combined it into this.
Yes, but you would think the sand would be wet. She's kneeling down, looking at the sand.
It is dry. She kneels down, picks some of it up, and runs it through her fingers. So, Lazuli and Suletta about this, yes?
Yes, let's go. Come. As she puts her cigarette out and they go back into the house. And the kid tries to scream, Hunk, alright, fine, have it your way. Covering his mouth and just BAM on the top of his head, knocking him unconscious. Alright, that'll take care of that. Okay. We need to get eyes in the house. Scar, nice. Eating a piece of pizza. Hunk, not nice. I'm gonna give you cameras right here, and I need somebody to get cameras upstairs. Not in the bathrooms! We're not gonna be Malcolm about it. I'll go. Yeah, me too. And he hands them cameras, and Hunk, take it slow and easy. They're all downstairs. Don't make any noise. Here, put these suction cups on your hands. You can climb the side of the house. Got it! Scar, we won't let you down as they make their way. Inside, Davine's free to grab whoever she wants to talk to.
She'll put a hand on Lazuli's shoulder. Do you mind grabbing your sister and meeting us out back?
Leslie is almost as unresponsive to the touch. She's same face from the end of the movie, just looking out at the wall.
Leslie, are you okay?
Yeah, what's wrong? What do we need? Oh, your bagel! As Pequod, it's almost ready.
No. Do you think you can grab your sister and meet me and Integra up back?
She runs her finger across her lip. Yeah, Suletta, come on, let's go look at something. I think Hunk added an addition to the house. Suletta gets up with a raised eyebrow. Davey will lead the way.
She'll just go right about there.
The girls will follow her. Cha-ching! As meanwhile, here, Scar begins scaling the building with. Then Hunk over the radio. You're doing great. Nice and quiet, no sudden moves. Don't want to alert any of them. As Zap looks in the window. There's Pad Pie. Scar, nice. Pad Pie. Leslie, alright, so what's up, Davian?
So, me and Integra heard a muffled scream, and then we went out of the front door to check out what it was, and we saw what seemed to be tracks being trailed up the driveway.
Really?
Yes, it might have just been a combination of things. There's a sand patch, so maybe the sand was blowing that way, or the storm last night, but the sand would have been wet if that was the case.
Leslie, Suletta, Leslie, I don't know anything about a vamp, but if if that's what you're thinking, I hope he does come.
I do too, but I thought it was better safe than sorry than to tell you all.
No, I think you're right. Suletta speaks up. This vamp individual most likely doesn't know our capabilities. Most vampires live underground, and the royal vampire hegemony, if you will, for the most part suppresses their people. They're not that well versed in Earthgov culture. So a name like Major Leslie, or at this point Davine Rainfall, whether you like it or not, to an average citizen is superhuman, like a superhero from a comic book. To these people, some miscreant like Vamp, what's to say he even knows of a Major Leslie, or a Davine Rainfall, or a Sasha? Take your pick.
That is somewhat worrying.
I
Well,
would be more worried about how he knows we're here, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, I suppose. As Suletta crosses her arms and starts turning around.
though, this might just be my mind connecting two things that have no need being connected, but last night while I was on the beach, I saw seaweed slowly inching towards me. Slowly over a couple of hours, but it was inching towards me nonetheless.
She sees Leslie sharply turn around, look this direction, then this direction. Which way?
It came from over here, and she points.
Let's go. And they all start walking this way. As Zap and Scar have gotten onto the roof, and they're looking in the skylight that looks over the living room. And Zap, there's Chili. You see her? She's down there with Paper. And Scar, Chili. Sounds good to me. Look, they're eating breakfast. Pequod has a bagel with cream cheese. Hunk comes over the radio. Not food! Cameras! Put cameras, if you're looking through the skylight, put them on the skylight so we can see in what's going on there. And then put the motion sensors around the building. Zap. What they doing out there, Scar? Scar. Who? Zap climbing the roof slowly on his hands and knees, trying not to make much noise. Come look. Scar doing the same. Hunk, what do you see? Scar. Suletta, Leslie, that old woman, and Davine are out on the beach. And Zap, yeah, they're talking about something. don't know what. Hunk, pull out the directional microphone. Listen in. Zap, I left it on the boat. I think I can hear him vaguely on the wind. Scar, me too. What do you hear? Zap, Zap, oh. They're making fun of Snarf. Saying he's a loser. Snarf makes a dream. At least that's what I hear. Scar, we're all losers, Zap. What's your point? And Zap, I agree. We should go back and play Swotor. Hunk, stay focused! You can play your shitty MMO some other time. Scar, I think I heard them mention something. Vamp? Hunk, oh no. Vamp. As poor Snarf sighs and finishes the flask. Down at the beach, Leslie's looking around. Look at this. She kneels down. Somebody was dragging themselves across the beach. It's faint because the tide. As Suletta kneels down and Commander Integra.
So that seaweed was probably not just seaweed then.
Suletta puts her middle finger into some of the tracks, the faint tracks that are left. Definitely not a crab. I can't think of any crustacean that would be native here that could do this. And Commander Integra, you're thinking what I'm thinking. Suletta, looks like claw marks.
Claw marks. Would Vamp have claws?
Commander Integra, some vampires can, if you will, extend their nails. Some of them let them grow out and they can extend them and use them as weapons. Many of the vampires I dealt with in the past, trying to wrangle the royal vampire family long before I even came across Ceres. Here, Davy. And she pulls her shirt down so she can see a huge 4 scars across her chest. This was from a vampire's claws.
Oh my. Then she looks down at the claw marks and up at the 3 of them. There's a possibility, as small as it might be.
Leslie, about how long did it take this thing to move? Looks like it ended around here.
Yes, it ended there. That's when I went inside, actually. I was sitting there for 2-3 hours waiting for the sun to set so I could look at the stars.
Commander Integra, ghillie suit, seaweed, not uncommon. He's apparently a master assassin. He would know these tactics, even being a vampire, growing up underground. He would have been trained.
We should keep an eye out if any more inconsistencies, if you will, pop up.
Suletta, we should inform Basharion. Leslie, no. I don't want him showing up, ruining the weekend. He's a moron. Suletta starts laughing, Commander Integra starts laughing, and Leslie, he'll be down here in 30 seconds. And then they're going to get into a fight, because Ceres has had enough with him swarming over her and all this stuff and being locked in the apartment. Ash never knows when to stop talking. That's putting it nicely. I mean it as nice as I can. She shrugs, and Ash is just too clingy for her right now. We are not telling Ash. Commander Integra, we should tell Hunk. Davine, give Hunk a call.
Yes, of course. She'll pull up her wrist computer, scroll for a second, and then hit Hunk.
Hunk's wrist computer is on silent, but it starts to ring as Hunk, oh, Davine's calling me. And Snarf, just hang up on her. And Hunk, he comes out of the bush, walks to a tree line, way out in the tree line. It's still ringing for Davine over here. Leslie, is he not picking up?
No, it's taking a second. Bad service? Bad service?
Out here it can be. If you get closer to the town. And Hunk picks up, and he looks like he's on a highway. Standing on a highway.
Hi, Ricardo? Where are you?
Davine, what's up? My parents' car broke down. So I'm walking back to the nearest gas station. They have an old junker, nothing like Laz has. What do you need?
Oh, understood, of course. There's been a somewhat worrying development.
Banksy there?
No, Hunk.
Good. What's the problem?
There have been signs and evidence pointing to perhaps Vamp being nearby.
Oh, what kind of evidence?
Well, last night, for one, I saw someone who we think now to be someone in a ghillie suit slowly coming down the beach. And we look at it now, and she turns the camera around to show the claw marks. Sort of claw marks, perhaps that of a vampire.
Hmm.
She then stands up, and then we heard some kind of muffled scream out front. And we saw boots being tracked up, tracks, tracking sand onto the driveway. That might have just been the wind or something, but a scream and tracks? That doesn't make much sense.
Okay. Tell you what, my parents live out in the sticks, so I'm 2 hours from the nearest airport where I could land the dropship Lorelei let me take. So, if you see any more, keep me informed. And I can make my way there, but I don't want to barge in on the girls' weekend. Hands off. Plus, you guys, oh, I'm sure you don't need me, but yeah, keep me informed. I'll tell Ash and Julius we're actually I'm gonna get them to come down here. Davine, I gotta go. I'm getting close to the gas station.
Oh, of course. Be safe.
See ya, Davine. As Hunk comes back into the bushes, out of breath, sitting down next to poor Snarf, who's filling his canteen. Okay, so they heard us take out that pizza kid. And Snarf, what a surprise. But there was a vampire watching them last night. And Snarf, a vampire, claw marks in the sand. And Snarf, claw marks in the sand. Right. You realize Scar was on the beach. Scar wasn't there all night. I think she said all night. And Snarf, you are a fucking moron. Meanwhile, up here, Zap, Davine talking to someone there. I think she was on the phone. Probably calling Jiren to tell him how much she loves him. And Snarf, can I borrow your gun, Hunk? And Hunk, not to shoot yourself. And Snarf sighs. As Leslie, alright, we'll keep this on the down low.
Amy nods. Yes, we wouldn't want to ruin the girls' time.
Especially Sarah's. Yeah, no way. So we'll keep it on the down low. Let's have breakfast, get everybody out onto the beach where we can keep an eye on everybody at once. Try to stay together at all times.
Agreed, I might. She looks up at the roof. Might go onto the roof, actually. Use the excuse of trying to get a tan.
Did you brought your gear?
I did. Thought it would be better safe than sorry.
We could take shifts.
Agreed.
Alright. Go get your gear from the dropship, and then you take first shift, 4 hours, I'll take the next, so on and so forth.
Sounds like a plan.
Commander Integra, glad I brought my sidearm. As the girls head back inside. Zap leaves the roof. Scar sets up some cameras. They come back into the bushes. Hunk, so they heard us take out this pizza driver kid. We'll deal with him later. Just throw him under the pier. He'll wake up. We won't remember what happened to him. Anyway, somebody was watching them last night. Scar. I was. And Hunk, it was a vampire. They think it's Vamp. So we gotta be on guard here. That changes the rules of the game. If Vamp's in the area, we're obligated to protect Saris. That's my son's wife. Maybe they're not officially married, but it's wife at this point. And Zap, wife. Just like Davine and Jiren, don't you think, Snarf? Snarf just moves over here. Jiren's a lucky man. She prettier than my wife. And Hunk, alright, enough of that. Let's check the camera feeds as we cut back to The forest! You guys are set up, boom, all of you, in one large consecutive tree stand. And you've been here for 3 hours, and there's been no
You're starting to get the idea of the patience needed for this, right, everyone?
Nightfall. Yeah, I mean, trained sniper. Doesn't bother me.
Well, let's pass the time and talk. Let's play a little game. One of the best things that I've seen for working well with your team is getting to know everyone, right? So, let's play a little game. We'll go around our little powwow and we'll each say something about ourselves.
Okay.
About, where we grew up, something that you might not know, something like that. Alright? I'll lead off. I learned how to shoot. I've already told you I learned how to shoot on a pepper box, but did you know that the first rifle I ever shot was a pure, smooth-bore flintlock musket?
You still have it? Frost
I
speaks up.
I do not. That thing is lost. Well, lost to time is an understatement. You'll never find it. But I also helped build it.
Nice. You built your own gun?
Back in the day, yeah.
Who built that pistol, your revolver? Banksy.
At first I did, but it was a primitive revolver. But, family, Blaze, helped me retrofit it and change it into this.
It's a nice piece. You see, Nightfall, do you mind if I hold it?
Not at all. Hands it to her.
She takes it, spins the chamber. This is your main.
Yeah,
Hell of a kick.
yeah, it does. Funny enough, the recoil's nothing like what you'd expect.
Dozer, well, I'll speak up.
Go ahead.
I'm from Garden City, Michigan.
No shit.
What?
Yeah, yep. I'm from Garden City, Michigan, sir.
Oh my god. Did you know the Menace?
I grew up with him. We weren't friends per se, but we went to Garden City High together. He dropped out in like ninth grade, but and we went to Garden City Middle School together. Yeah, my family still lives there. Not in Garden City; they live in Ann Arbor, but now. But when I was a kid, that's where we lived. And yeah, I knew the Menace.
Well,
Wow.
ain't that a coincidence, eh?
He was nuts. He was always nuts, I think. He used to come into school holding a Bible, just saying verses out of the Bible.
Um,
Fair
was
enough.
Saint 18 really his father?
Dozer looks right at you. Yeah, that guy would come to the school and cause trouble, stir up trouble. That guy like took out people's mailboxes driving around on the sidewalk one day. One day I remember he took a bat and just assaulted the cul-de-sac dumpster, recycling bin dumpster for like 6 hours. And then this was crazy because we lived two houses left of this house, but the Menace and Guillotine once took a ladder, put it up its side against this lady's house, so Guillotine could climb this ladder and look in the window of this woman's bathroom as she was going to the bathroom. And she was on the toilet doing her thing, and she saw just Guillotine staring at her. And she screamed, called the cops, and I'll never forget it because I saw them both getting arrested.
Amazing. So he's as much of a perv as Malcolm was.
Banksy, Tommy did say he's reformed, which implies he was not the greatest guy before.
Yeah, I'd say reformed. Maybe a bit of an understatement. I'd say redeemed is more appropriate if he was that bad.
Cluster, I'm from Nebraska. Grew up on a farm like Banksy. Is it true that the Menace got hit in the head with a pipe and just basically deflated?
Yes.
He got hit in the head by the pipe twice and deflated like a balloon.
Okay, cool. Frost, well, nickname sake, Frost, I'm actually from Alaska, Anchorage.
Really?
Yep, and I wanted to get out of there so bad that I joined the military because it was that or work at oil refineries or a shipping yard, and yeah, not doing that.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
can understand that.
A few years earlier, and knowing everyone's luck, you would have ended up at Raven Rock with us.
Nightfall, Hollywood Marine, grew up in LA. Uh, I have a question if you guys don't mind.
Not a
Sure, go
problem.
ahead.
What is your favorite exploit that you guys have done? Because I mean, you've done the Menace, you defended this comic shop, but a lot of your stuff is mostly currently leaking and becoming public that you did on Squad Sigma. But from the Headhunter days, or Squad Sigma, or what you've done now with Icy as your captain.
Ooh, wow.
Oh boy.
You know, I think my favorite was it was during the Headhunter days. Remember that stakeout mission that we had to go on, Ash? The one where that guy was like trying to breed these carnivorous birds that he would set out?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. It was a lot like this, actually. We would just sit around shooting the shit, talking to each other for a couple days. Uh 3, I think it was, but yeah, we would just watch and stake out, keep an eye on it, and then eventually, when we had enough information, we reported it to Integra, and she sent us in.
Okay, what about you, Ash?
Yeah, it's gonna sound funny because the entire thing went to shit, but it was one of our first missions in the Headhunters. Julius, Saris, and I were sent in to retrieve Max Tech scientists who wanted to defect. We got in and we were beset by Max Tech commandos, and we dispatched them, but Saris ran ahead, and we got caught up and found that she had had her arm cut off by a. It was a nanomachine robot, liquid metal. We managed to. Julius managed to, for the first time, use key attacks to kill it, and I let Saris drink me to save her, but that one, even though it went so wrong, is my favorite in many ways to this day because that's the one that in a lot of ways set us on the paths we're on even now. Julius being one of the most powerful beings around, and me being where I am, a lieutenant, being engaged to the most wonderful woman ever. I mean, it decided a lot of things for us. And although it went badly, it's probably one of my absolutes.
Flavor, rumor has it, General Rico's daughter insulted an EBE back in the Headhunters days.
That's a
Oh,
fact.
God. Yes, very true.
It will.
Rolly seems like the cheese puff queen. She's got a fire to her.
Yeah, we had just taken out one of their race's rogue members, another EVE, and he was sitting there. The leader had just taken off the head of this EVE that almost killed us, me and Ash. So he was standing there and he took off some mandibles, handed it to us because in the Headhunters, trophies are important. That's how you build up your cred, you know? Uh, and right after he did that, my lovely wife that I love so much, beautiful girl, she ran up and started to yell at the EBE that could have killed us in 2 seconds if it really wanted to. And the EBE started to laugh at her.
What was it? In the name of EarthGov, you're under arrest.
And General Rika.
And General Rika, she pointed her Makarov at it, and it took the Makarov from her.
Did it keep it?
It gave it back, but oh boy, this thing, these guys were scary. Stealth technology up there with anything I've seen towns use. Powerful explosives, strong enough that I think it'd give you boys a run for your girl, a run for your money in just a physical fight. And that's with no power armor. These things were scary bastards.
Frost nods his head. You know, if we're talking about like things nobody knows about, I'm a big fan of RPGs. Like video games, maybe tabletop stuff like that. But I'm a big fan of RPGs, and General Lorelei gave us all a pay raise bonus a couple weeks ago for our consistent high performance on tests, not real combat yet. And I actually popped 4,000 credits on Colonel Fantasy VII, and he pulls up the main menu of the game. The menu of the game.
No. Colonel Fantasy. It exists.
Frost, yeah, look here.
Is it still over 700 discs?
Yeah, that's why it costs so money. It basically comes in a gigantic case.
He actually finished it. Wonderful.
He did finish it. Yeah, look at it. And look at this, whoever this old one.
That's Denaria.
That's Denaria.
That poor girl. I mean, the game apparently was supposed to be the flagship of the Amalco.
Except the Amalco doesn't come with a disk drive.
Yeah, I know. Had to buy the disc.
Yeah.
Why did he make a game like this that the system required? I mean, I've played a little bit. This is a screenshot from my playthrough. Like, you basically end up changing the discs more than you end up playing the game.
He wanted to make it because he saw me playing an old game called the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Davine looked somewhat interested at some cutscene in the game. I think she giggled at some cutscene. I don't remember which one. Do you, Julius?
It was the cutscene where the ladder falls out from that Aerith girl and she says shit or something like that.
Yeah. And Malcolm saw that and decided he would make his own.
Frost laughs and closes the picture. I mean, it's not a bad game when you can actually play it. EarthGov's kind of fixed a lot of the wonky mechanics, but you end up changing the disc. I mostly bought it because someday I think it'll be worth a lot of money.
Oh, it will, especially because I don't think people now know how to really treat discs. They're kind of an
No,
archaic thing in and of themselves.
I struggled to figure out the Amalco disc port myself, sir.
Yeah, that's fair. Ah,
Flavor elbows Julius and trying to angle the wrist computer so Ash can't see it shows him this meme he had pulled up.
Julie starts laughing.
Everybody looks over. Dozer is looking at it laughing, and Flavor, whatever. It turns the wrist computer so Ash can see.
You know he pretty much said that word for word, right?
Did he really? Did you guys film Star Wars?
No, I don't think we ever did film Star Wars.
He wanted to. He had a script.
Surprised he didn't, given the fact he tried to tackle Lord of the Ring.
I don't know what possessed him to try that.
Ash must be telling people his back.
Oh, yeah, when it comes to Star Wars, I think
Go for it.
when it comes to Star Wars, I think it was too complicated for him to understand. But Lord of the Rings, it was right up his alley. No, sci-fi versus low fantasy. Which one's more easy?
So really, this is Cluster. Really, the backstory thing, it's in a lot of memes. What's the actual? You've probably been asked a lot about it, but what's the actual? Why? Just like what about you? Your backstory, your upbringing. What happened?
Well, I don't know what pissed him off the most. I only got like 20 words in, but everyone here can keep a secret, right?
Yeah.
Alright, what I'm gonna tell you is Well, right, Julius, technically classified. Outside of the people on our squad, there's General Lorelei and like 2 others who know what I'm about to tell you, kids.
Pretty much.
Julius and I are not from Earth or any of Earthgov or any of its colonies.
Where are you from?
Before any of that, we grew up on a planet, country, city, funny enough, called Gallia. Gallia no longer exists because what remained of it was cracked a few weeks ago, but Gallia hasn't had any life on it for, what was it, 500 million years?
400 million years, give or take.
400, give or take. Julius and I are technically 400 million years old. Technically.
Time traveling?
Bingo. There was a man on that planet named Dale. He saw something coming. Something big that he knew would destroy everything, and he wanted to travel forwards in time to get away from it. He needed bodies, because with the spell he was using, when you get thrust forward, your memories are fractured. Even now, we don't have all of them back. It's still a little hazy, eh, Julius? But, he wanted more of us because the more people who were in the ritual, the more memories the person casting it got to keep. So basically, by having us, those 2 idiots, Davine and Towns, and that Engulchen, he managed to keep pretty much all of his memories intact.
Okay.
And here we are. We got a lot of our memories back from messing with these shimmer sites that were remnants of that spell, but later come to find out from the general that if we had worked on the 3rd one, the spell would have likely been undone, and we would have right back to Gallia.
So when you first showed up here, where did you guys end up?
Right on an EarthGov base.
With guns pointed in your face?
We
Guns
were
pointed in our face, threatening to execute us, put us in jail, or we were a mystery to everyone. Our scans alone proved that. Us just appearing there proved that. We were thought to be UIR spies for a while. On top of, you know, being mysteries, they decided to give us an ultimatum. It was either jail or join up.
we joined up and went to boot camp where we both broke some records for scores in some categories and broke records the other way in others.
So was the transition hard going from all that time ago to just being given a guns and tactical gear and flashlights? They just all start listing off modern telephones, wrist computer.
Yeah, actually, for me, it was overwhelming, right? The guns I could handle, although it took me years to get the hang of assault rifles. You understand, when you learn on single shots the kick of an automatic or burst weapon, it's not easy to get used to.
Absolutely.
But the thing that really got to me was the ENET. It took me, I didn't. It was about a year or so in when I finally learned how to order off the ENET. Lazuli had to teach me, and that's after she ordered the first gifts I ever gave to Ceres for me, because I was that hopeless.
Nightfall, so if you're a time traveler, how the hell did you know what to do when you saw the Toggies? Headhunters don't get trained in mobile suits. Nobody does anymore.
So that's how I knew how they worked. I knew a basic amount of how they worked. You get into the cockpit, you put the helmet on, and you interface with the Epion system that allows you to move the suit in Cliff Notes version, right? That's all I knew. What to do once I had it on, though? I don't know. It just was there. I mean, I still had to struggle with it. I've told the story before, but when you operate that suit, a lot of people would probably think it works like your armor, right? You tell it what to do, right? It doesn't. That thing has a mind of its own. And it's more of a dance with it. Give and take. It took a while to get that, and that's why the Epion system nearly killed me the first time around.
How come you didn't step on Malcolm Flavors?
Big robot was keeping my attention, sadly.
I saw the clip of Malcolm running away and Julius having to chase after the guys that were chasing him to save.
Yeah. His famous move. Run away and let Julius deal with it.
Look at this. Dozer elbows Julius. A few good colonel.
You can't handle the truth, Ash.
Yes. The truth being that he was married to Davine.
That's what the movie was about.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming to theaters in a few months. He closes the wrist computer. You hear Towns, a slight whistle coming from Towns, who comes uncloaked here, and he is pointing to a deer. Now, this deer has a 10 AC and a 22 AC. If you hit 22, you get the most return meat. If you want to go for 10, you're going to fuck up most of the deer.
Okay.
Spartan's looking at it. Rolly, show him how it's done, Ack.
Yep, he's
Do
gonna
it for Snarf.
do it for Snuff. He's gonna. I'm gonna say he brought Shatter with.
Okay.
Settle in. Pop a grit to just take his time and bang.
Falls over dead. Towns jumps out of the tree, dragging it by its antlers. Holy shit! It's a huge ass deer. Towns has it. Jesus!
Ash is gonna slide down. So, you all know how to clean and prep one of these?
Most of us, sir. Jiren did teach us that.
Good to know, so I don't have to teach you all that. But, let's get to work.
Deer jerky from Miss Saris as. So, the men have returned back to the lighthouse. Here, as the men are setting something up, Hunk's setting something up, at the beach house, Davine hears somebody coming down the driveway. She's on the roof, bikini, flip-flops, she's got her sunglasses and gear on, and she hears somebody coming down the driveway.
He walks over to where the front of the house is and crouches down just to hide herself as she looks forward.
And it's a DoorDash driver with pizza.
He tilts her head. Pizza.
Icy opens the door. She's inside. The DoorDash driver, this is from Towns and Julius. It's for everybody. Icy, thanks. Tips the guy, thank you very much, ma'am, and disappears. Icy comes out. She levitates up, looking at Davine, confused. What are you doing up here?
Getting a suntan.
With your gear on?
You can never be too safe, I might fall.
Oh. You get a better suntan down on the beach, you know that, right?
Ah, but I hit the sun more directly here, Estelle.
Oh. Do you miss Julius or something? She taps her temple. I can connect you to it.
Yeah, I'm okay. I like it up here, too. Plus, better air.
Okay, fair enough. Well, don't spend all day up there. And she goes back down. Davine is on the roof. Good.
She's gonna perch at like one of the higher points and just whisper to herself, I'm looking for you, Vamp.
Davine's flip-flopped foot hits on something on the roof. She didn't see it, but when she crouched down, her foot slid, revealing a camera.
Damien picks up the camera. Dear God. Recon already? Is that what the whole ghillie suit business was about? Oh my God. Were the tracks just a distraction? Oh my God. He has eyes and ears on us. And she's gonna start looking around for, like, bugs, motion sensors, that kind of thing.
She definitely finds a couple more. Here and here. Set up in a strange way, all looking down at the ground.
He looks confused at how they're positioned. Okay. And she's gonna try and signal towards Lazuli, Zuleta, or Integra.
Davine also notices Zap thought he lost it, but he left it. It was in his backpack and fell out a directional microphone.
Yeah, she definitely tries to signal the three of them.
Leslie is just the same way at the end of the movie. She can identify with Snarf. So she's just looking out into the ocean, rubbing her lip. Zuleta notices Davine and slaps Leslie on the head. Come on. And they come up. Commander Integra, I'll stay down here with the children, not to attract attention. They make their way up on the roof, and Zuleta, oh dear. Looking at the camera equipment. Leslie is staring out into the water. Huh? What?
Camera equipment, listening devices, motion trackers.
She picks up this camera and crushes it in her hands. So he's here.
And he had eyes on us.
All night, you think?
Perhaps. Well, it was there were two things. Perhaps the ghillie suit was just a distraction to get our mind off of what could be happening up here, but why would they do it at night when we're all inside? Why would they distract only me?
Why the hell are all the cameras pointing down at this bush?
Perhaps the bush is a part of it? Like that's where one of them or Vamp himself was going to hide?
Zuleta leaning over, picking up the cameras slowly. We best be on guard, looking down at the bush.
She'll pick up the listening device. He had ears on us too. He probably heard our entire conversation.
Zuleta, let him come. Looking out onto the beach down at everybody down here.
Yes, let him come.
We'll take turns with him.
Quite. I enjoy that plan.
This is good. I was, in a weird way, hoping for this. We'll clean up this issue, Ash won't have to be involved at all, and all will be well. As she's staring down at everybody down there. Let us, She comes over here, picks up the directional microphone. Sister! As Leslie, what? She hands her the microphone, dispose of. She, right, and just hurls it off into the distance. This direction. Disappearing. Zuleta, Davine, go down and get the infants inside. Glaring at Leslie, I'll take the next 2 shifts. She points at her, not on her game right now.
Of course. Davine will put a hand on Leslie's shoulder. Come on down.
Yeah, let's go. The girls, get the kids inside. I'll watch the kids. You stay outside with the other people.
Affirmative.
All right, Leslie's going to come out with Davine, but let Davine do the talking because Leslie's just out of.
Hey, girls. Leslie and I are planning on making some lunch. If perhaps maybe just the infants wants to go in. I know Sun a lot of sun isn't that great for them.
Commander Integra, yes, come. Let's carry them in. Major! As Leslie's just staring at the ground. Yeah! Come on, honey, and starts picking them all up. Leslie looks at Davine. You stay out here.
I'll keep an eye on everyone.
Good. She takes the kids inside with Integra. Meanwhile, here we go. Back at the lighthouse. Scar is sitting here eating some of the leftover pizza from the first delivery guy. Hunk presents. Comes out of the lighthouse. He's going to grab. It's hard to see for me. Fudge. There it is. Cue up that God Save the Queen. Hunk presents a stealth jetpack. And Snarf, visibly toasted at this point, hasn't eaten anything, been drinking since yesterday. And Snarf, what the hell are we gonna do with that? And Hunk, it's simple. We're gonna put this on Zap. Zap comes over here. And Zap is gonna get aerial reconnaissance over the area. We lost the fly spy. We can't risk any more drones. This is SIS tech. The drones are more expensive than the jetpack. So we're gonna send a Zap over the whole area. I want a bird's eye view. If Vamp's down there, I want you to find him. You understand me? Zap. Scar, I really think I should do it. And Snarf, yeah, you should do it. Zap comes over here, looking at the jetpack. Hunk, listen to me. This mission got escalated. If Vamp's in the area, there's no room for mistakes. He kneels down, puts his hand on Zap's shoulder. You understand? Are you listening to me, Zap? Going down. And Hunk comes over here. Listen to me, you fucking idiot! Put this, he grabs the jetpack, puts it on him, and put this helmet on. As Scar, I really think this might backfire. Shut up, Scar! Eat your pizza, Scar. Fine. Comes over here. I think you should eat something. Snarf, you're getting drunk. And Snarf sits down. I don't care. Scar, have a piece of pizza. Snarf, I'm not hungry. I've accepted death at this point. Scar, nice. Me too. Hunk puts a helmet on Zap. This is your chance to prove him wrong, Zap. You understand me? Zap. Everybody who thinks you're a loser, like the rest of you guys that work in the armory. I don't think you're losers, but Davine definitely thinks Snarf is a loser. Snarf walks over here, considers throwing himself into the ocean. So, this is your chance to prove him wrong. Now prove him wrong. You see that compass? What does N mean? Novar Coast. And Hug, no, that means north. Do you know what the S at the bottom of the compass means? Civil War. No, that means south. Anyway, do you see the red line? You're going to take off, pushing this lever in. You are going to line up the red line north and go to the girls. Okay? I want you to stay. Look at your altitude meter. At least 1,000 feet. Look down. This helmet will relay everything. Video feed. Hunk steps back here, puts his hands on his hip. Snarf climbs back up, pouring some more alcohol. Scar, nice. As Zap slowly starts to lift up into the air. And Hunk puts his thumbs up. That a boy, I knew I could count on you. You're doing good. Line up. Stabilize. Stabilize first. You're a little tilted there. Zap stabilizes himself. Hunk, alright, line up the red and Zap. And pushes the lever in and flies past the lighthouse out into sea. As Hunk, no! As he's watching him fly away. Scar, I told you so. Snarf downs the whole flask watching Zap fly away. And Hunk, fuck! Listen to me, Scar. Go back to the house. Keep an eye on things for the night. We're gonna go get him. Get in the goddamn boat, drunkard. And Snarf, whatever you say, dumbass. And they come down here. Back here at the beach house, Davine sitting outside with the rest of the girls. Sasha, come on down here, Davine. You don't gotta sit up there. What are you doing?
Oh, right. She'll just take like a couple steps closer.
Davine sees off in the distance a speedboat going at fast velocity, high miles an hour, vroom, right out to sea. And only Davine noticed it because Saris and Pequod and Sasha are talking. Icy's lying, taking in the sun with Sunny, and Jennifer is doing the same.
Davine grits her teeth, looks up at Suletta.
She sees Suletta watching the boat go off into the distance. She's moved out here onto the roof with her arms crossed, and Suletta nods her head at Davine.
She nods back and keeps an eye out around the beach.
In the meantime, Scar is back on the property. I think I'll lay low out here for the night. Hunk comes over the radio. Who the hell are you talking to? Myself. And Hunk, whatever, fine. Scar, or god damn it, too many S's. Snarf, get the grappling hook gun. We can try to grapple him. If you weren't so fucking drunk, you could drive this boat straight. Scar, I'll infiltrate. He climbs up here tonight. I can smell something good in there. He's just watching the front. Time passes. Nightfall hits, and out here at sea is Snarf, and they're watching Zap fly away. They're barely able to keep up to him, and the boat is going like this because Snarf is fucking drunk. It is swerving like drunk driving ticket incoming if you could get one for boats. Hunk is, all right, come on, just get us within 600 feet. I could use my grappling hook built into my gear. And Hunk, what is that? Oh, dear God. Snarf looks up. He's wearing his goggles because the water's kicking up. That would be a Coast Guard vessel that Zap is currently heading right towards. And Hunk, he tunes the boat's radio into the military frequencies because he knows them. And over the radio, they both hear, large incoming unknown contact, sir. It's closing. Get the guns ready. The automatic turrets will take too long. And boom! Zap goes through the hull of the boat head first. And the ship, abandoned ship, abandoned ship. It goes up like the Titanic. Oh, Jesus Christ, don't swerve into the goddamn boat! Snarf, whoa, sorry. And Hunk, we gotta stop and help these guys. And Snarf, yeah, fuck them and fuck you. And keeps driving as Zaps. And the boat, all these poor dudes jumping out with their life raft on, disappear into the sea. Nobody dies as they follow out that way, chasing after Zap. As night is falling on the beach house down here, and Suletta, who's visibly getting tired standing up on the roof, gestures to Davine to come up.
Davine will come up to the roof.
Get
Yes,
them
Dad?
inside.
Of course.
Not, look at this. She types on her wrist computer. This is from 40 minutes ago. We have direct access to these kind of things because we're ranking officers. A Coast Guard vessel was just attacked off the shore of where we currently are.
Coast Guard vessel that could possibly have some kind of information or that could be called easily to come help us.
Yes, exactly. Advanced radar system. It was the newest line of boat vessel, if you will. It had an advanced radar system, radio jamming equipment, it would make sense to take it out. Some type of missile apparently hit through the hull, went clean through.
My God.
The boat sank. Nobody died, thankfully, and there was also a sighting of that speedboat by the survivors jumping off of the boat. They said 2 individuals were in the boat, and it was
Phew.
driving erratically. A vampire would not be well versed in driving a speedboat.
And there were 2 people in there, so he possibly has help.
I think so. That would explain some things. The ghillie suit on the beach. Probably set up those cameras at the same time.
My God. Alright. If he just tried to cut off the Coast Guard from us, he's probably going to try and cut off other forms of communication to the outside. Keep an eye on the service. Yes, I know it's a bit spotty already, but it'll be good to just keep an eye on that.
I've tried to call Hunk in the meantime, but I can't get any answer. I'm not sure what's going on.
God Save the Queen playing in the background.
Get the girls down there inside. We'll have a movie night. We'll stay up late, watch movies, keep them all in one place.
I agree. I'll get them inside.
Good. Thank you. I will stay up here for now.
Davine puts a hand on hers. I can take the shift if you want.
No. Stay inside. I'll be fine up here.
Only if you're sure.
I'm sure. My sister's out of it right now, so we have to rely on one another.
She nods. Alright. We'll get them inside. And as she's walking away, she turns around. I'm glad that I can rely on you, Suletta.
Likewise, Davine. You are a good friend. She gives her a hug. And part of the family, whether you like it or not.
Though sometimes with Hunk, you know how it is.
He's an interesting man. I've always enjoyed him. I'm glad my sister and him finally got married.
I am too. Otherwise, who else would I beat up with her help?
She laughs as the girls are having a great time down here. Their moment together is broken up by Pequod telling some type of joke and all the girls laughing.
I should get them inside.
Yes, please do. Send Nicole up with water for me.
She'll nod and head down.
They don't want to come in. They look like they're having a great time.
How about a movie night?
Sure,
Any
what
movie.
movie? What movie? No Malcolm movie. Please. Jennifer
Yeah.
speaks up.
No, God, no Malcolm movie. I have enough of those as is. Any movie any of you wants. Julius used to tell me about this thing. It's called the Movie Lotto. You all pick out a movie and then choose a number between 1 and whatever the movie is, and whoever is the last one picked gets to watch that's the movie we watch.
Sarah stands up. Let's go for it. We gotta shower off and then we can come in.
Yes, go ahead.
They all do that and they go inside as the sun has set. However, the sun sets sooner out in the deep sea. And way, way out in the ocean. It's nighttime. Hunk has a big torch flashlight. He's aiming it around. Zap! Snarf, Zap! They're calling his name. They hear faintly. And Zap is just floating in the ocean. Hands on his belly, having a wonderful time. Snarf, there he is. Dumb motherfucker. Pulls the boat up. Hunk reaches out and grabs him. Pulls him in the boat. Did you have fun? Did you have fun, you fucking dumbass Walren? The girls could be dead for all we know. Scar's the only one watching them. And Zap, here, I was flying. It was great, Banksy. You never would have been. You should try. And Hunk, just shut up. Snarf, take us back north. You know cardinal direction, right? Even in your drunken state. And Snarf, yeah, back this way. As they start driving back. The movies have gone off without a hitch. I imagine Davine is on edge as Suletta is up on the roof watching around.
Yes, she's keeping her eye out for anything and everything.
Icy's gonna come over here. All the girls are watching movies, eating food that was ordered in for dinner, having a good time. Pequod, Davine, could you get me a soda from the fridge?
She jumps a bit. Yes, yes, of course.
You seem on it.
I wonder why. I always sort of am. And she'll walk over to the fridge.
Well, you shouldn't be. We're having a good weekend.
Yes, yes, we are. That's a very good point. She'll open up the fridge and try and look for strawberry soda.
She finds many of them.
She'll take one out, pop it open, close the fridge, and go back to the girls.
Davine Bigfoot sighting style. Sees a silhouette running this direction. It's Scar, but she doesn't see it. It's too dark.
She's gonna double take at the window and lean forward and try to look out of it, trying to get a better view of everything.
Meanwhile, Scar peering around the building. Nice. She didn't notice me. What does she have in her hand? And Scar pulls up what he thought was his little mini binoculars, but he actually pulled out a flashlight and flashes into the window. Oh crap! And moves this way.
Motherfucker. She is going to walk over, gingerly hand Pequod the soda. There you go, daughter.
Thank you, Mom. Sit
You're
down,
welcome.
watch the movie with us.
I have to go outside for a moment. A phone call I need to make.
Okay.
He's gonna head outside and look up at Suletta.
Letta's going to look down. What's the problem?
Did you see the flashlight?
No. Suletta rubs her eyes. I'm starting to fatigue. What direction?
It came from over there.
Let's go.
Do you need a piggyback ride or anything? I don't want you to be too fatigued.
No, I'm fine. My sister will have to fix whatever's wrong with her and take watch tomorrow. This is turning out to be a terrible weekend for us.
Well, that's the deal with mothers. They protect their children.
That is true. Lead the way.
He's gonna start walking in the direction where the flash came from.
Suletta presenting a ball of light from her hands. Footprints. Large. Military boots or work boots? I can't tell the difference.
Possibly either. More likely military boots, even though vampires underground, they could still probably get access to those type of things.
Oh, they can. There's a black market for everything.
He nods and looks at the way the tracks lead.
Hunk, Zap, and Snarf reconnoiter with Scar. Hunk, they're farther away though. Hunk, what are they doing out there? And Scar, don't know. Looks like they're investigating that little shed area. And Snarf, I wonder if somebody just ran across like a fucking moron and drew their attention. Scar still holding the flashlight. Suletta, they go this way and they stop here. As Hunk, Zap, they're sort of in earshot. Zap, Hunk grabs Zap's mouth. Zap, and Snarf just sits down and I'm not looking at her and turns away from Davine and starts drinking. And Scar, Vamp must have been here. And Hunk, my thoughts exactly. As Suletta, they stop here. Interesting.
She looks between the two buildings. Probably jumped up onto one of the buildings. Trying
I
to
would have
throw
done.
Yes, trying to throw us off his scent.
Why would he flash a flashlight at you?
Don't know. To taunt me, maybe? Maybe he knows that we're onto him.
This is going to turn into an all-night affair. The girls will go to sleep eventually, but we are staying awake.
I will be taking the next watch after this, yes?
Yeah, 2 more hours I'll go on the roof, and then you'll take my shift. I'll sleep. Give me 3 hours and I'll be ready.
She sighs. I can take more if you want. I don't want you to be tired.
Perhaps I'll talk to my sister. Try to snap her out of it. We could
She
use
nod-
her help.
She nods. Definitely so. Many hands make the work light.
Indeed. I'll go back onto the roof. Go inside, watch the children.
Affirmative.
Soletta's going to levitate back onto the roof as Hunk. Alright. We don't know what's going on in that house. Vamp could be in there for all we know. Zap. He lets go of Zap's mouth. Alright. I want you two to do recon on the back door. Zap. Back door? Scar. You want us to go up to the back door. And Hunk, quietly, stealthily, you're in black gear. They shouldn't see you. If anything goes wrong, me and Snarf are gonna go back and get the speedboat, and we'll spend the rest of the night watching them from the boat. Clear? And Snarf, oh yeah, crystal fucking clear, as he pops a bottle of absinthe, whatever it's called, that he's had in one of his satchels. Hunk, you need to lay off the drinking. You need to be sober for this. Come on. They disappear, go get the speedboat.
The most reputable of the A team.
They take the long way around. Scar, look. There's Suletta. And Suletta is her head down, standing, struggling to keep herself awake. They inch around. Zap, I watching movies. Hunk, what kind of movies? Better not be porno. And Scar, I don't think so. It sounds like an action movie or something like that. I hear Sylvester Stallone screaming. Zap, Sylvester Stallone, I like those movies. We should done go in, Scar. And Scar, no. We have to be stealthy. Let's go up to the back door and look. As Zap's here, Scar's silhouette appears at the back door, and Davey notices, because there was charcuterie boards, cheese boards, stuff like that, a knife sitting right next.
I mean,
She sees this huge, tall silhouette of a man just looking in at the. And a smaller one right behind him.
Davine, lightning quick, picks up the knife, turns around and whips it at the figure.
Zap normal scream. Gilletta, what the hell? She wakes up. Scar grabs Zap, runs the street. Go ahead with the LD50, Scar, because they're out of earshot for Zap.
No, I can't do him. No, need you tell Banks. Tell him that LD50 no came for me. Give me the cigar. I need healing. Oh.
You want me to take you to Zap's child? Your child?
No,
If they go into the water?
need help. Where's Banksy?
If he was here, I think Hunk would be mad as they disappear into the water, and everybody, with the exception of Lasley, is now staring at Davine. As Suletta jumps down here and looks around.
Davine stands up. I thought I saw a bug. And she'll walk out. Well,
Blood.
I hit someone.
Yes, you did. I heard the scream. Blood trail leads this way. Erratic 2 sets of footprints follow me. Wow, you really hit him good. Look at all this blood. There's definitely a larger man carrying the smaller man.
smaller man, I was aiming for a large man. The two of them were staring at us at the same time.
Suletta comes down here. They went into the ocean. There's still blood in the water. You could see it. A ball of light to show Davy.
Some kind of amphibian gear? That would explain why they were so comfortable using the seaweed ghillie suit so close to the water.
Underwater submersible, perhaps, and that's why they would have taken out the Coast Guard vessel. That vessel had the radar and sonar to track them.
That on top of a speedboat that can get them from place to place quicker than a submersible. They're in the water.
Suletta looking out at the water. She blinks twice to try and keep herself awake. Let them come. Crosses her arms, come back inside.
Yes.
She gets on the roof, and the girls continue enjoying the movie. As Pequod, that was a heck of a throw.
Thank you, dear.
Thought I heard somebody scream. Sarah's, yeah, I swear I heard a scream.
It was probably just the wind. Maybe a window was open. You know how wind can make weird sounds through small cracks.
The night passes. The girls all go to bed. They all start to go to bed, go upstairs. Suletta comes inside, can't even talk at this point, and just crashes in a recliner.
Davine will take a blanket and cover her up, and then go up onto the roof.
Davine feels like she watches for hours. Doesn't see anything. Checks her wrist computer. It's around 4:30 in the morning. And she swears she hears creaking coming from the kitchen.
Her eyes shoot open, because I like to think that she was almost falling asleep. Her eyes shoot open as she comes down, gently lands in the house, and sneaks, peering around the corner into the kitchen.
She sees half drinking milk, half eaten caviar. She catches the Bigfoot sighting of a silhouette running off in the same direction.
Demon is gonna walk up. Milk and caviar. He looks over at Suletta.
She is past the F out.
Yeah, I'm not going to wake her up. She is going to take the milk. About how much milk is left?
About a quarter of.
This was full.
And the caviar, it looks like whoever took a taste of it didn't enjoy it because they just grabbed what looked like a clawful and they left it all over the floor, all over the counter.
She's gonna close up the caviar, take the milk, put it in, both of them in the fridge, and then clean up the kitchen.
Suletta, what's going on? She wakes up.
I heard some rummaging in the kitchen. She comes around the corner and leans on the wall. I came in and 3/4 of the milk was drinking, along with caviar that they didn't really seem to enjoy.
Leslie coming down the stairs, still with the white fucking sunscreen on her nose. Milk and caviar? Well, you're eating that at this hour?
No, someone else was. Someone inside the house other than the girls.
Leslie's eyes glaze over for a second. Looks like she gets a moment of clarity. He was in the house.
That's my guess, at least. I saw someone running down the direction that we saw the tracks.
And if you were on your game, idiot, Suletta looking at Leslie. Davine stabbed one of them earlier. Leslie, really?
Yeah. The blood tracks are out there. They led to the ocean. That led us to the conclusion of some kind of amphibian gear that they have.
Leslie
Along
looking
with-
at the blood. Wow, you got him good.
Thank you. Along with a Coast Guard vessel being destroyed and a speedboat going across the water at high speeds.
Leslie, oh god. Soletta, yes, perhaps it's time to refocus, dearest sister. Fixing the blanket on her. Leslie, yeah, I'll be sharp for tomorrow. Leslie shrugs. Soletta, don't say anything. Leslie turns to Davy. You realize this squad's probably gonna get disassembled, right?
Gaming size. Well, it did cross my mind.
That, and I can identify with Snarf, because I was a loser. But mostly it's the identify. I feel terrible for him. But if let's just focus on this. Leslie looking at the blood and it goes to the ocean. Get some sleep. I'll get some sleep. I'll take this shift. You can trust me.
Davy nods and takes a hold of her hand. I do trust you, Leslie.
We'll be okay. She's looking at the blood. You might have hit the femoral artery.
Oh, well. Maybe. I don't know. I was aiming for the large one. I must have hit the smaller one.
Night is going to pass, and the next day, you guys are here at the apartment. Nice and early in the morning. The Spartans are with you.
Morning, everyone.
They stayed at their barracks. It showed up in the morning. Towns here. Towns pulls up his wrist computer. You see this? Coast Guard vessel got taken out somewhere down on Earth. No details on where or down on Earth, but
Shit, UIR?
that's what they're saying. At least they're thinking. Agent O and R are on it.
Might also be that. I don't see why it would be a cult target.
You're gonna see Frost and all the other Spartans come up and around. Townsend went clean through the hull, sunk the ship, didn't kill anybody, but yeah.
And that raises further question. I don't think it's UIR at that point. That sounds beefier than what they used, doesn't it?
Cluster torpedo, but was there no explosion? And Towns, no, whatever hit it went clean through the hull.
Sounds like just a big ballistic weapon. I've heard
Railgun? Banksy shrug.
railgun. Do you know what it sounds like to me?
What's that?
It was a theoretical weapon. I don't know if it was ever built, but it was this idea of taking big, like telephone pole or this ENET pole, sized pieces of steel and dropping them from orbit. It sounds like that. Just a big, powerful piece of metal was rammed through it at high speeds from what is being described.
The apartment door opens and Rico shows up. Orbital strike?
Sir. Salutes.
All the Spartan salutes and he waves his hand at ease.
Do we know which portion of the hull it hit?
I don't know the exact details yet. SIS is taken over. I don't think it's UIR. Honestly, this is gonna sound nuts, but from what the sailors saw, it looked like a man, some type of device, fly through the ship. Some people are calling it a USO, UFO, EB attack, but
So maybe a man in a suit? But to be that, if it was that clearly a man, then it's too small to be a marauder. Unlikely to be something like a Spartan's suit.
Power armor, maybe?
maybe, but it was going at incredibly high speeds and making like little to no noise. SIS is thinking jetpack, but I mean the only people who have stealth jetpacks are in Towns SIS, which one of those is missing from the armory coincidentally too.
I I don't think the UIR has the resources. There's only two factions in play that can do this. Either the Cult and MaxTech, or someone in EarthGov?
Could very well be. Towns, yeah, I mean, I did my research throughout the night following the developments on the Coast Guard ship getting taken down. Whoever used this code to get into the armory is a former SIS agent. It's an old code. We're talking like 20 years ago. It took a long time because there's been a lot of SIS agents over the years.
Do we know whose it is?
We're currently working that out. It shouldn't take too long to figure out.
Well, that probably clears it up quite a bit. If it's a 20-year-old code, and this is no offense to SIS, looks at Towns and General Rico, I can't imagine that it's a career you stay in for very long. Be it.
No, I mean, a lot of SIS agents go off to other places. Yeah.
And it's not something, be it, yeah, like you said, moving up in the world, or he got a finger over his neck. There can't be very many people who could still get to Gateway Station that have access to that have SIS codes from that age period.
Rico shrugs. The news outlets are having a blast with it. They're saying it's a EBE. He walks up here, UFO, giving me a goddamn headache. Walks into the armory.
Gonna follow.
All the Spartans are gonna follow. Well, they look at Julius, you first, sir, and salute.
Okay. I'm not used to that.
Well, why wouldn't they have a field day, sir? How often does a military vessel on Earth get sunk by an unknown That's the scoop of the millennium, I'd say.
Rico, yeah, not often. Got some AKs going here.
Yeah, working to get those fixed up. Probably gonna trade them to Buck and JD for some more goodies.
Check in with Marines. Trade with Sergeant Hamer. I believe you two have a report.
We do. Rangers like these kinds of guns. You are more familiar with marine weaponry than I am. Do you know what they'd prefer, sir?
Marine motto is firepower superiority, son. So, in the modern age, that means rate of fire. Or we like blunt force trauma. That means shotgun.
Shotguns, LMGs, right?
Yeah, or high rate of fire assault rifles, you name it. These AKs could be, fixed up by your engineer or whoever to have a much higher rate of fire. That's what Marines generally speaking like. But LMGs, you're singing their music.
To be fair, I can't blame them. Took a while to get used to them, but oh boy, is an LMG fun to fire, sir.
Oh hell yeah! I got my hands on first one ever when I was 17. I signed up when I was 17. He comes over, puts his arm around Julius. Show me the real armory. Come on, son. Looks like there's a retinal scanner here. Go ahead.
Come on, boys.
Oh. Hey, Ash, you want to scan your eye real quick?
Why can't you? Go ahead. You should have access to this armory too. Do it.
I
Come on
should.
now. Don't make me twist your arm.
Well, the thing
Don't
is,
be nervous around me.
sir, the thing is, Davine Rainfall isn't allowed into the armory, and since my name is Rainfall, it just sort of is a clusterfuck right now.
You see Rico take his arm off Julius's shoulders, turn around and look at Ash. You got some kind of problem with his mother?
No, not me, sir. We're dealing with it. It's alright.
You're dealing with it, you'll tell me. I don't care how many times you've told it already. Because he comes up here, puts his eye to it. What the fuck? I can't even get in. What the fuck's going on? Get me in the armory. I want to see the good. Is that a dragon?
That's Zanzibar. He's gonna walk in, scan his eye. It's shit between Davine and Snarf. I'm going to deal with it, sir.
Oh, we fucking gave him a raise.
I know, that's...
Look at these guns.
Yes, look at him indeed.
Indeed.
Come on, Julius, come on in here. You look good packing some of these.
Maybe.
Everybody else slowly following in. I mean, I know he got a raise. Lorelai, fronted him the paycheck. I had to approve it, but what do we need? What do we do? Is this an egg?
Gift for Icy from Hunk.
Oh, he's a good dad.
I'd say so.
Zanzibar growls and leaves the arbor.
Not a fan of a lot of unfamiliar men, you understand, sir?
Yeah. I get it. So, if there's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Will do, sir. I think it's just a lot of stuff in his personal life coming up. But once he's working towards retirement.
And you have a replacement sorted? Don't
Some-
tell me it's the dead exoframe. Because you need a replacement the second he retires. Otherwise, your squad can't function.
Understood. He's training Jennifer right now to be a replacement until we get Blaze.
He comes over here, spins the barrel of the Gatling laser. Ah. He's training the mobile suit expert.
Yes, I know.
Right. Nice Tavar, where'd you get it?
Gift from Towns.
Spartans! He turns to them. Why don't you go raid the fridge? Go ahead. Have whatever you want. Find something to eat. One of you has to be a decent cook. Flavor, yeah, I'm okay. I cook at the barracks. Go ahead. Go to the fridge. And close the door behind you. Oh. Rolly, should I leave? And you could stay. You're welcome. You're part of the team. Towns tries to leave. No! Urgh. Just move you for 1 second there, Julius, because you're right over something that's making it look really trippy to my eyes. There you go. General Rico, you're a pretty bad liar.
I've been told that.
Yeah. As he spins the barrel of the Gatling laser again. You should always just be forthcoming. Of course I know what's going on. Just wanted to see if you'd tell me. Of course you realize he comes over here, picks up the egg, the ramifications of something like this happening, right? He
Yeah.
puts the egg over here, that's better.
Yes,
Comes over here looking at the pulse rifle. You realize the ramifications, Julia.
Yes, sir.
This can't happen. This is exactly why what you have is not allowed. Ever. Period.
yes,
Yes, sir.
He looks at the Tavar. How did it start?
I suppose it truly started when Snarf at one point had proposed to Davy, and she had refused and handed him back his ring.
Right.
From personal experience, I know it's pretty hard to deal with.
And then Jiren and all this stuff, and
Yeah,
Malcolm, and he, for some reason, refused my offer of taking hundreds of millions of credits, and yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Multiple things stacked on top of each other, all stemming from, in my opinion, Davy.
He points up from the fort. Won't have access to that when this squad's disbanded. All these weapons, they're staying here. You lose them, all, except that revolver on your hip.
understood, sir.
I realize these don't matter in the grand scheme to you. You're a good man. But these belong to the Arcane Council.
No, I understand.
No more mansion. He comes over here, looking at the cube. No more chasing down the man that almost killed my daughter, Julius, your wife.
Yes, sir.
The job probably left to less capable hands. Probably dooming us all. You realize I can't put my foot down on this, just like I can't promote you to colonel for no reason. Because of who you are to my daughter.
Understood, sir.
Speak freely. I'm not General Rico right now. I'm your best friend's father-in-law.
You're smarter than I am. What the hell do I do?
The fuck if I know? He comes over. What was here? Looks like they kept an auger or something.
It's whatever Zap and Scar are doing. They're like teenage boys. I kind of let them have. They're doing good work on the mobile suit, so I kind of let them have their free time to themselves.
Rolly, I'll be right back, sir. And Rico, okay. And he runs out of the armory. Rico's gonna pull up a chair, spin it around, sit backwards on it. Your replacement is a mobile suit expert that's being trained to work on Davine's gear, which from my understanding, though unconventional, is effective. He looks at both of you, and Towns comes up right next to that.
Extremely, sir.
So she's not capable of filling his shoes. You understand? Now we can find you another engineer, but do you know how many engineers exist that can take any gun you bring to them and do what this guy does? Take a guess. Enlighten me.
I can't imagine more than 1-2 dozen in the galaxy.
I mean, there's great engineers. There was one named Jennifer, who is dead. You forget about her?
No. Sir.
And then there's gonna be Snarf, who's dust in the wind when he leaves. You got a rap for losing engineers? What's the... I don't get it. I mean, I get the Davine thing. I've been turned down by women. I wouldn't want to be here either. I don't blame the guy. I'll file the paperwork for him second I see him if he wants it. Which means your asses are canned. He points to Ash, you're most likely going to stay here on Gateway, and you'll help train the Spartan. Towns, you know what you're going to end up doing. You're with SIS. You're good. Agent R's favorite. So you'll be here with Sasha. Your mother, Julius, is off the station. Gone. I personally don't want to see her go somewhere, but she can't stay here. She's not going to stay here, especially if she's the cause of it. Pequod, gonna go lead a Saber fleet, or we both know she's probably just gonna quit. Right?
Yeah.
Sir.
Icy, folded into the Rangers. And she'll lead Rangers, most likely, which is, good, but the Rangers are the best, but I think what you guys survived, what you've accomplished, everything you've done, and the way you work as a team, albeit you have your bumps on the road. I know Nicole had some issues. You've all had issues. But, I mean, that glob knock was a thing of beauty, and it was a team effort, not just you guys down there fighting.
Yes, sir.
What do you have to,
I want to fix this. I don't want this to end because I'm going to be frank, sir, and this is no insult to the rest of Earthgov. I don't know if anyone else is going to be able to stop this.
I agree. I said less capable hands.
I'll do whatever it takes to fix this, sir.
I mean, it's not your fault, so I don't blame you guys. I understand there's a general consensus that the people that work in the armory here are the jokes of the household. I'm sure my daughter perpetuates that. Am I incorrect?
No, sir, you are not incorrect.
No.
Rolly comes in, jokes of the household! Look at this baby! It comes up to Rico, and you see Rico's face go white. Starts hugging on his collar. Takes the picture. I have not seen this in a long time.
Yeah. They paid a not insignificant amount of credits for it, sir.
You see him tugging on his collar. We're off duty. I can't say I blame him. He kind of smirks.
No, but makes me uncomfortable.
I can understand why. Rolly, it's a great picture. Rico, yeah, there was one posted on our barracks long time ago when Lasley and Soletta were in my squad. I was their squad sergeant, believe it or not.
I believe it. You are a natural born leader, sir.
Check this out. This ancient piece of history. He comes up here as Rolly. I'm gonna take this back to the armory. I found a pack of cigarettes in the trash. Rico shows you a very old picture of him, Suletta, and Lasley, and shows it to Julius and you and Towns, and a couple other EarthGov troopers.
Wow.
Look at you.
You all look so young.
That was 6 months out of basic.
Ooh. 6 months out of basic.
You were in
Yeah,
early and mid-20s then.
that was before the Archfiends. So even before that, before they came along, you got Lasley. Look at her. She looks, you see, awkward. Remind you of anybody? He points at Julia.
He chuckles. That it does.
The strange thing about the picture is you see a very extroverted looking Suletta. Big smile, hugging some random guy you don't recognize in old EarthGov troop armor.
Is that her
Who?
husband? That she's hugging, is that Memory Ann's father, her husband?
No. That was our machine gunner of the squad. He died during the incursion, but she was a lot different back then. It was like two different people.
Makes sense. Time changes us.
After her husband died, she, collapsed in on herself and never the same.
I can't blame her. I don't think I'd be able to go on if I lost Saris.
Yeah. That's another problem caused by personal relationships. And he closes the picture, sits back down, create more problems. If she dies, if she gets attacked, if this and that, none of this would happen. I've been told she's not too happy being trapped here. I can understand, but this is the safest place in the Milky Way.
You're
So
right.
just more problems that you are going to create. And people will see it. People will know about it. Problems. It's a 50-50 thing, relationships, but how long was my daughter gone and a Marauder pilot had to fly you around, Julius?
About a month, sir.
Are you starting to see the picture of why this doesn't work? I mean, it can work if everything goes well and everybody's copacetic. But if you think we never tried this before, you're stupid.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And now I'm probably going to be filing paperwork to release your engineer, and that'll make 2 very talented engineers that you've lost. One dead. One is, who knows? He's probably going to go off and die in a corner somewhere out of embarrassment. I'll tell you something, Julius. I got turned down by a lot of girls. But mostly elves, believe it or not. Elves didn't generally speaking hook up with humans back then. But most of the happiest relationships I've seen are the weirdest looking couples. The weirdest. Look at me, look at my eye patch, look at my scar, look at this cut, you should see me at home walking around in my pajamas and I look like a fucking wreck. And then you look at my wife. She's literally the spinning image of Pequod, so I'm sure you get where I'm going. Lorelei, Gondar. Cat and a high elf. Not high elf, elf. Look at Ash and Saris. He's older, excuse me, Ash.
No
Right?
offense. Take it.
And then there's the 20-some-odd-year-old vampire chick. Then, of course, there's Mohawk Man over there and Sasha. So, I don't think it's not our place to make somebody get into another Davian and Jiren, right? It's not our place to force somebody into a relationship, but I do think, given the fact I've been cheated, I've been around a lot longer than most humans get the pleasure to be, thanks to Lorelei. I do think a wholesome relationship is more important than outward appearances. That's just my opinion.
I'd agree.
What do you think, Julius?
I'd have to agree. A
Oh.
wholesome relationship of a more platonic one, you mean?
I don't know. He shrugs. I don't know. I maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, but I'd hate to see this squad broken up, so I'm grasping at straws here.
Well,
I really am. It's not our place to force one onto another, or honestly even suggest it. But maybe maybe something could be worked out. Maybe Jiren isn't the right guy for her. I don't know. It's not our place. But what I do know is your days are numbered.
Yes, sir.
You know how much this mansion costs?
A lot.
You know how much it costs to maintain you? All the money that you spend on food, amenities. I mean, my daughter's been buying food recently out of her pocket. Whatever you did to mend your relationship made her into an adult, and I thank you. Finally. And I don't know what you did, but you did it. But too little, too late. Not for her sake, but for this squad and in the grand scheme of High Command. Too little, too late. You're gonna lose your engineer. That little Middlepitian's gonna probably try to follow him. And the rest of his friends are gonna try to follow him. And maybe he'll take him, maybe he won't, but that's it. You're done. Julius, you're probably gonna just be shipped to guard duty somewhere. You're a corporal because you chose to be a terrible soldier for 5 years. You've been told enough. You don't need to be told again. But you have no future on any special forces unit. You're going to lose that ranger rank. You'll lose it. They can take it from you, no matter what Lorelei does to protect you. And she has went to great lengths to protect all of you. I don't think you realize it, but she has. So. And I mean, guard detail ain't bad, Julius, but it's not going to be on Gateway. And you can say what you want about High Command being stuffy. I'm sure Ash has contradicted people saying things like that, but you did it to yourself.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Take a good look. Enjoy what you have, because you might not have it very soon. Unless something drastic happens. So.
Something drastic's going to.
Well, he sits up, comes over, pats Julius on the shoulder, pulls him in. You can't force people to be in love. You can't force people to see things the way you want. You can't. And this is exactly why these squads don't work. I'm sure you've been made aware. I'm sure it's been hinted at you. But I wanted to come tell you, because if I'm telling you, you know it's bad.
Yes, sir.
Sasha's gone back to the Rangers. Saris back to the Rangers. Lasley and Hunk back to the bunker. I'll try to work something out for you, Julius, to where you can help Lasley train. That way you'll be right down on Earth's side. Pequod will probably move in, so you can still have what you want, but maybe it's for the best. I don't know.
I'm gonna fix this. Have to. I can't. Not just for my sake, but for everyone's.
I'll tell you what, you're lucky it's me coming up here talking to you. You really are. Not because of who I am, but because Lorelei wanted to come up and talk to you. And I said I'm going to do it. You didn't even know the guy's last name. I mean, does Davine even know the guy's last name?
Not that I'm aware
You ever
of.
been picked on as a kid? I was.
Mhm.
You ever been treated like you're inferior? I was. Picked on like a kid, short stuff guy, going after some babe of a woman or whatever. And then all this stuff left and right adds up. I mean, come on. And he just shrugs and stares at you both. Listen, I'm gonna leave, but I knew the names of all of my squads, whether it was my Marauder squads, Exoframes who didn't have last names on their bios, but they had last names because they wanted them. They chose them, much like you've taken the Lazuli surname. Troops, basic troops, humans, elves, kobolds. Kobolds, they fight in EarthGov. They're not weaklings, they're not... So, if you want to be a part of a squad or a family, you might want to do that. Not that it matters anymore.
The shots,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, get the apartment in tip-top shape for the girls, and make sure they're welcome back with open arms and all that crap. And it's up to your discretion whether you want to tell them or not. I would wait until this guy's gonna peace out, but that's 2 engineers. At least he ain't dead. But you can do better. All of you. Not. I can only talk to you 3 because these fuckers are out of here. They're down at the beach having a wonderful time while we're up here. But I don't know. I don't know your mother well enough, Julius. And from what little I know, she strikes me as a woman that doesn't care. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But either way, enjoy what you got while you got it. And he leaves. As Towns. And I was just really starting to like being a part of this squad. I hated it at first.
We're gonna fix it. We have to.
I was really starting to like it here.
You're not gonna lose it.
Getting to fight with you guys again, but actually be helpful. Watching Davine kill that Globnok guy. That was awesome. Doing good for a change. Instead of stealing under Dale's fucking name. Oh, look at that! This code is Hunks.
What?
Oh.
Look!
Oh my.
Ricardo Rodriguez, which was his name before he took the Lazuli name like I.
Oh.
Huh. Right. Right, so Hunk stole a bunch of SIS equipment, and some of that equipment was used to destroy a coast guard, which is by a beach,
And
assumedly.
Scar, Zap, and Snarf coincidentally went away at the same time.
On top of that, they're at his beach house.
Don't think Town's looking at you.
I very much think that.
As if we didn't have enough problems already. Wonderful.
Would Hunk really take those guys? I mean,
Yes.
they're cool guys. Oh.
He's been having them spy on the Spartans for how long?
Ugh.
Right.
I have to go report this to Agent R. I'll be back to see Sasha when they come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He runs.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know if there is much we can do, Ash. Sometimes we can't control what other people do. Maybe it's not something we can deal with. I think Davine might need to talk to him if she can. I don't know.
I hope she can. I can't lose this again.
I know, Ash.
Wrapping up down at the beach house. Boom. There is a Cessna plane. Hunk and Snarf are looking at the plane. Scar is putting on a parachute jumpsuit, and Hunk, Snarf, you can fly this thing, right? And Snarf, what does General Rico's daughter say? I can fly anything. And Hunk, but you're toasted. And Snarf, trust me, I got it. Gets in and the propellers start. And Hunk, all right, Scar, this is the big one. This parachute has thrusters built into it. You can hover, okay, and you can hover indefinitely as long as the fuel holds out. I'm just gonna give you the quick rundown. You jump out of a plane, and when you hear the beep in your headphones, you pull this chute right here, this lever. This lever. Right. You pull it out like you're pulling something off your shirt. Got it. You hear Snarf, oh, this is a great fucking idea. Let me tell you, hon. Scar, I got this. Don't worry. And Hunk, prove him wrong. Just like I told Zap. Speaking of which, where is Zap? Scar, he's tunneling under the house to put microphones in the house. And Hunk, alright. Good. Very good. Get in the plane. Morning has dawned. Davine is awake. It's very early in the morning. Leslie's awake out here. Suletta wakes up. Davine sees Leslie just looking out into the beach, watching.
Davine will pop her head outside. Do you want a cup of tea, coffee, anything like that?
Yeah, cup of tea. Let's grab one, then I'll come back outside. Morning. As Suletta wakes up, good morning. They come inside, and Davine hears a mechanical device going off.
But-
Davine would have never heard an auger before, and neither of these two. So.
Do either of you hear that?
It sounds like it's coming up the beach line.
I'll go check it out. Davine will walk outside and look up the beach.
Davine sees sand kicking up, like up into the sky, and there's just a cloud of sand.
She's going to start running over to the cloud.
The cloud is still, it abates, and she gets into the cloud, and there's a huge hole in the sand. Looks like some type of, mechanical equipment was digging into the sand.
What the hell?
Footprints leading off.
Prince. Oh, to God. She's gonna go back and report when she saw it to the other two.
Leslie, what's outside? Making coffee and tea.
Someone was seemingly digging a hole with a large mechanical device.
Jennifer, device? Everybody's coming down.
Yes, device. I am interested in the coffee machine. It's not one that I've seen before.
Leslie, yeah, it's the new one. Frank bought it for us here.
Oh, how sweet of him. How sweet of him.
Leslie, I've been up for a while. I ordered breakfast in Grand Slams from a place called Denny's. They should be here any moment. I'm going to meet the driver outside.
Davy nods and turns around. Would any of you like some coffee or tea?
Icy says tea. All the other girls say tea and coffee. Suletta sits down right next to me.
Alright, I'll get right on that.
The door opens sharply and General Lorelei comes in. Well, I finally made it.
Ah, General Lorelei, I'm so glad.
Leslie with a blank expression walking outside to wait for the Denny's delivery dude. General Lorelei, having fun? Fun weekend, everybody? Smiles on everybody's faces. Davine, Suletta, you look exhausted.
Oh, it's nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all. And she's gonna gesture for her to come closer.
She comes.
I believe Vamp is on the premises.
You're sure?
A lot of the evidence points to it. You are aware of the Coast Guard, no doubt.
Yes.
Well, that was only a little ways away from this house. That, and we saw a speedboat passing by in that direction just, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes before it happened.
General Lorelei looks very concerned. This is good. We can use this in our favor. Let him come. Open the doors and windows. we'll throttle him back to hell.
I agree.
He underestimates us.
But we also believe he's working with another person. Last night, he came to the door and was watching us through it. I threw a knife through the door and hit another person, other than the person I was aiming for. A smaller person.
Blood trails confirmed?
Blood trails led to the ocean. It led us to believe amphibian-type gear and a submersible.
General Lorelei, spare no expense. The chances are backing them. They still have money.
Dear God. Of course it's the chances.
Let them come. Let him come. She starts making tea and coffee and handing it out. Let them come. As I see, let who come? And Lorelei, nothing. Nothing. Everybody enjoy your tea as we wait for breakfast. Come, Davine, sit.
Yes. And she'll sit down.
Meanwhile, Lasley sees a wobbly ass Cessna flying. This is way, way up in the air over the house. Lasley's turned around just watching it, and it's very high up. And she sees a man as the Cessna wobbles in the direction around back towards the light. She sees a man flying through the sky. And Lasley, no. And starts flying up, barely missing him. And Hunk, he's gonna pull the shoot, right? And Snarf, he's an idiot. You're an idiot. We're dead. As boom! Scar comes crashing through the house. Lasley up in the sky missed him, just barely, because she's been psyched out the past 2 days. And she goes after the flying away. As dust kicks up, Scar fell right onto the coffee table. Tea! Coffee everywhere. Icy holding a banana she just opened. Hey, Captain. Nice. And he rips a piece off of the banana with his hand and puts it in his mouth. Lorelei screaming, covering her face, stops screaming, looking down at Scar. Hey, Davine.
Davine looks at Suletta and looks back at Scar. Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Suletta's sitting up in her chair. You. Scar. Nice. What do you mean?
That's Vamp? That's Vamp right there, Suletta? That's what we've been scared of all this time? That's who was at the door. Those are the work boots.
Yes. You stabbed Zap.
Oh, I stabbed Zap. Zap. And I stabbed Zap. Oh my god, I stabbed Zap.
Right. We rented out a Cessna. I jumped out of it trying to do aerial recon.
Why?
To make sure no boys get in here.
And I wonder who gave him that order.
It's Hunk.
Oh, well, there we go.
We even had a jetpack.
A jetpack, you say?
Yeah. Zap flew it out to sea. Lorelei grabs him by the back of the mane and pulls his head back. Did he hit a ship? And Scar, yeah. He hit some type of Coast Guard vessel, Hunk said. It was great. As Lorelei throws Scar through... Scar scream. Throws Scar through the house. Davine watching him go. Very good. That was perfect. Back here at the lighthouse, unfortunately for these two, Snarf is so drunk he has crashed the Cessna into the side of the lighthouse. Hunk grabs him, puts him on his back. They've climbed down the side of the lighthouse. They're coming across the bridge. Snarf, what the hell are we gonna do now? And Hunk, we're going to abort mission, and we're going to say Scar came down here of his own volition, and just leave him to his fate. As Leslie lands right at the end of the bridge, and Hunk, damn, just looking at her. And Snarf, I've been waiting all weekend for this. Go ahead, blow me the fuck away. He puts his arms up, and Leslie, how did you get here? And Snarf, we have a dropship ranger. Leslie kneels down and pats him on the head. I'm going to let you off the hook. Go take the dropship autopilot back to Gateway. Snarf, thanks. It disappears. That's Hunk. Well, what a beautiful weekend you guys had! And he gets punched right across the face and knocked out. And the girls will now return to the apartment, severely pissed off. And you guys are here, having a wonderful time. Well, not really. But you guys are still in the armory. As we wrap things up for the night.
Well, we need to talk to Davine.
It's probably a good idea. Yeah.
You hear Saris calling your name.
Oh, he's gonna run up. You're home.
Commander Integra is upstairs with the children, so they're upstairs. Saris, Ash, look, and you see Lorelei dragging Hunk by the helmet.
Yeah, we put that together about 15 minutes ago, what was going on. I'm sorry. If I'd known, he wouldn't have done it.
Saris is laughing. He came through the roof of the house. It was Scar. Pequod comes up to Julius. I missed you. Thank you for the pizza.
You're welcome, and I missed you too.
Hunk! Oh, just get it over with. Somebody cut my head off or something like that. Icy's actually laughing. She goes up to her. Rolly, what happened? Looking at Davy.
They all spied on us during our beach weekend. We thought it was Vamp. It wasn't. It was Scarfree Tooth.
Right.
She stabbed Zap in the leg by mistake. It's all my fault. Hunk speaks.
I thought it was
Right.
Vamp. Through a knife.
Yeah, you missed his femoral artery by like 3 inches.
Oh, thank God.
It's a hell of a throw, Davy. As General Lorelei tugs Hunk on the helmet.
Wonderful.
Yes. Wonderful. We need to dole out punishments very quickly, briefly. Consents. Scar and Zap. She's thinking for a second. You ruined the weekend. The girls will have to go on another trip as Scar and Zap come down. Nice! General Lorelei looks at them. We'll let them off the hook. They were just doing as they were told. Hunk! Join me in the armory. I'm sure you're not locked out of the armory. Am I right? And Hunk, no, I'm not. Ash! Julius! Join me! As he takes him into the
ma'am.
armory.
Wish me luck.
Saris, I'll come with you. Pequod, yeah, I'll come. Come in, Pequod holding Julius from behind. Saris standing right next to you. Lorelei, death is out of the question, because you'd rather die than just admit the fact your daughter's with a decent man, a good man, one of the best for her. She's picked. She knows she won't make a mistake, unlike normal people. Death is out of the question. And we can't do that to you, Eliza. You don't mind physical labor. Oh, can't discharge him. Well, does anybody have an idea?
I have an idea.
Speak up, cadet.
Well, ma'am, I know exactly what would be a wonderful punishment that would both benefit you and EarthGov as a whole while being excruciating.
What might that be?
What if Hunk and I took Crimson Squad on a week-long training excursion?
Hunk, I would prefer death. Julius, just get one of those guns off the wall and shoot.
No, I think that's a great idea.
No. I don't want to go.
What do you think, ma'am?
Please.
Please.
What do you think, ma'am?
What do you think, ma'am?
Please.
What do you think, ma'am?
General Lorelei, a fine idea! She comes over, strokes Hunk's helmet with her hand. One day, you'll have to hand Nicole off to that young man, so you best get to know him. He'll make an excellent son-in-law, don't you think, Ash?
Oh, I think so, and think how much the rest of them could learn from a legend like Ricardo Lazuli.
I hear they look up to him.
Oh, they do. They idolize him.
Good. Commander Jiren has a backlog of paperwork anyway. Substitute teachers for the rest of the week. Through Friday, Julius, Ash, and Hunk.
Wonderful.
Have a wonderful time. Julius buzzed me out of the armory as Pequod moves out of the way and oh right.
I'll do.
Whatever. Nah, she just puts her finger up and unlocks the door. Whatever. And walks off. Leaving.
Hunk.
Hunk. What?
This isn't good.
Yeah, I know, we got caught because the idiot didn't pull his ripcord.
Not that. That's not helping things, but just everything.
Everything's fine, with the exception of now I gotta spend the next 5 days with that kid.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Snarf wants to leave, Hunk.
I know. I was trying to talk him out of it. A man makes up their mind, they make up their mind, Ash. Would you want to stay around? How about I marry Saris? If I did, hypothetically speaking. Not that I could ever pull somebody like you, darling. She laughed.
And if he leaves, we don't have an engineer.
Yeah, well, you know. What do we find another one?
Where are we going to find an engineer that can replace him? The only one that I can think of is dead. The only ones are dead.
Blaze?
Blaze
And Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. That's it.
Elizabeth. Who's that? Oh, never mind. Alright, so, I don't know.
And
It's not that big of a deal. Find somebody. Sergeant Hamer tag in for a while or something. Maybe one of the Rangers. But I guess they're not engineers, they're gunsmiths. That's the... Snarf fills this, like, weird role. You know, he graduated MIT, top of his class. There's not a lot of engineers, I guess, that can do what he does. Yeah, I see your point.
and we already have a very tenuous position, given the way our squad is structured and who's in it.
So, I mean...
So what happens if that tenuous balance is upset by something that big?
Then we gotta find another engineer. I'm not following what you're saying, Ash. I just got the shit beat out of me.
Looks over at the two girls. Yeah, whatever. If we can't fix this shit, there's a very real chance that the squad gets disbanded, Hunk.
Pequod soda hits the floor. Saris's mouth agape. Hunk. Oh. You sure?
General Rico himself.
Mm-hmm.
Hunk. Oh.
And
I mean, we can't fix it. What can we do?
We can't, but there is a person who might be able to.
If a man wants to retire, he wants to retire. You can't stop him. Let him go. I
Yes.
tried to ask where he was going to go. He said he doesn't know yet, and he's not going to tell us. So.
He doesn't want to retire, Hunk. He's humiliated and just wants to get away. Because he thinks...
Well, then, yeah, I don't blame him, but I don't know what to do. I've had one girlfriend my entire life, and I'm married to her, Ash.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, well, you at least, when you gave your ring over, Saris kept it. Same with Pequod. Yeah, she threw it off a balcony, but, you're better than ever right now, the relationship. So, trust me, we hear you all night in the Bird. But, I don't know. What advice can I offer? Or any of us? This is out of our hands. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Davine can't do anything about it. She could say sorry, he could say sorry, but it's always, if he likes her and she doesn't like him, these awkward things happen all the time. Take it from the king of awkwardness. if that's the hand we're dealt, then that's it. It's game over. Don't mean to sound pessimistic, but I don't know.
She might be able to fix it to where he doesn't leave. At least, for the time being.
Until you find a replacement.
Yes.
That's irrelevant. Hunk stands up. You want to keep him around long enough to find a replacement. Let me tell you something. You'd prefer he'd stay. Yeah, I understand. But if he wants to go, then let him go. It's his choice. I would want to leave in his shoes. I'm sure other people have told you this, but I'm going to just visualize this for you. This is my wife. Takes her over here, and this is my wife. Want to stay around?
I get it.
You get it, but clearly you don't. That's the cards we've been dealt. Let him go. Every day having to see this, and he pretends to grab Pequod's hips. Yeah? Sitting next to him at the movie theaters? Laughing at you? Do I need to say anything else? You'd be gone, especially you. He points at Julius. You wouldn't last 20 minutes. Would you?
No, probably not.
And you're such a lovesick sob, you wouldn't last 5. I wouldn't last 2. If, I had to see Lazuli with somebody else every day. So, these are the cards we've been dealt.
So we're
Probably something that should have been addressed a long time ago. Congratulations, the Rainfalls have no social skills. We've learned this. Neither do I. I'm the worst person to be criticizing you, but I mean, you get where I'm coming from, right? I mean,
Yes, I do. We're fucked.
he shrugs. I'm sure they won't discharge all of us. I'll go back into retirement.
Yeah.
He's gonna put his hands around Saris's hips, faking touching it. Every day, you want to look at this? You want to see some other guy propose to her? Here! He takes off his glove, puts his wedding ring off, and puts it in front of Saris's face. Take a good look.
I get
Look
it.
at it. Oh, look at this. See it, Julius? He comes over here to Pequod. Pequod looks super depressed. Saris comes up and hugs that. Alright, well. Then we'll train your Spartans for the next week. And whatever happens after that happens. If there's no squad, there's no squad. I'm the worst person to be talking about this. I have no social skills, but I know my social skills realistically, considering the fact I was promoted, I led men into combat, I raised a daughter in combat. I know I have better social skills than the Rainfalls. And for the longest time, I thought Davine hated me too. I never tried to give her a ring. I never tried any of that. But you know what? Imagine that. Just one more time. This woman was probably like the only bright spot for this dude on Captain Ahab's ship. Give the ring back. Who cares? Whatever. We get it. But then Jaren comes along, and under how many months she goes for the first musclehead that shows up? I don't know. I don't blame the guy for wanting to leave. Lazuli and me planned to give him money. He's got like a sick niece or something, he was telling me. So you couple that, maybe we deserve to lose what we got. Maybe we do. I don't know.
Maybe.
Good luck fixing it. Look around. He's not here. Probably washing dishes at Tommy's. Or he took the dropship. Who knows where he went?
Yeah.
What I was doing down at the beach was dumb, but at least I kept an eye on the motherfucker. And he was drinking the whole weekend. So, yeah, that's great. Have him drunk when Lorelei comes up here for inspection, like when he first got back. He pats Julius on the shoulder. You can always just take your honorable discharge and come to the bunker with us, and we'll pay you to help train, because you can be very helpful in training the next generation, assuming there is, because lest we forget, Hunk puts up his finger. Again, worst person in the world to be criticizing anybody, I know, but lest we forget there's a galaxy-ending threat. So, Do whatever you want. Have Davine try to fix it. Probably not gonna work. Took the first meathead that came along. Congratulations, there's your father-in-law. Put yourself in this guy's shoes. He gives you a thumbs up. Now I'm gonna go contemplate suicide before I have to spend the rest of the week with that fucking kid and his Spartan friend.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah, you have fun. You have fun. When you're on guard duty fucking somewhere. In the Netherlands. On the frontier. He just keeps going as he leaves because he's angry.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Pequod, I shouldn't have laughed the way I laughed at the movie. She comes right up to Julian.
I mean, they do think that we think they're all jokes. I don't know. He's probably right. There's nothing we can do.
Jennifer comes in. Was a nice trip until Scar came through the roof. Anyway, she types on her wrist computer.
Happy you had fun.
Back to work. Pulling out her version of Davine's gear and starting to work on Saris, yep, this is probably the end of the rope.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pequod, I'm sorry I laughed at him, Julian.
You're not the only one to blame. I mean, we all did.
Yeah, but... yeah. I'll miss this. This was fun. Gods of this moment.
Yeah.
We could all go live at the bunker.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be Leslie's favorite thing.
And unfortunately, we will end on a sad note because there's no resolution. Not now. There probably never is going to be one. And we'll leave it at that.